Okay, there we go. Check. Okay. Looks like things are good. Well, I think, yep. Let's just get straight into the fourth case, because we've already completed the first three. Now on to number 4, Severed Ties. Here we go, can't wait. Up until now, we've been following the story of Tyrion Cuthbert. We've experienced the world through his eyes, and fought for justice through his soul. But this time, why don't we start from the perspective of another? Ooh, okay, we're playing a different character this time. Okay. Ah, we're playing as Tamora. I can't believe Cuthbert read the client's mind without asking. It's starting to become a problem. He's becoming more and more reckless with each passing year. I wish Frey was still alive. She would know what to do. She made it look so effortless, and he loved her. Would he have listened to her if she was still there? Oh, another Freyga. Is something the matter, Tamora? No, I was just thinking about something. Well, the trial is about to begin. I don't doubt your abilities, but I still appreciate if you remain focused. All of our futures are at stake after all. Of course, Miss Freyga. Freelancer, okay. Beatrice takes in a deep breath before she claps her hands together. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just a ritual that I use to calm myself. Right, I almost forgotten about that. But more importantly, what are you doing here? Oh shit. My father sent me to guide Beatrice to the courthouse. It's a new environment for her, and we are both worried about her condition. I still can't believe you were the boss's daughter the entire time. When did you say anything at the academy? Oh, knowing my true identity would have caused affliction with your son, wouldn't it? He's not my... Anyways, I suppose I understand why you stayed quiet, but I still don't appreciate being kept in the dark about this. Oh, speak of the devil. You spot Cuthbert and McCoy walking into the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. McCoy spots you and gives you a friendly yet awkward smile. However, Cuthbert ignores you entirely and walks silently into the courtroom. Parental troubles? We had an argument earlier. It's nothing to worry about. If you say so. You're wary about what he saw in Beatrice's mind, though. He's always been a good kid, but his idealistic sense of justice clouds his judgment sometimes. You just hope that he's not planning to do anything reckless. The trial is about to begin. Do you have the time to be making small talk here? Prosecutor Steelwind approaches the three of you, but she appears to be accompanied by someone else. Nightgrave, is that you? What are you doing here? Well... He's accompanying me as my aide for this case. I see, so I assume you will be prosecuting. Of course, I would never pass up the opportunity to face the infamous Ruby Tamora. Really, if I recall correctly, you haven't even beaten Tyrion once so far. Miss Steelwind, don't strain yourself. What's that look for, Beatrice? You almost look surprised to see me here. Considering the circumstances, I thought you might recuse yourself. I am more than capable of being objective, especially for a case of this much importance. Well, I hope your mind is as strong as you think it is. Miss Steelwind, please calm down. Oh, how I love a good reunion. Okay. Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Freyga. Miss Steelwind, is the prosecution ready? Miss Steelwind? Of course. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Oh, yep. The defense is also ready, Your Honor. Something seems to be off about her today. Is her personal attachment to this case distracting her?
Very well. Let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges?
Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft. As many of you know, Beatrice Frager is the formerly missing daughter of the now late William Frager, and the victim of the murder is William Frager himself.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. The people of Wivengard will certainly mourn the loss of House Frager's head.
Please, the only people mourning him are the banking house shareholders.
But anyways, did you also say that the defendant is accused of grand theft?
Yes, Your Honor. The crime took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in the Frager Manor yesterday evening. The Haraldson Hall of History had a gallery display within the manor. They were showcasing several magical artifacts donated to the Wivengard Historical Society. One of these items was the Sword of Spell Eating, a magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify magical effects. Okay. Wheel of a creature, so when wheel of a creature, that creature and anything connected to them physically and magically are immune to all harmful magical effects. There's a blood contract between a mage and a demon. Okay. We, the prosecution, believe that the defendant stole this item. She then used it to nullify the magical lock on the victim's study. After breaking into the study, she attacked the victim and slashed his throat open using a letter opener. He died of blood loss shortly after. Traces of illusion magic was found on the body. Oh, okay. Several scratch marks on the face and back. Okay.
I see. But what possible motive would the defendant have to murder her own father?
William Frager and his daughter were not close. Saying that they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. In fact, 5 years prior to the murder, Beatrice abandoned her and fled her home. She went into hiding and did not contact any of her friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown, until she suddenly contacted her father a week ago. My client left the Frager household because of her toxic relationship with her father. She wanted to create a life for herself that was free from his influence and abuse. I won't disagree with your claims, but that just highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She had clearly fallen on hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. I cannot possibly understand why they would schedule this meeting during the Lord's Ball. But nevertheless, several witnesses did see her that night. And these same witnesses saw her storming out of her father's study in anger. Her father must have refused her request for gold, so she must have decided to murder him to claim his inheritance. Luckily, we prepared for this in advance. Yes, they're playing right into our hands. Okay. What you're saying is all conjecture, Steelwind. You don't have any evidence or testimony that confirms what they spoke about. Yes, I'm well aware that you and your client have refused to tell us what was discussed during that meeting. But as long as you both stay silent, my claims are plausible. Be honest, Steelwind, do you think that my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition?
Condition? What do you mean by that, Mr. Mora?
Why don't you tell him, Steelwind? Tell the court about my client's disability. Your Honor, Beatrice Frager is considered legally disabled. However, legally disabled? That's a convenient way of putting it, Steelwind. My client isn't just legally disabled. She's completely blind.
Oh shit. Completely blind? Is this true?
We have several medical documents and testimony from several what the fuck is this? This is a word I haven't heard of before. Chirurgeons? Chirurgeons attesting to that fact. My client is unable to see anything.
What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind? Do you expect me to believe that a blind woman performed any of the acts you're accusing her of?
I'm glad you'll see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor. If the court would just let me elaborate. Steelwind, the prosecution's first charge is grand theft. My client would have needed to break into a magically secured display case. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client. I And the second charge is first-degree murder. My client would have needed to use the sword of spell-eating on the lock leading to the victim's study. Then she would have needed to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Yola?
I'm compelled to agree with you, Miss Tomura. It all sounds quite ludicrous, to be perfectly honest.
This is just over. The steel winds are clearly just attacking the frigates now that their head is deceased.
Objection!
Enough! Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports this case, nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding their investigation. Until you have done so, you are in no position to pass judgment.
Very well, Miss Steelwind. I suppose you have a point.
Guess the young lady still has some claws after all. But it doesn't matter. Their case against Beatrice is questionable at best. Frankly, it's surprising that Steelwind even went through with this. It's only a matter of time before the judge sees things your way. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings.
Right.
So this takes place after the Nightgrave case, I'm guessing?
We didn't want to cause panic after the sword was stolen, so we activated the manor's silent security system. It put an anti-magical field over the entire manor. We did a search of the house, and we found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. It didn't look like she was going to run, and Crown Prince Aster told us to stand down, so we just kept a close eye on her. William Frege was in a bad mood that night, so he had already locked himself in his study. But an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of blood. The lock was still engaged, and no one teleported in. The purpose to temporarily disable the lock using the sword of spell eating.
No one teleported in.
We have testimonies to say the defendant was seriously in debt. She must have murdered the victim to get part of his inheritance.
Their case against Beatrice is just as you...
Their case against Beatrice is just as you predicted. And you already have a countermeasure to disprove the evidence of any motive. All you have to do is present that to the court.
Oh. Okay. Let's check my evidence here. And you're not anything are immune. That creature and anything connected to them, physically or magically, are immune to all harmful magical effects. Okay. Yep. Traces of illusion magical from the body. In retaliation, William told her that she from the will. She wouldn't receive any inheritance after his death. Miriam Frege. Oh, okay. Yeah. Completely blind, unable to see anything through her eyes. This has been verified. Yep, okay. Oh yeah, Miriam. Yeah. Wait, doesn't the sword make the wielder immune to magical effects? An anti-magic field would have only disempowered everyone except the thief.
Yeah, well, we didn't know what the sword could do until after the investigation. Up until then, we thought it was just a dusty old artifact.
That seems pretty negligent. Are you sure you're qualified for your position, Orem? The situation was unprecedented for everyone involved. One could have hardly expected an ancient artifact of our magical capabilities. Anyways, what did you do after the theft, Commander? That seems like a strange conclusion to jump to. My client hadn't stepped foot into the Frege Manor in years. After being gone for so long, her bedroom had to have been repurposed for something else.
I'm not sure about the details, but one of the defendant's sisters refused to let the servants disturb that room. I guess she was hoping that her sister would come back one day.
Leif. And why would the prince tell you to stand down, Orem?
Well...
Crown Prince Aster knew the defendant well. He was confident that she wasn't going to flee the scene. Are you sure he just knew her well? If I recall correctly, the prince is still very adamant about her innocence.
The Crown Prince is vouching for the defendant? Is this true, Miss Steelwind?
It is, however, I believe that the evidence found throughout the investigation proves the contrary. Are you sure your judgment isn't simply being clouded by your jealousy? Your fiancé was previously engaged to my client, after all. Oh. That's why. You're enjoying this a bit too much. Damn. Damn, Tamora is just not afraid to pull some sass. Holy shit. Did anyone see him enter the study?
A few people. One of them was Leif Freyja, the victim's second daughter. She said that he was really irritated that night, so he went into his study for some peace and quiet. Guess his meeting with the defendant put him in a bad mood.
But if the manor was covered in an anti-magic field, how did he lock the door magically?
I'm not sure how, but the locks in the manor are affected by anti-magic fields.
How? The magical locks generate a smaller anti-magic field around themselves. The two fields cancel each other out. It's like multiplying two negative numbers together. I'm going to be honest, I have no understanding of these things. Is what she's saying true, Beatrice? Yes, overlapping anti-magic fields are a well-studied phenomenon.
You'll just have to take her word for it.
Who was the person that discovered the body?
The same person who saw him last, his daughter, Leif Freyja.
Poor Leif. That must have been traumatizing for her. Did anyone else accompany Leif when she happened upon the body?
Yeah, supposedly one of the servants got himself locked in a nearby storage closet, and he heard the violent attack through one of the air vents. When he finally got out, he told Leif that they went to the study accompanied. Then he told Leif and they went into the study accompanied by some knights.
The sword is integral to the case against my client, so why the description of its capabilities so vague?
To be honest, the sword is magic, but it doesn't seem to behave like any spells we know about, and we cannot identify its magic as like we do with our artificial devices. According to Lord Haraldson, its powers are demonic in nature, but if you ask me, it's all a bunch of hooey. Anyways, it's obvious that it doesn't follow the normal rules of magic.
Wait, what?
What is it, Miss Tamora?
It's nothing. Cuthbert is watching from the gallery, so he must have heard that too. Could the Eye of Horus have something to do with demons? No, focus on quitting client first. We can worry about Cuthbert later. Either way, we tested the sword's magic on similar locks. When used correctly, it is capable of disabling the lock on Lord Freyja's study. She must have... Several scratch marks on the face and back. She must have murdered the victim. You have testimonies. Wouldn't an official record be more valid evidence? Miss Tamora, you and I both know that your client's creditors are not the type to keep such records. So you're admitting that you're relying on hearsay. One could conclude that. But it doesn't matter if we can't prove this debt exists. If you can prove this debt exists, the Freyja estate is unimaginably vast. Debt or no debt, that amount of wealth would be a tempting boon to any individual. She has a point. House Freyja owns all of the banking houses in Wivengard. People can only dream of having that much power and wealth. The prosecution's case against Beatrice is already really weak. You're not even sure what they even bringing to this trial in the first place, and you already have testimony from someone else that directly contradicts the commander's testimony. Once you present it, okay, yeah, I just want to double check over things. Okay, what was it? She must have murdered the victim to get part of the inheritance. and went into hiding. In retaliation, when Freyja told Mary Frey that he removed Beatrice from his will, as a result, she wouldn't receive any of the inheritance. As per your agreement, this testimony will be confirmed by Miriam Freyja in court. Okay. Why do I just present this?
Objection!
Oh damn, her voice is different. Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes, and the prosecution's proposed motive is the largest among them.
What do you mean to Miss Tamora? Of all the elements in this case, the motive is the most believable. Your client would have had much to gain through her father's inheritance.
That may be, but that's assuming my client has anything to inherit at all. What? Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. How do you think he would have reacted to that? Lord Freyja was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think he'd leave his inheritance to someone who disobeyed him so egregiously? No, he'd do anything in his power to make sure she didn't see a shred of his wealth. Yes, we're already well aware of this.
The moment she slams Arcane down, you notice the prosecutor wince a little, but she quickly hides it and regains her composure.
On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to disinherit the defendant. However, his murder deprived him of the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. This only further proves the defendant's motive. She would have needed to act quickly, lest her father submit the changed will. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Steelwind. William Freyja didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago. I have witnessed testimony from Miriam Freyja, William's youngest daughter. By your own admission, her father disinherited my client shortly after she fled the household. What? She never brought that up during questioning. Perhaps she's not as amicable to you as you thought. If you don't believe me, why don't we call her to the stand and ask her ourselves? What are you planning, Miss Tamora? I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, it's clear we won't get ourselves anywhere until we hear from Miriam directly. Bailiff, please escort Miriam Freyja to the stand. Miriam, is the defense correct? Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes. And you don't think it was necessary to share this information with me? Well, you never asked. If I recall correctly, you were also tight-lipped during questioning this morning. Are you staying quiet for your sister's sake? The one that just lost her father. You can hardly expect her to recall every detail that's relevant to the case. Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information? Who knows? Maybe I just have a way with people. Regardless, I suppose you have a point. I'll give the witness the benefit of the doubt. For now. In any case, Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Yes, of course. Oh damn, she's looking awfully timid. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it, she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she has to the Freyja estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago. And are you sure this all happened 5 years ago? Yes. Even now, I can't remember everything. I can remember everything clearly. I see.
Her speech is getting slower. Is she deep in thought? Nightgrave seems extremely concerned for some reason.
And Leif was there with you at this meeting? Yes, she was. However, Leif couldn't have possibly been there.
Her words are getting more slurred. You also notice her balance is slightly swaying.
Hey, are you okay? Of course
Oh shit.
What?
By the scale, Lord, is that blood?
Blood?
Bailiff, find anyone capable of casting healing magic. Escort them to the courtroom immediately.
After some scrambling, a couple of healers are able to help Nightgrave stabilize the prosecutor. In all the chaos, you caught a glimpse of her. There were deep wounds and blood on several parts of her body. She must have used some kind of illusion to hide them, but her disguise has completely dissipated now. Before Steelwind is taken out of the courtroom, you catch her whispering something into Nightgrave's ear. You see a look of confusion from him, but he nods and makes his way to the witness stand.
Oh, did Ares do something to her when she knocked her out? At the end of the last case. Or, no, at the end of the second case.
But not before passing a message onto the bailiff, who seems equally confused. Just what the hell is going on?
Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. What is going on? Why was Miss Steelwind so gravely injured?
I'm sorry, but I wasn't actually here as Miss Steelwind's aide. I was here as her healer. Her healer? The truth is, Miss Steelwind was violently attacked at noon today. She was in critical condition, but she insisted on prosecuting the case anyways. I owed her a favor, and she asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial.
Scale Lord, why didn't she just recuse herself?
She must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, you would have handily won the trial. Nevertheless, she showed up to prosecute because no one else would. And she did it all despite the risk to her life. It almost makes you respect her a little. Almost.
Anyways, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor?
What?
Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. In addition to that, Miriam's testimony shows that my client had nothing to gain from her father's death.
Mr. Mora, Miss Steelwind has been gravely injured. Are you still only concerned about?
The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client.
Even so, we cannot move forward until we find another prosecutor.
And how long do you think that will take, Your Honor? It's almost been 12 hours since the murder took place. That gives us what, 36 hours? After that, every magical trace of the crime scene will fully disappear. But there might be someone... If Steelwind had simply allowed another prosecutor to work this case, we wouldn't be in this situation. She took a risk and now she has to pay the price. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
You're not exactly proud of winning this way, but if this is what it takes to win, you won't let an opportunity like this pass you by. The judge is clearly unhappy with this turn of events, but it's out of his hands now.
Well, due to today's unprecedented events, I suppose I have no choice. There aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Miss Steelwind's place. We will take a brief recess. After that, I'll deliver my verdict.
Objection!
Tyrion? Wait, is he gonna take her place? Your Honor, I'm afraid that you can't pass your verdict just yet. A verdict just yet.
Mr. Cuthbert?
Cuthbert? What the hell are you doing? I don't know. But what I do know is that there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Freya's testimony.
But it looks like things aren't going to be as simple as you expected.
Oh shit. He's actually taking over Steelwind's place.
The night before.
Ugh, I feel so out of place here.
Despite your clear hatred for the nobility, you find yourself at a party filled with aristocrats. You hardly recognize anyone, but many of the people here clearly recognize you. You're used to receiving dirty looks from the upper class, but you can literally feel everyone's disdain for you.
Why are you in the corner by yourself? I can't believe I'd let you talk to me into coming here. Oh damn. Huh. Nice.
For reasons unknown, you lose your train of thought.
I've been wanting to wear this dress for a while now. What did you think? What's wrong?
You suddenly feel extremely flustered. It's difficult to make eye contact with her.
Oh, I see. Are you enchanted by my beauty? Come on, say something.
Ever since that night at Oranax, you felt like something has been off between you two.
Am I interrupting something? Mr. Mora. I wanted to check in on you two before we went to meet with Lord Freyga.
You spot a woman silently following behind her. Is she the client that Miss Tomorrow is representing? You're pretty sure that this is your first time meeting her, but she looks familiar for some reason.
Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Mr. Moore's ward.
You extend your hand out to shake hers. She has an aristocratic air to her, so you're hoping you're not being too informal. Instead of taking your hand, she clamps her hands together and takes a deep breath.
What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine.
Oh.
Nevertheless, she finally shakes your hand.
I've heard much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice.
You're not sure about the details, but your mentor appears to be brokering a deal between Beatrice and William Freyga. William Freyga is the ruling lord of House Freyga, so you're a little curious as to what kind of deal he'd be involved in, but you've learned not to pry into your mentor's business.
Anyways, we'll probably be gone for a while. Can I trust you two not to cause trouble? You're in a manor filled with the highest members of the nobility. You might meet some familiar yet unfriendly faces.
Well, keep a low profile, Mr. Mora.
Please do.
So, why were you insisted on accompanying Mr. Mora to the Lord's Ball?
That's...
You know you can just tell me anything, right?
Oh, she's happy now. I guess everything that happened in Organized made me think about things. I don't really know anything about my past or where I came from. I didn't want to think about it because of my dad and my mom, but...
You want to find out who your biological parents are?
I do, but I don't know now. Being here is starting to make me feel weird. I saw my mom, and looking for my parents feels wrong somehow.
I don't think that's true.
Really?
Mr. Moore adopted me when I was a child, and she gave me a purpose in life. But I still keep my childhood memories of my mother close to me. Mr. Moore and my mother are both important to me. I don't think it's disrespectful to find out more about yourself, and I'm sure your mother will understand.
You think so?
Of course. And I'm also sure of another thing. If I'm with you, I doubt any of those and the noble heroes will... If I'm with you, I doubt any of the nobles here will want to speak with you.
Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but...
Don't worry, I can find something to fill the time.
You're just going to play chess alone, aren't you?
Maybe?
You really need to learn to talk to other people. Make some new friends or something.
I don't need more friends. I usually want to spend most of my time with you anyways. Oh my god.
Anyways, I'm gonna try to talk to some people.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Celeste leaves to mingle with some of the other partygoers. You find yourself with very little to do, and doubt anyone will want to engage in small talk from the likes of you. Your hand instinctively goes to your satchel, and contains your foldable chessboard.
Well, it's not as if I have anything better to do. I should try to find an empty table to play on.
Each table has a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of the seats at the table are filled. It doesn't look like you're able to play here. You'll be able to play here. Several golden tinted chandeliers hang from the ceiling of the ballroom. They look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. It irks you a little how much wealth Lord Freyga must be hoarding to afford all of this.
This place looks pretty quiet, but there aren't any tables anywhere. Well, I could play on the floor.
Oh. What the? While walking through the hallways, you suddenly find yourself face to face with a large wolf. Immediately upon seeing you, the wolf quickly gallops away.
Did someone leave a door open?
You think about telling someone, but you remember that the manor is full of nobles. You're sure a servant will spot it eventually, and if it's not as if anyone will believe you anyways, it'll be probably best to find somewhere else to play. These are several jewels mounted on the wall, and they all look equidistant from each other. You already knew that House Freyga is wealthy, but embedding jewels into the wall makes the place look pretty tacky.
Oh, and there's the demon blood sword.
You look further into the manor and find a room with several displays. It looks like a gallery of some sort, but it's slightly out of place here. There are a few nobles in the room, and they're all silently appreciating the exhibits. Perhaps Lord Frege paid a museum to create some historical displays for the Lord's Ball.
Now that's a face I haven't seen before.
Okay. As you take a closer look at one of the exhibits, an old man approaches you. Is that a monkey on his back?
What voice do I give you?
Hello, my name is Harold Haraldson. I'm the curator of this collection.
Harold Haraldson. Is that a pseudonym or something?
No.
I see. Wait, he's a museum curator? He must be extremely knowledgeable about Wefengard's history.
You wonder.
Would you happen to know anything about the ancient dragons?
Ah, like the scale Lord Rathalion. There are many pieces in this gallery, and some of them were items that were wielded by the 7 heroes of Wefengard. Legends say that some of these items were directly enchanted by Rathalion himself. Enchanted by Rathalion? Would that mean that they also don't follow the rules of magic? Perhaps you should examine these items more closely.
It's a pair of metallic armbands. There are several magical runes that carved onto them.
Those are the armbands of intellect. They were actually created by a member of House Frege many centuries ago.
Centuries? That would make them these armbands of one of the first creations of artificery.
That's correct. Legends say that whoever wore these armbands will be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. Many believe that House Frege created these to aid them in their study of magic.
Okay. It's a painting of some sort of scientist.
That man is Luke Cuthbert. He was an alchemist and inventor from one of the branch families. He is well known for his studies into viewing intelligence into automatons.
Intelligent automatons. Would that make them similar to arcane constructs?
Yes, actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Von Sanctus used Dr. Cuthbert's research to create those constructs. So in essence, Von Sanctus is taking credit for someone else's work.
It's a painting of a researcher.
That is Professor Matt Ferland. He was a professor of some renown. He was a researcher of combinatorial magic theory.
What's that?
It's the study of how different types of magic interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment on what would happen if 2 anti-magic fields overlapped each other.
That's actually pretty interesting. What were the results of the experiment?
Well, they had mages enter the space where 2 fields overlapped. It turns out that those mages were able to use their magic in that space.
Wait, how would that be possible? They would have 2 anti-magic fields affecting them.
When the 2 fields overlap, they cancel each other out. I've heard that is akin to multiplying 2 negative numbers together.
Ah. Reverse curse technique. I'm just kidding. Man, I've been in the Jujutsu Kaisen dive as of recent. It's a pair of golden earrings. These are small jewels embedded into each of them.
Those are the earrings of vitality. It's said that the Scale Lord imbued a portion of his immortality into these. Legends say that whoever wore them would have their lifespan increased tenfold.
The Scale Lord could do things like that?
Of course, he is the Scale Lord after all.
Are there any spells that could create a similar effect to these earrings?
Not that I know of. A spell like that would probably fall under the school of necromancy. And I'm sure you know how much the kingdom scrutinizes that type of magic.
It's a crimson red short sword.
That's the sword of spell eating. Legends say that it has the power to protect its wielder from any kind of magic.
So it's like an anti-magic field.
In a way, yes, but it has less than heroic origins, I'm afraid. It's said that this sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon.
A demon?
Legends say that some demons had the power to absorb and nullify magic. A demon must have imbued some of that power into the sword. Or at least that's what the legends say.
Is it safe to put something like this on display? What if the legends are true?
Don't worry, these displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I bet even Lord Steelwind would have trouble getting into this.
Okay.
So what is a historian doing at the Lord's Ball, Mr. Harrelson?
Harold.
Right, Harold.
Anyways, Lord Frege invites my museum to set up some displays here every year. You must think it adds a semblance of culture. The fool.
You own a museum?
Yes, it's the Harrelson Hall of History, located in the city of Homherith.
That's a mouthful.
Unfortunately, I don't think his guests appreciate the historical significance of these items. Honestly, I think you're the only person in years who has taken a meaningful interest in them.
Sorry, but I really have to ask, is that a monkey riding on your back?
Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene.
You're familiar.
A familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical bond with. With that bond, our souls are forever connected. I can communicate with them telepathically. I could even cast my spells through him if I wanted to.
Really? I never knew a spell like that existed.
It's quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it.
Yeah, familiar.
Eugene helps me with my day-to-day. These old bones aren't as spry as they used to be, after all.
Harold.
Harold?
As a historian, do you have a lot of knowledge about the ancient dragons?
The answer to that question is somewhat complicated.
What do you mean?
Unfortunately, a lot of historical texts in my collection have been altered or even outright destroyed by the Church of Bahamut. Because of that, it's quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts.
Right. I remember encountering a similar problem at the Imperial Academy.
Ah, you must be quite dedicated to your studies.
They let the simpleton into the Imperial Academy?
Rude, but you suppose that can't be helped. I had to fight the church for a long time before I could even display dragon bones in my museum.
In the history of the ancient dragons, was there any instance of them granting powers to humans?
Well, of course. That's the entire premise behind the 7 heroes of Wibengard. Does this idiot not even know about that?
Right, but was there anything before that? Did they ever granted supernatural abilities that didn't follow the rules of arcane magic?
Granting supernatural abilities, you say? That sounds more like something demonic in nature, rather than draconic.
Demonic?
Much like the ancient dragons, demons are the stuff of myths. There are many stories of people selling their souls to them for untold power.
Selling their souls?
You recall that note that your mother left for you before she was executed?
Use my eyes. Peer beyond the divine gates as I once did.
She told you to use her eyes. Did your mother make a deal with the demon to give you the Eye of Horus? Is something wrong? This simpleton is far too superstitious.
No, nothing's wrong.
It's a bit much to take in, but you just might be overthinking this. There haven't been any recorded sightings of demons in recent history. There are only secondhand stories and superstitions. The Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic, can it? You hope Celeste's investigation is going better than yours.
How dare you insinuate that I engage in an adulterous relationship? That's not what I... Enough! If you dare try to speak with me again, I'll have the King's Guard throw you out! This isn't working. I don't think asking them like that will be very effective. What?
Oh, damn.
Whew. Damn, that's a pretty good dress.
Did you expect anyone to be truthful with you? You're essentially asking them if they cheated on their spouses. Have you been spying on me? Not intentionally. I was surprised to see you here of all places. Right, I guess that makes sense. You're not party crashing, are you? Of course not. I came here with Ruby and Tyrion. That honestly raises more questions than answers, but I'll take your word for it. Anyways, you're looking for your birth parents, aren't you? Was I being that obvious? It's the only reason I could think of. Why else would you be trying to speak with members of the nobility? I don't know if it's any of my business. But think hard about whether this is what you truly want. Getting entangled in the aristocracy would only bring you misery. I've read your file. You have everything you could ever want. You have your mother and your friends. You even have a lover. What? You're in a relationship with Mr. Cuthbert, are you not?
No, Tyrion's not my...
Really? From the way you two behave around one another, I just assumed. It's pretty obvious you have feelings for him.
What? How obvious?
Did he seriously not notice? I think someone with his deductive reasoning skills would easily see through you.
Oh yeah? What about you and Aster?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Come on, I was there at Von Sector's manor. It's so obvious you like him.
Please, you're grossly exaggerating things. He may be my fiancé, but I only have the utmost respect for him.
And what if I told you he's standing right behind you?
Do you honestly think Do you honestly think I'd fall for something like that? What are you falling for?
Your Highness?
Small child.
Oh, hello, Lady Steelwind.
Your Highness, please don't run ahead like that. Your conversation with Harold was definitely interesting, but you still find yourself with very few leads. Be it dragons or demons, the origins of the Eye of Horus still remains a mystery. You find yourself returning to the ballroom, and you spot Celeste in the corner with some other people. Is she with Aster and Steelwind?
Hey Aster, what do you think of Steelwind's dress?
It suits you well, Miss Steelwind. You look lovely. Squeak.
Gross.
As you approach the group, you're stopped by a knight from the King's Guard. He stares at you down.
What?
Repair your Arcanum.
Detect magic.
That was the incantation for detect magic. The knight stares at you up and down. Celeste hasn't cast any spells on you lately, so you shouldn't be able to see any traces of magic.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert.
What was that all about?
My apologies. They were making sure you weren't disguising yourself with an illusion.
The King's Guard are charged with keeping us safe. They must take every precaution to protect us.
Oh, and who might you be?
Do not speak so familiar with me, peasant.
Alaric, don't speak to him like that.
Why shouldn't I speak to him as I please? I am Prince Alaric de Wivengard IV. I will not demote myself by showing courtesy to a commoner.
Doesn't he mean to mean? Alright.
I'm terribly sorry about it, Mr. Cuthbert.
Hold on a second, be right back.
It's fine.
Anyways, weren't you supposed to be investigating your birth parent?
Oh wait, no, it's Tyrion. Anyways, weren't you supposed to be investigating your birth parents? Leave the poor woman alone.
She started it.
Right. I'm actually quite surprised to see you both here. What brings you to the Lord's Ball, Mr. Cuthbert? We're just accompanying Miss Tamara. Our client has business with Lord Frege. Our client? Oh shit. Beatrice! Oh boy.
Beatrice suddenly storms to the ballroom. She almost walks right past you before she hears Aster's voice. She looks furious. Did her discussion with Lord Frey go badly?
Oh, that voice. Is that you, Aster?
It really is you.
She called him Aster instead of Your Highness. Do they personally know each other?
I'm glad to see you again. It's been quite some time.
Ooh, bittersweet. Is that really all you have to say?
Ooh, and oh yeah.
It appears you two have much to talk about. I'll be taking my leave.
Oh boy. There's a bit of tension in the air.
Celeste, we should probably get going too.
Yeah. Wow, that was awkward.
Yeah. I wonder how those two know each other.
She's working with Miss Tamora, but she somehow knows Lord Frege and the Crown Prince. Just who is she? Well, you suppose it's none of your business.
Anyways, how did your investigation go?
I got nothing. I think all I did was make a bunch of nobles mad.
Sorry. I know you really wanted answers, and I'm sure something will come up.
You think so?
It might be a little irresponsible to give her hope like this. A noble abandoned her at a tavern in a rundown village. You doubt someone like that will make themselves easy to find.
Anyways, I don't want this night to be a total loss. Come on, dance with me.
Oh, she's happy and nervous. What? That's not really something I...
Don't be like that. How often do you go to a party like this?
Before you have a chance to object, she grabs your hand and starts dragging you into the middle of the room. You receive a few deadly looks from the aristocrats nearby.
Celeste, people are staring at us.
Who cares about what they think? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do.
She takes a hold of your other hand and begins to pull you into all waltz.
I don't even know how to dance. I've never done this before. Awkwardly doing this.
It's easy, just stop being so awkward about it.
That's easy for her to say.
Alright, just tell me what I need to do.
Well, first, you need to be closer to me.
Oh yeah, her move's definitely going up.
Oh boy. With one swift motion, she pulls your body closer to hers. Oh yeah.
Watch my movements and try to follow my lead.
It looks like he's looking down in her chest. You seem to know a lot about these things.
I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me?
I see.
You really don't know much about her, do you? You carefully watch the position of her feet and try to match her movements.
Yes, her feet.
After a while, you find yourself able to match her rhythm, but you still accidentally step on her foot every few beats. She doesn't seem fazed by it. Either she's being polite or she genuinely doesn't feel anything.
You're getting it, but don't focus so much on where your feet are. Just look at me.
Oh, what?
Come on, do it.
You try to break eye contact with her, but every time you do, you slowly find yourself being drawn back into her eyes. You feel so embarrassed that you're becoming lightheaded, and you find yourself perspiring more than usual. But at the same time, you don't have any urge to break away from her. There's a comforting warmth behind all of the anxiety you're feeling.
Ah, there he is, the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. Never turns away from challenging a noble, but can't dance a step to save his life.
Oh, you happy and nervous?
Her expression doesn't betray a hint of it, but you detect feelings of nervousness from her. Is she just as flustered as you are? you find yourself relaxing a bit more, and you're somehow able to continue matching your movements.
See? There you go. Although,
What is it?
you know the man is supposed to lead, right?
Maybe I don't subscribe to gender stereotypes.
Or maybe you just suck at this.
It's been a while since you felt this calm. There's always been something that you needed to prepare for. A client that needed saving, a culprit that needed catching, but you're quite content with this one brief moment you're able to spend with her. You almost find yourself getting lost in the mode, until you spot a familiar face, accompanied by a legion of knights.
No, don't tell me.
The knights storm their way towards where Beatrice and Aster are. Several of the attendees take notice, and they all stop what they're doing to see what's going on. Beatrice Frege, by the authority of the Wivengard Crown, you're under arrest. Did he just say Beatrice Frege?
Damn it, it was just getting good. We should go see what's happening, shouldn't we?
Yeah, let's go.
You are completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down.
Do you not recognize who you're speaking to? Let go of Lady Freya.
I can't really do that, your highnesses.
Aster, what's going on?
It's Lord Frege. He was found murdered in his study. All these cretins think that Beatrice is behind it somehow.
Sorry, your highness, but my orders came straight from Steelwind.
Lady Steelman sent you?
Beatrice takes in a deep breath and claps her hands together.
I should go with him. What? No!
My brother is right. You have no right to...
I don't want to cause friction between you and Ardia. She's always been meticulous. I'm sure she's just being careful. I'm sure I'll be exonerated once they've thoroughly investigated what happened.
Okay. If only that's what you truly want.
What? You can't just let him take her away?
Brother, she's correct. It is not in our place to interfere with the laws of our kingdom.
But...
However...
Yes, your highness?
Miss Beatrice is blind. One of your knights will need to escort her.
She's what? Did he just say that she's blind? Oh, yep, and there's that. Anyways, we're going to need you to take you to a holding cell, lady. One of you should stay with her and guide her through.
Please, I may be disabled, but I'm not a child.
Beatrice walks past the knights and heads towards the foyer. It appears she already knows the way out.
Shouldn't you all be following her?
Right. Inquisition, move out. You definitely didn't expect the night to go on like this. Just what is going on here?
I can't believe they kept us here until noon.
The Lord's Ball was already running well into the night, before the murder occurred. You'd like nothing more than to catch up on your lost sleep, but you made a promise to Aster.
This doesn't make any sense. Beatrice was with me and my brother the entire night.
Right. You were there when she met him, with him and Steelwind.
She couldn't have stolen the sword of spell eating and have murdered her father.
I don't understand. Of all the people that could have done this, why would Steelwind suspect a blind woman?
Mr. Cuthbert, could you defend Beatrice against these awful charges?
I don't even think I even need to.
What?
Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure she'll be the one defending her.
Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease.
Oh boy.
What's wrong?
I don't know if I'm asking too much, but could you still investigate the crime scene for me, Mr. Cuthbert?
What? But we just said that Miss Tomorrow will...
I know, and I don't doubt her abilities, but Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be found innocent.
He said that she was a dear friend. They must have known each other since she's... the Frege. But why would Miss Tomorrow of all people represent a member of a noble house? There are still a lot of things you don't know about her.
Of course, I'll also compensate you for your services.
Consider yourselves blessed. A commoner like you could only dream of a job like this.
Alaric? Okay, well, okay, I'm even getting paid for this, so I guess I'll look into it. The tiny prince has a point, though. A payment from the crown prince does sound tempting.
I can't believe this.
Celeste returns to the ballroom. She's changed back into her normal clothes. What's wrong?
The people in the coat room said they couldn't find my sword. They told me that someone must have stolen it.
Oh. What? Oh, I'm guessing that sword was disguised to look like the demon blood sword. Why would someone want to steal Celeste's sword? Aside from the group, everyone else in the ball was an aristocrat. You do recall saying that it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms. Someone might have stolen it because of its rarity. We can probably keep an eye out for it while we investigate the manor. This might all just be some kind of mistake.
I hope so. But anyways, where should we start first?
We should head to the crime scene.
I remember hearing that they found Lord Freck's body in his study. Let's go over there.
You arrive at the crime scene and see the unusual swarm of Inquisition Knights. However, you also spot some members of the King's Guard. They must have been working together since the victim is from one of the Pillar families.
I wasn't expecting to see you here, Mr. Cuthbert. I thought Ruby Tomorrow was defending this case.
Prosecutor Sealwind approaches you as you enter the study. She is followed by an unexpected yet familiar face.
Wallace, what are you doing here? He is here as my aide for the investigation.
You don't doubt Wallace's abilities, but you can't think of any reason why Steelman would need his help. But you suppose it's none of your business. Anyways, we're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. He hired us to investigate this case independently.
I see. I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're here on the behalf of His Highness, I'll do whatever I can to help you.
This whole situation is quite unorthodox, but your goal remains the same. Perhaps Steelwind can tell you more about what happened.
Ah!
What's wrong?
You can't see it, but the entire room is covered in traces of abjuration magic. Everything's glowing white.
Right, that makes sense. There were several anti-magic fields covering the manor. Those fields probably left traces of abjuration everywhere.
I won't bother showing you the traces of abjuration I find over here.
Repario Arcanum!
Okay. I thought it was gonna flashbang me for a second. It's a fireplace. Could the murderer have entered through here?
That wouldn't be possible. The chimney is far too narrow. Even a small child wouldn't be thin enough to fit through it.
There's a window that leads into this room. Could the murderer have escaped through here?
No, the window doesn't open and the glass is magically reinforced.
Okay. There's a large mahogany table at the end of the room. Lord Frege must have done his work here. There's a pool of blood and chalky outline where the body must have been. There are several books about economics and politics. Doesn't look like there's anything of note. There's a bookshelf filled with books.
I wonder what kind of books Lord Frege owned. Wait a minute, they're all blank.
All of his real books are on the floor on his desk.
There's a trace of illusion magic where the body was.
The assailant must have used some kind of magical disguise.
Or they turned themselves invisible.
Okay. What can you tell me about the murder?
William Frege was found dead in this room after the lockdown was lifted.
Wait, lockdown? What lockdown?
From what I can tell, his throat has been slashed open with a letter opener.
The cause of death was blood loss. Both of his carotid arteries were severed.
Here's the autopsy report if you want a detailed description.
Were you able to find the murder weapon?
Yes. The murderer left it at the crime scene. It was a letter opener owned by the victim.
The murderer must have found it in his room and used it.
There was one strange detail about the weapon. The handle was completely shattered. We're not sure what to make of that detail, but it's as if something crushed the handle with using tremendous force.
Oh. What could have caused the handle to shatter like that? You mentioned that there was a lockdown. When did this happen?
You didn't notice? The Inquisition did try to be discreet. but everyone noticed the commotion Beatrice and the two princes made over it. I suppose you two must have been lost in your little world, weren't you?
Oh.
Oh, that must have been while we were dancing. Well, anyways, you said that Lord Freya's body was found out after the lockdown. That means that something else must have happened prior. Supposedly, someone had broken into one of the Haraldson's exhibits. One of the magical artifacts was stolen. So there was also a theft last night. Does the Manor's lockdown system behave like the one at the Imperial Academy? The systems are somewhat different. Unlike at the Imperial Academy, the lockdown only prevents people from leaving or entering the manor.
So not all the rooms were locked, but what about this specific room?
This room does have observation wards that lock the door and prevent teleportation in and out of it. And in addition to that, the system placed an anti-magic field over the manor. An anti-magic field?
What's that?
An anti-magic field is a spell that nullifies all magic within it.
Yeah.
And the system somehow covered the entire manor in this effect.
If you notice, there are several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the manor. Each of those crystals produce an anti-magic field during the lockdown.
Ah, so that's what they're for. This is not just decoration.
So no one could cast magic during the entirety of the lockdown.
Not exactly. Someone could have stolen the artifact to circumvent it.
You mentioned that someone could have used the stolen artifact to get past the anti-magic fields. Which artifact was it?
It was the sword of spell eating.
That was the demon-forged item that could supposedly nullify magic. If the legends were true, someone could have used it to counteract the lockdown system.
After Lord Haraldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try to find it, but it was eventually found in Beatrice's room.
And that led them to believe that she had stolen it.
That's correct. The King's Guard moved to arrest her, but Prince Aster ordered them to stand down.
Oh, she's sad about that.
It didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party had ended.
But then they found Lord Freya's body.
Correct. We believe that she used the stolen sword to nullify the magical locks and break into Lord Freya's study. But if she had the sword, why wouldn't she use that to commit the murder? We're not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She might have wanted to prevent the theft by being tied to the murder. Or perhaps she had more confidence in wielding a knife over a sword. Regardless of her reasons, it's clear that the sword wasn't the murder weapon.
So she's not being implicated in Lord Freya's murder. She's also charged with stealing the sword of spell eating. But what possible reason could she have to do either of those crimes?
Since the body was found here, was Lord Freya locked in this room during the lockdown?
Yes, William Frege knew that this room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood and had locked himself in this room for the most of the night. He refused to let anyone into the room. The only person he spoke to after that was his daughter.
His daughter? Are you talking about Miriam?
No, Lord Frege had another daughter. I'm referring to Leif Frege, Lord Frege's middle child. She tried to tell her father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. He said that he wanted to stay in the study for the rest of the night.
When did this happen?
It was shortly before the lockdown was activated, a little after 1 AM.
I see.
Oh, that's what Leif looks like. Okay.
Oh, she's blonde. I was expecting to have light blue hair like Miriam.
Leif must have been the last person to see Lord Frege alive then. You should speak with her and get more details about Lord Frege's actions that night.
By the way, Steelwind, do you have a map of the manor?
I do. Would you like a copy?
Please, and thank you.
Alright, a floor 1. And a floor 2. Okay.
Were there any other witnesses aside from Leif who saw Lord Frege that night? Perhaps someone heard what happened from a nearby room.
There was someone who heard the altercation, but it was quite obscured. A servant was trapped in the storage room nearby. There's an air vent that connects this room to that storage room. He supposedly heard the sounds of struggle through the vent.
What did this witness hear?
There were sounds of a struggle before he heard Lord Frege choking on his own blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed the Kingsguard of what he heard. That's when they discovered the body.
I see. Who was the servant?
I believe you actually know him. His name is Jan Hughes.
Wait, Mr. Hughes is here?
You never expected to see him again. Much less here of all places.
Yeah, wasn't he the maintenance man from the academy? Yeah.
But if he's heard the altercation, you'll definitely want to speak with him.
I think I'm lacking a lot of information about the defendant. From the way you were both acting, you and Asta seem to know her. Your mentor didn't tell you about her? No, I tried not to pry into her business. I see. I honestly don't know much about what happened either. But Beatrice was Lord Freya's eldest daughter and the former heir to the House Freya. Former heir? About 5 years ago, she fled Freya Manor and went into hiding. None of us knew where she'd gone. She ignored any attempts we made to contact her. She even used her magic to prevent us from scrying her. Last night's ball was the first time in years that Asta and I had seen her.
Hold on, I got pinged. Okay. But if that's true, how did Miss Tamora meet her?
Would you happen to know why Beatrice was meeting with her father after all these years? I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Tamora and Beatrice have both refused to disclose anything about their meeting.
Damn it, what could have that meeting been about?
Speaking of which, I haven't seen Tamora anywhere in the manor. As the defendant's attorney, I would have thought that she'd be here to investigate the murder alongside you.
That is strange, but Miss Tamora has always had her own way of doing things. Perhaps she's using a different strategy.
Anyways, I imagine that she met her with her father to request financial aid. Why do you say that? I have it on good authority that she was deeply in debt. That's the only reason why she would have speak with her father after all these years. That's also why I believe she murdered her father. You think she murdered him for his inheritance? It's the only motive that makes sense.
Alright, there's a lot to work through here. The prosecution will try to assert that Beatrice committed the murder. But what would she have needed to do to carry out all of the actions described?
So the first thing we need to narrow down the time in which the murder occurred. When did the murder occur? The body was discovered after the lockdown was lifted. Oh wait, that was Celeste. Wait, was it Celeste? Hold on. The body was discovered after the lockdown was lifted. And Leif Frege saw her father alive before it was activated. He entered his study. I think you meant to say she entered his study. She entered his study and she watched as the lockdown engaged. Oh wait, no. Lord Frege entered the. Okay, yeah. The murder occurred during the lockdown. Right, the murder must have occurred during the lockdown. But that means that the murderer somehow got past the abjuration wards that protected this room. Those wards blocked teleportation, and they magically locked on the only door leading to this room. Steele and the Inquisition believe that Beatrice used the sworded spell leading to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume that the murderer used some kind of magic nullification to get into William's study. That's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it? If they were in the room when William locked it, they would have been trapped here until they decided to leave. Not only that, they would have been discovered the moment the guards entered his study. Maybe they used some kind of invisibility? Or they could have teleported away the moment the King's Guard unlocked the door. Teleportation didn't occur. We didn't find any traces of conjuration magic. What about Celeste's theory of an invisible assailant? I'll admit that we did find traces of illusion magic, but the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Yeah, people can also use that in D&D as well, so I'm not surprised. Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on, so mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility. So we know for sure that they weren't here before or after the lockdown. This means that whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the abjuration wards that protected this room. Okay. Next thing to consider is the murder weapon. It was a letter opening that was presumably owned by William Frege. The murderer probably used it to avoid leaving evidence that incriminated them. Right, the letter opener came from this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid using a weapon that would implicate them, so they decided to use it and leave it here after the deed was done. But that leaves a glaring hole in the prosecution's case. And what would that be, Mr. Cuthbert? What is flawed? Is not... No, Beatrice Frege is completely blind. Beatrice Frege is completely blind. Even if she were to somehow break into a highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guards and enter Lord Frege's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't see it in the first place? None of that makes sense. Committing this murder unseen would have been a tall order for anyone. I can hardly believe a blind person did all of this. You do well not to underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You don't know her well as I do. She's far more capable than you realize. She must have been the one behind this. I suppose I wouldn't know, but the idea that Beatrice did any of this is still ludicrous. I suppose I can't change your mind about that. But I have to ask you a question, Mr. Cuthbert. What would you do if you discovered that one of your clients was guilty? What? I mean, I tend to have an insight into these sorts of things. That would never happen. I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people, but I'm only hypothetically speaking. So, what would you do if they were guilty? I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer? If no one else would represent them? I don't know. It would definitely be a hard choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice. I see. Why do you ask? No reason. Okay.
Anyway, she's made her stance clear. You still have a lot of leads to follow up on. You should move somewhere else.
Come on, Tracker. Where are you?
As you enter Beatrice's room, you are unexpectedly met with a large cloud of dust.
Wow, this place has not been cleaned up.
Oh, there's Leif.
Oh!
Your vision clears up and you realize there's someone else in the room with you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude.
No, there's no need to apologize. But I would like to know what you're doing here. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. We're investigating the murder of William Frege. Oh, I see.
My apologies, I didn't quite get your name.
My name is Leif. Leif Frege.
So this is Leif. According to Steelwind, she was the last person to see Lord Frege alive yesterday. She must have had some information about how she was acting that night.
I'm sorry for your loss, Lady Frege, but do you mind if I ask you some questions about last night?
Of course.
Prosecutor Steelwind told us that you were the last person to see him alive. Did you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior?
Well, he was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The servant said that he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after their meeting. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't care much about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone and let the Kingsguard investigate the sword. He was probably busy making the changes to his will.
Now that's an interesting thought.
When did you speak with him last?
It was before they activated the lockdown. It was a little after 1 AM that night.
And do you have any idea what he was doing in his study?
What? No, I have no idea.
You detect some fear from her.
Lady Frege, is there something you're not telling us? It's important that we know about your father's actions before his death.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything else. My father was a private man and didn't share much with anyone, even his own family. I wish I could be more of help, but I really don't know anything else. I refuse to believe that's why he was killed.
She's clearly holding something back. If you can reveal what she's hiding through an argument, she might be more willing to cooperate, but you'll need more information about William and his will first. In the meantime, you should figure out what else she knows.
I noticed that this room hasn't been cleaned recently. Do you know why? It's because I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room. And why would you do that? Beatrice is very dear to me, and I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room was the only memory I had of her after she left.
You suppose that makes sense. She must have been holding on to that hope that her sister would return.
And what about the sort of spell eating? Do you know how it ended up in this room? I'm not sure. It's possible someone planted it here to frame Beatrice. I can't say why they would choose this room though. What kind of person was your father?
Oh boy.
Not a good person.
It doesn't look like William Frege was very beloved.
My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant scholar and a businessman, but he was a cold and distant father.
I see. Did he have any enemies?
As the head of House Frege, he controlled nearly every banking house in Wivengard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power.
Can you remember anyone specific? Perhaps someone that he slighted recently?
There was Lloyd von Sanctus.
The ruling lord of Oranax.
Yes, I heard that he was recently involved in a court case. My father has been using the controversy as an opportunity to slowly take control of von Sanctus Industries, and from what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that.
Von Sanctus's reputation must have taken a hit after the Dracogen trials. Thanks to me, bitch! You doubted he'd get himself involved in another murder, but you can never be too sure. You want to speak with him and get more details. Although, would he even consider cooperating with you?
Anyways, are there any other enemies you might have had?
No, none that I can think of.
What can you tell me about Beatrice Frege? I heard that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago.
Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. She is incredible. At the age of 13, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's. But it was never enough for him.
What do you mean?
Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters.
Oh man, sexist as fuck, am I right?
Everyone thought that Beatrice would inherit the House Frege from my father, but our family knew the truth. William Frege would never leave his legacy in the hands of a woman.
Damn.
What? No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her. He constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed anything she said to him. And after the accident, he used her disability as an excuse to take away the little influence she had.
The accident? There was an accident that gave her a disability. Is that why she's blind?
If it's not too painful for you, could you tell me more about Beatrice's accident?
Is this even relevant to the investigation?
Any small detail could make a difference. I need to learn everything I can.
I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. She was trying to create a new spell formula. We're not sure what happened, but there was an adverse magical reaction. The resulting explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind.
I can't imagine how she must have taken that.
Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. But that didn't matter. My father saw his opportunity. He told me that he was relieving her of her duties so that she could recover. But I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social standing. She was reduced to a mere decoration for our home.
And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time she was missing?
No. No one had heard from her during that time. But as much as I was worried for her, I was also a little happy. Like Miriam and I, she had finally broken free from my father. I have no idea what would cause her to return here.
That man, he was my father, but I can't say I have any fond memories of him.
It must have been difficult to deal with.
You had no idea. He was cruel, tyrannical, and only ever cared about his own legacy. He was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to maintain his power and status, including his own daughters.
It sounds like his treatment of Beatrice was particularly harsh.
It was. He never saw her as a worthy successor to our family's legacy, simply because she was a woman. Even after her accident, he used her disability as an excuse to strip her of any power she had left.
I can only imagine how difficult that must have been for all of you.
It's been a constant struggle, but we managed to survive. As bad as it sounds, now that he's gone, we might have a chance to rebuild our family.
Right. Okay, so this full floor. Foyer, sitting room, courtroom, kitchen, pantry, stairway, bathroom, storage room. This is where this is where the murder happened. Okay, this is the storeroom right here. And floor 2. Beatrice's bedroom. That's where we are now, and this is the bathroom. Miriam's room's there, room towar's there, Leif's room's here, stairway, William's bedroom, and yeah, the gallery. Okay.
Even after being blinded, Beatrice continued to fight for her freedom. Despite everything that's happened to her, she's always remained determined to live her life on her own terms. I remember when she first came back to the estate after her accident, my father was convinced that she'd be completely helpless without her sight. But she refused to let her blindness define her. She learned how to navigate the estate using her other senses and continued to study magic. It's ironic, really. My father tried to use her disability as a way to control her, but in the end, it was a thing that allowed her to break free.
It's a highly extravagant bed. It looks similar to the one in Miriam's dorm. It's a dresser covered in a layer of dust. It doesn't look like it's been touched in years. It's a table for guests, but it's extremely dusty.
Repario Arcanum.
Oh, what do we have here?
There's a trace of transmutation magic under the bed. I can't see it clearly. Let me take a closer look. It's Crimson Lotus!
What?
It's my sword! What?
You never knew her sword had a name.
So this is where it's been!
But why would it be here?
This is also the room where they found the sword of spell eating. Are true thefts related somehow?
But why? The only thing similar about them is that they're both swords.
There's definitely more to this, but what?
Yeah. Well, they do look similar to each other, so...
You think you've learned everything you can for now. Perhaps you should move somewhere else.
We're not gonna argue with her? Come on, man. Alright, fine. Wow, this looks awfully modern.
You enter the storage room hoping to investigate the air vent that connects to the Lord Freya's study, where you come across a person laying on the floor.
What? Jan, is that you?
Oh man, what's with all this noise? I was having such a good nap too.
Mr. Hughes.
Whoa, it's you two.
Why are you taking a nap in the storage room?
I needed to take a break from all the chaos going on. The King's Guard won't let us leave until they finish investigating the murder. And this pompous noble shooed me away when I tried sleeping in one of the couches. I didn't expect anyone to find me here.
Anyways, the prosecutor told us you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. Do you think you can tell us what happened?
Sure, why not? My nap's kinda ruined anyways.
There are several boxes in this room. They appear to contain various cleaning supplies. It's a stepladder.
I agree.
It's an air vent that leads into the Lord Freya's study. Supposedly, Jan heard the altercation between Lord Freya and his assailant through this. Oh wait, no. I thought of something earlier. Oh, whatever.
So you're working as a servant now?
Not exactly, but I was a part of the catering staff. The twins started their own food business after Freya threw us out of the academy.
Right. Sorry about that.
Nah, it's not your fault. Even if Redmond was still headmaster, I'm sure the board would have found some other way to get rid of us.
Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too?
No, they just contracted some staff to Lord Freyja for the Lord's Ball. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing. You wonder how they feel about this. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. That is true.
Oh yeah, they have control over the school board.
William must have offered them a lot of gold. Man, I can't believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Do I have like bad luck or what?
The prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation through the vents. Could you tell us exactly what you heard?
Well, I didn't hear everything. I was taking a nap in this room when it happened.
Why were you napping here?
I didn't have a choice. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped here. Right, you recall Steelman mentioning that. Anyways, I heard the sound of some kind of struggle going on. I couldn't hear everything, but I heard Lord Freyja shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" That went on for a few seconds, then I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed.
Did you hear the voice through the assailant?
They didn't say anything, but I did hear them. Their voice was really raspy. I think they had a sore throat or something. Or were they trying to mask their voice?
Why did you enter the storage room anyways?
The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running the vents upstairs, and I followed it here. I figured I had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door was locked. I didn't have anything else to do, so I took a nap. Okay, rats in the vents. You only heard a few words before the murder struck the final blow. That doesn't give you much to go on, but this testimony could be relevant later. For now, you should probably move somewhere else and gather more information. You explore the manor further and find one of its many sitting rooms. And there you happen to spot a very familiar face. He's sipping a glass of wine. And his expression turns disdainful the moment you entered the room.
Oh, wonderful. As if my day couldn't have gotten any worse. Well, Sanctus, what are you doing here? The head of the noble house had just been murdered. I can't very well return to Ordax when my affairs are in such disarray. Anyways, forget what I'm doing here. What are you doing here? Oh, I just want to have a friendly chat with one of my favorite noblemen. I heard that you've been keeping busy since we last met. Must have been difficult losing your empire to Freyja.
Tyrion, we do need his help.
Is that so? And what makes you think I helped the likes of you? Because it would take the suspicion off of you. And let's face it, with your reputation, you could use all the help you can get. How dare you? I'll have you know that I'm still a respected man of the nobility. Respected? Is that why everyone is talking about your hand in Justin Way's death? Because the way I see it, being involved in another scandal would destroy what little remains of your reputation. But it makes no difference to me, and to be perfectly honest, I like nothing more than to drag you onto the stand and embarrass you a second time.
You can practically hear him grinding his teeth together.
Very well. If it means I won't have to endure your presence any longer, I'll oblige to answer your questions. Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you. Miss? Wouldn't you have much to gain from William Freyja's death? On a surface level, you might be right, but it's far more complicated than that. House Freyja controls the banking houses. They're the main pillar of support for the Wivengard's economy. William's death could have unimaginable economic consequences regardless of who inherits his house. I wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. That remains to be seen. Think what you will. There are others who would benefit from William Freyja's death. You mentioned that other people would benefit from Freyja's death. Who specifically? If I had to venture a guess, I would say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most. Do you mean the prosecutor's father? But you just said that Lord Freyja's death could have unimaginable consequences for the economy. Do you think that brute cares about the Wivengard's economy? No, all that man cares about is power. Pure and physical power. House Steelwind and House Freyja have been fighting for control over Wivengard for generations. And in this long-lasting era of peace, the Steelwind's military have become far less valuable to the crown. If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement to the Crown Prince, they might not even be considered a pillar family anymore. The death of William Freyja probably
is probably exactly what Lucio Steelwind has been waiting for. And if our economy were to suffer, it would cause uncivil unrest. In a scenario like that, the Crown would have to rely on the Steelwind's forces to maintain order.
That does make sense, but could Arya's father really be involved in this?
It's clear you think Lucio Steelwind would have much to gain from this, but can you think of anyone else? Well, there is Harold Haraldson.
That can't be his real name.
But what would Mr. Haraldson possibly gain from Frega's death? From what I've heard, William was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History.
Really? Why would he do that?
I'm not sure of the specifics, but supposedly Lord Haraldson had refused to omit the less flattering parts of Rivengard's history from his exhibits. It's gotten blatant enough that he's drawn the ire of the king himself. They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. I heard that William declared that he would be removing House Haraldson from his estate.
You don't want to suspect Mr. Haraldson, but you need to examine every possibility. As the curator, he would have the easiest access to the sword of spell eating, and he could have staged a robbery to cover his tracks. At the very least, you could give Mr. Haraldson a chance to explain himself.
What can you tell me about the defendant in this case? What? She's your client. Surely you would know her better than I. Humor me. Well, I'm sure you're aware that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. In doing so, she dealt a blow to House Frege's reputation and directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking your engagement to him.
Wait, Beatrice was engaged to Aster?
Yes, it was quite a scandal at the time. And Lucio wasted no time in pushing his daughter into taking Beatrice's place.
Oh, is that why those three were all so awkward last night?
Honestly, the situation is just an absolute mess, and that woman's return will complicate things.
Beatrice's return complicates things. What did he mean by that?
Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you? What are you on about now?
Please don't insult my intelligence, Von Sanctus.
Fine, if you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter Leif.
Leif?
Since Beatrice shows no sign of returning, it was apparent that Leif would inherit House Frege instead of her. I know that when my days are numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house, so we both came to an accord. My son and Leif were arranged to be wed. However, Lord Von Sanctus would have been absorbed, but at least my Jaden would stand at the helm of House Frege.
You nobles are absolutely awful. I should probably consider myself lucky.
Think what you will, I wouldn't expect a commoner to understand. That's the problem with your generation, you have no sense of duty or obligation. Leif has already expressed resistance to this marriage, even though she was well aware of the details. Now I worry she'll hide behind her sister to turn the engagement altogether.
Ah. Leif never mentioned any of this, and as much as you hate to think it, William's death would get her out of this arranged marriage. You should talk to her about this. Anyways, Von Sanctus gave you a decent list of suspects. You've probably learned everything you can from it for now. It'll be best to move the fuck out of this room.
Okay, nothing here. Okay. Oh yeah, the gallery, yeah.
You return to the gallery and see a legion of knights inspecting the crime scene. However, you don't see Mr. Haraldson anywhere. The Inquisition must be questioning him. Perhaps you should follow another lead while you wait for him to return.
Okay. Okay, let's argue this bitch into hell.
Leif Frege seems to be hiding what her father was doing in the study. You doubt that she's doing this out of malice. She might not even think that it's relevant to the case. But William Frege has had many enemies, and he has retreated into his study to do something that night. And that something could be very well related to why he was murdered.
Yes. Bring it, bitch. You just met her again, she has no reason to trust you, she believes Beatrice is innocent over everything else. She's usually sincere, so it's unlikely that she's actually involved in her father's murder. She might react well if you respond with a similar sincerity. Okay. Is there something you're not telling us, Leif? Because I have a feeling that you know more than you're letting on. But what? What was your father doing in his study? I already told you, I don't know. I have no idea what my father was doing. My father was a private man. He wouldn't share something like that with me. Where's the fucking story? No. The me studying like this. She told him about the theft of the sword. Oh, that spoke to this. He spoke to this. Yeah, she told him about the sword. Okay, where's the story? What the fuck was it? So wait, I have no idea what my father was doing. Okay. This? Yeah. He was making some sort of change to his will, wasn't he? What? Did someone else tell him? I read your mind! I say that in my mind. Why did you find the need to hide this from us? I didn't! The thoughts you saw earlier seem to disagree with that. We've only just met today, so I understand if you don't trust us. But the Inquisition thinks that Beatrice murdered your father, and they claim that she did so for his inheritance. That's absolutely absurd! Regardless, your father's inheritance is the likely motive behind this murder. Many people would have thought I'd have a lot to gain from his death, including you. Excuse me? I was not involved in this. How could you even think that I'd be capable of something like this? Doubt, threaten, rationalize. I think rationalize because of her sincerity. I didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this, but it's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. This means that their plan heavily relied on who William Frege was leaving his assets to. So I need to know, Miss Frege, how was your father planning to change his will? I don't know. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. I've already told you my father was a secretive man. He didn't share the details of his estate with me. I'm pretty sure he fucking did. What are you hiding? My friends. Completely blind. Where's the story? From you? No. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. How about lace engagement? This? Yeah. Is that really true though? What? I already know about your arranged marriage to Jaden Von Sanctus. And I also know that as a part of this deal, Jaden would inherit House Frey instead of you. Yeah. You definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it, which means that you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So what aren't you telling me, Miss Frege? I can't trust you. I can't trust you. What? You are here on behalf of the Crown Prince Asta. The Four Pillar families and the Crown have much to gain from my father's death. How can you assure me that this information will be used against my family?
So that's why she's been so secretive.
Appeal. Yeah, I think appeal will work. There's nothing I can say. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me. But please understand, I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. And to do that, I need to know everything that he was doing that night. I have no reason to trust you, but somehow, I can tell you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice?
You're about to reassure her that you will, but something in the back of your mind stops you.
I'll get to the truth of what really happened. Okay, if that's what you're truly planning to do, I'll tell you what I know. I wasn't trying to be uncooperative, but I didn't know who I could trust. Considering the circumstances, that's perfectly understandable. I'm not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice had returned and was even more impudent than before. He must have been angry about something she said during their meeting. Did he tell you what their meeting was about? He didn't, and I honestly didn't really care. I was just so happy that my sister had finally returned, but my father clearly felt the opposite. Before he entered his study, he told me that he would be pruning the family tree. He was going to disinherit my sister and several other members of our family. He probably started drafting a new will to reflect that decision.
Yeah.
Has anyone found the draft of this will?
No, it was one of the first things I looked after the investigation began.
The modified will is missing. You doubt that it would even be enforced. You never got the chance to submit it for probate before he died. But you can't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it.
Did anyone else know about this?
No one. How did you even tell Lady Steele when she was questioning me?
Because it would have given Beatrice a motive to commit the murder. Anyways, thank you, Miss Frege.
Mr. Cuthbert,
Yes?
my sister is not a bad person. There's no way she'd do something like this.
Despite what she says, she seems to have some doubts.
She's in good hands. Ruby Tamura's the one defending her in the trial after all.
I hope so.
Anyways, you think that you've learned everything you can from Leif. There's only one last person to speak with. Harold Haraldson.
Let's go interrogate that man in the gallery.
This is a complete mess. As you enter the gallery, you spot Haraldson inspecting the shattered remains of a display case. If you recall correctly, the display case that he's looking at once held the sword of spell eating. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, I had a feeling I'd be seeing you again. He's working for the Crown Prince. Can he be trusted? It seems word has spread about your deal with Asta.
Hello again, Mr. Haraldson.
Harold.
Right. Harold, I'm sure you already know that I'm investigating the murder of William Frege, and the prosecution suspects that someone used the sword of spell eating to break into Lord Frege's room. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the theft last night.
I'll tell you what I can, but I'm not sure how much help it'll be.
I can't believe a museum owns such a powerful magical item. I would have expected the noble houses to take them for themselves.
Well, the nobility of today don't have much use for items such as these. The power of a lord is based on politics rather than magical strength, and a noble wouldn't want to wield the sword of a demon, even if the legends are just stories.
A demon?
Oh, right. The sword of spell eating is said to have been forged from a pact between a demon and a mage.
Isn't making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They'd definitely betray you the first chance they got.
Well, legends say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason.
Wait, do you mean like a legally binding contract?
The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. It's said that violating its terms will result in instant death for the offender, no matter who it is.
So I guess there's some protection.
Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand that it's possible to exploit and use loopholes in any contract. And according to the legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people.
According to the prosecution, the theft took place during the Lord's Ball. Shouldn't there have been plenty of witnesses in the gallery at that time?
That's the strangest thing. Supposedly, the gallery room was completely empty when it happened.
What? That can't be right.
And honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter the display case anyways.
Were the wards protecting the case that powerful?
They were powerful, but that's not the issue here. It would be the one thing to dispel the wards and removing the glass protecting it. But it's another entirety to completely annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed.
Oh, you mean like a certain mage who has surpassed her father in magic? So you're saying that the force was applied was excessive?
Yes, and that's not the worst of it. It's clear that the sword of spell eating wasn't the only item that was stolen.
What? Was there another artifact stolen that night? You mentioned that another item was stolen.
Yes, it's extremely concerning. After the sword of spell eating was reported missing, I checked the other exhibits. That's when I discovered that the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well. And unlike the sword of spell eating, we still haven't found the armbands. You look at the glass case where the armbands used to be. They've been removed, but the glass case is completely intact.
The thief didn't shatter the glass.
Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. What?
What's going on here? The two thefts are completely different from one another. Are they even related? Or did
2 thieves coincidentally steal from Harold that night? You mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter the display case. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects for the theft? Not everyone attending the ball could cast spells that powerful.
Well, according to the Inquisition, Beatrice Frega's magic was powerful enough to have done this.
Discounting the fact that she's completely blind.
Yes, I'm aware of that, and it doesn't quite sit right with me either.
Was there anyone else at the Lord's Ball capable of matching Beatrice's power?
Only the heads of the 4 pillars could have invoked magic this powerful, but apparently Beatrice is an exception to that. Is Beatrice really that powerful, or is she being scapegoated by one of the house leaders?
But the cases can be opened normally, can't they? Otherwise, how would you transport the artifacts from place to place?
Ah, yes, the magical locks on the case can be disabled. You detect some fear. Is he hiding something?
How are they normally disabled?
They can be turned on and off by using a spoken password.
And how many people know this password?
Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved.
Okay. So Harold could have stolen the sword that night. Could he have staged the robbery to cover his tracks? Harold, a witness told us that you got into an argument with William Frege on the night of the murder. Was William Frege planning on defunding the Haraldson Hall of History?
Oh boy. Yes, he was. He made that very clear. But that doesn't mean that I had anything to do with his murder.
We're not saying that you did, but I needed to explore every possibility. So I need to ask, did your argument that night turn hostile?
I'll admit that our discussion turned heated, but it never escalated to threats or violence. With how insulting he was, it should have. William was being unreasonable, and I was frustrated, but that's all there was to it. He deserved what happened to him. The eye shows more resentment than he's letting on.
Did you have any conflicts with him prior to that night?
We have had disagreements in the past. He was receiving pressure from the royal family about what I was displaying in my museum. The king believed that some of my exhibits were too controversial for the public eye.
What do you mean?
I'm sure you've noticed the rising tensions between the common folk and the nobility. I've never been one to shy away from the bloody parts of Wivengard's history. The citizens must know about these parts of history, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. However, the king believed that my historical exhibits did nothing but dig up old wounds. Nothing but simpletons, a lot of them. The nobility thinks they can smooth public relations by censoring history, as if it couldn't get any worse. Anyway, it's clear that Harold is passionate about his work. Would that passion drive him far enough to commit murder, though?
Thank you for your time, Harold.
Harold.
I think we'll be on our way now. We have a lot of info, but none of it really leads anywhere. So many people had the motive to murder William Frege, but who actually did it?
Perhaps you should take some time to review everything that you've learned.
Motives aside, let's go over the events that happened last night. It all started when the sword of spell eating was stolen. What do we know about the thief? About the thief of the sword? We don't have a specific suspect, but we do know something about them. Is a powerful mage.
It would be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it, but it's another thing to completely annihilate the observation wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed.
The thief was a powerful mage. That's the only way they could have shattered the magically reinforced glass. But what about Harold? You could have just unlocked it using his password. You could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but he couldn't have shattered the glass. Only a powerful mage could have done that, and I doubt Harold would lie about that when we could easily confirm it with Steelwind. Right, but then what happened next? They brazenly stole the sword of spell eating. This caused Harold to report the theft to the Kingsguard. After Lord Haraldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try to find it, but it was eventually found in Beatrice's room. And that led them to believe that she had stolen it. That's correct. The Kingsguard moved to arrest her, but Prince Astor ordered them to step down. And then there's Leif's statement. My father was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The The servants said that he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after the meeting. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. This happened before they activated the lockdown. It was little after 1 AM that night.
What does this tell about William Frege? Latest account gives us a clearer fact about when William died. Died after theft was reported. No? The time of death was after the encounter? Had to have been him. Harold met Aster before the body was found? No? What? What does this tell us about William Frege? William met Aster before the lockdown was lifted? Oh no, the lockdown was out. No? What? No? What the fuck? William died during? Before the lockdown. No. Oh wait, no, I've met Aster. I keep thinking someone else. No. What the fuck is this talking about? William died, met Aster, blah blah blah. William died. After, before, at the moment, after, before. After the theft was reported. No? They spoke with Lord Frege before he went into his study. Okay. And like Night Graziers, the time of death was after this encounter. Okay. Ah, there we go. William Frege was murdered after the lockdown was activated.
This means that whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown and broke into the magically locked room. They had to have used the sword, right?
That's likely, but not necessarily true. An anti-magic field would also have the same effect. The murderer could have stolen the sword spell, leading to throw off the investigation.
But anti-magic is a high-level spell. Not many mages would be able to cast it.
And I doubt any of the nobles here would let us see their spell compendiums. But because of how powerful anti-magic field is, we can still conclude that the murderer is a powerful mage. This actually narrows down our list of suspects.
That's still not concrete evidence, though. And we still haven't even spoken to all of the suspects yet.
Right, you never got the chance to speak with Lucio Steelwind, but given his status, you wonder if it would even be possible. Either way, it's a good start, and it's not as if we're defending this case. The trial's getting close anyways. You don't doubt Mr. Moore's abilities, but you should share what you've learned with her before the trial begins. It's a little strange that you haven't seen her since the investigation began, but she might be meeting with Beatrice at the dungeon. To the dungeon? You arrive at the dungeon and search for Miss Tamora. She wasn't at the crime scene, so she must be here to discuss the case with Beatrice. Or at least that's what you thought, but you don't see her anywhere.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert.
Oh, hi.
You were so caught up in your thoughts, you didn't even notice that you were walking right in front of Beatrice's cell.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Celeste lets out a shriek, and Ares approaches you from behind. For a split second, you see her hand dart towards her sword. It appears that she hasn't gotten over her instinctual fear of Ares.
Ares, what are you doing here?
Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father. He sent me here to help her through this ordeal.
That brings up many more questions, but you don't really have the time to pull on that thread. You have less than an hour before the trial begins. You need to find Miss Tamora.
Have either of you seen Miss Tamora? I have some things to share with her.
She was just here, but she left to retrieve some documents from her office.
Do you have any idea when she'll be back?
She didn't say, but if your discussion has something to do with the case, I could pass a message on to her.
You feel a little hesitant for some reason, but it is her life on the line. If anyone should know about what you found during your investigation, it's her.
Okay, let me tell you what I know.
You spend some time going through your findings with Beatrice, from your list of suspects to the possible motives behind the murder. You notice that with each revelation she becomes more uneasy. The idea of someone framing her must have been stressing her out.
I see. You've certainly been very thorough.
Yes, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone.
We underestimated him. If he reveals these findings to Prince Asta, he might suspect something.
What?
Sorry, I was just deep in thought.
And you were able to catch one of those thoughts.
Beatrice, I'm sure you're aware that Prince Aster has your best interests at heart.
I know. Even though we haven't spoken for the last 5 years, I still consider him a dear friend.
I suppose you have no issue with me sharing these findings with him.
Of course not. This is bad. Even he wouldn't support us if he knew that I was involved.
Wait, what was that? Her thoughts just said that she was involved. Did she actually murder her father?
Is something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert? You look a little pale.
Beatrice was actually behind this, but how? She's completely blind. She couldn't have navigated through the matter and avoided the guards. No, you must have been taking her thoughts out of context. That's it. Surely, you're on copium.
Mr. Cuthbert, perhaps you should get some rest. You look dreadfully tired.
You think very carefully about what to say next. There's one way to get a certain answer through the eye, but if you're wrong...
Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you?
Tyrion?
You see her gaze narrow in response to your question. Once again, she claps her hands together. She's clearly trying to stay calm.
Do you suspect me now, Mr. Cuthbert?
You didn't answer my question, Beatrice.
As if I need to justify it with a response. But no, Mr. Cuthbert, I was not responsible for my father's murder. At least not directly. I was technically an accomplice.
Oh. An accomplice? Did she work together with someone?
Cuthbert?
Miss Tamora?
Your mentor seems to have sensed the mood in the air. She raises an eyebrow at you.
Miss Tamora, can I speak to with you alone for a second?
Okay. What's wrong? Is everything okay?
Miss Tamora, Beatrice, she actually did the murder, William Freya.
Miss Tamora's gaze narrows. Her eyes dart around the room to make sure the guards didn't overhear you.
What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that?
I used the Eye of Horus on her. She conspired with someone else to orchestrate William Freya's death.
Oh.
Have you told anyone else about this?
No. It's not as if they believe me anyways. You're the only person who knows about my abilities.
Okay, just stay quiet about this for the time being. Anyways, I need to get ready. The trial starts in half an hour.
What? You're not seriously gonna defend her, are you?
Of course I am. I'm her attorney.
But she's guilty. I saw it.
Look, at this point, I don't know what you saw. Do you think I could just abandon my clients minutes before a trial?
No, but...
It's not for either of us to decide who's guilty and who's not. Everyone has a right to an attorney. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor to keep things fair. More importantly, you have no right to use the Eye of Horus on my client without my permission. What? But I don't have time to argue about this. We will be talking about this later.
Before you have a chance to respond, Miss Tamura walks away. Celeste sees both of you and awkwardly approaches you.
Oh, so this is what the argument was.
Hey Tyrion, is everything okay?
Celeste, I think Beatrice was actually behind this.
What?
You don't blame her for not believing you. It's not as if you can tell her about the Eye of Horus. Although, why haven't you told her?
Alright, I believe you.
What?
You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right? But if what you're saying is true, what do we do now?
You think long and hard for a moment.
I don't think we need to do anything.
What?
Steelwind is handling the prosecution, and she's definitely no pushover. If Beatrice is truly guilty, I'll just have to trust her to get the job done. Either way, I don't think we're in any position to get involved.
Alright, if you say so.
It's really none of your business. You have no stake in this. You're not obligated to do anything. You've done everything you can. It's in their hands now. Until she fucking passed out and phased through the fucking table. It's none of your business. This isn't your fight. William Freyr was a tyrant and a bigot anyway. He's a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from the common folk. The world is better off without him, and it's not as if you didn't try. All you have to do is wait for the trial to run its course.
Objection!
And then... Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet.
Mr. Cuthbert?
Cuthbert? What the hell are you doing?
I don't know. But what I do know is there was a massive contradiction in Mir and Frega's testimony.
Or were you kidding? As if you were ever the type of person to stand by and do nothing.
Alright, time to go against our own mentor. Your Honor, the prosecution, I would like the right to cross-examine this witness.
Bailiff, please arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I am holding him in contempt of court.
Wait.
You didn't really think this through, did you? Instead of following his orders, the bailiff walks over to the judge's podium and whispers something into his ear. What?
I see. Very well then.
What were they saying?
It appears that Miss Steelwind has somehow predicted that this would happen. In accordance to her wishes, Mr. Cuthbert may act as the prosecutor instead. Oh shit, so we're the prosecutor now. Okay, that's actually a turn of events that I did not expect. Because usually in Ace Attorney, you don't really play the prosecution side. Unless you're Edgeworth. Unless you play the Edgeworth games. Which I have not yet, but I will eventually when the remastered comes out in like the 6th of September.
What the hell? You can't be serious.
I am honestly just as surprised as you are, Mr. Mora. But Miss Steelwind has apparently designated him as her stand-in. It's unorthodox, but it's also legal.
You recall something strange Steelwind asked you earlier today.
So, what would you do if one of your clients was guilty?
I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer.
If no one else would represent them?
I don't know. It'll definitely be a hard choice for me. But I'll never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice.
I see.
Steelwind, did she somehow know this would happen?
Well, this isn't how I expected the trial to go.
Shortly after you barged onto the prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly followed behind you. Curiously, she only did so after the bailiff didn't arrest you.
I guess we're really doing this.
What's wrong?
This feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom.
I mean, this is where the prosecutor is supposed to stand.
No, this feels way too jarring. Ruby, can we switch tables? What?
Please ignore her.
No, this is way too weird. Tyrion, get her to switch with us.
Celeste.
For the love of... I genuinely do not care. Cuthbert can have this side if he wants it so badly. No, I like the right side of the... Oh, come on, I just got comfortable on the right side of the courtroom. Come on. God damn it. Curse you, game devs.
With that out of the way, let's resume proceedings. Assuming that we're all at our preferred spots.
We are, Your Honor. As much as you hate to admit it, you are more comfortable here. Not that you want to encourage her.
With all of these interruptions, I think it is best to review the proceedings up until now. The prosecution proposed that Beatrice Frega's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness who testified that Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Am I correct, Miss Tamora?
You are, Your Honor.
Very well. Considering the circumstances, I think it's best to have Lady Freya repeat her testimony. Bailiff, please escort Lady Freya to the stand once more.
Miss Vega, could you please give us your testimony to the court once more?
Of course.
Let's do this.
One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it, she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that he completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frege estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago.
So your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after her departure?
Yes, he did. As such, Beatrice would have no motive to murder her father. Any inheritance she could have received would be long gone by the night of the murder.
Is that really true, though?
Bring it.
Had fled from our home.
From what I've heard about your father, I don't find that surprising.
It's clear to everyone involved that my client was not treated well by her father. That's what drove her to sacrifice her claim to the Frege estate. My father had many responsibilities. He had much to consider. And that justified his treatment of your sister.
Despite her being a witness, Mr. Moore isn't holding back against Miriam.
That seems like a drastic reaction to simply leaving her home.
My father and sister have already had many disagreements before this. He made it clear that he wouldn't tolerate her many acts of insubordination. I imagine that this was the last straw for him.
While that sounds in character for him, would William Frege really do something so extreme? Regardless of his personal feelings, House Frege holds a lot of financial and political power. Would he really change his inheritance so haphazardly?
Okay, what do we have in terms of evidence? It's the autopsy. Okay. Leif's engagement. Jaden von Sanctus. On the night of the murder, Beatrice finally returned home. To her home, she arranged a meeting with Ryan and then was planned. And Beatrice angered William Frege enough for him to declare that he would be disinheriting her that night. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, there's our evidence. There it is. Miss Frege, it's clear that you're regretful of how your eldest sister was treated. That guilt must have eaten you for all these years.
Cuthbert, I know you don't have a good history with the witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in her wounds.
I was merely pointing out the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Mr. Mora. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all those years ago, so perhaps she's trying to make up for that by lying to protect her.
Excuse me, I did nothing of the sort.
Miss Frege, you testified that your father disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have a testimony from another witness who spoke with the victim on the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frege, he openly declared that he would be removing her from his will. He even entered his study to draft a new will to reflect that decision. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare that he was disinheriting the defendant? It doesn't make sense if he had already disinherited her 5 years ago.
Is that so? Well, who did you hear this from? It's clear that they have no understanding of my father's estate.
They had no understanding. Miriam, this testimony came directly from your sister, Leigh Frege. Oh, be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Had to have dinner in the middle of this climactic scene. Anyway, what? And she should have been also present during this alleged meeting 5 years ago.
Well, she must have been mistaken then.
Objection!
Your Honor, how can we trust a second-hand testimony from a witness who isn't here? Wouldn't it make more sense to have Leif give their testimony directly?
I must agree with you, Miss Tamora. Leif Frege should be allowed to clear up this misunderstanding.
She looks way too confident. What is she planning? Not sure if this was intentional, but Miriam's testimony was false. Could she be lying to protect Beatrice? If so, Miss Tamora is expecting Leif to do the same.
Bailiff, please escort Leif Frege to the stand.
Miss Frege, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that your father decided to disinherit Beatrice. And you said this after the meeting on the night of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes, I did say that. You see, Leif, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by your younger sister. He seems to think that she's committed perjury. What?
I only go as far to say,
Witness, lying under oath is a serious crime. It would have harsh consequences even for someone of your sister's status. No, she couldn't have. Wonderful. Are you saying that you can corroborate your sister's testimony?
Miss Tamora, you can't just intimidate the witness.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Cuthbert. I'm telling you that the witness, what may or may not have happened depending on what she does next. The choice is ultimately hers. So, Leif, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, could you please testify to the court to confirm what your sister said? Yes, of course.
She's working for the eye taker. That's why she was with why she was, because I just remembered back in the first case she was known as the Hound of the Eye Taker, and I'm guessing Beatrice was also working with the Eye Taker, so yeah. Oh, and then she's probably in debt to the Eye Taker. Yeah.
You see, Miriam was quite young when my father called us to his study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing. My father would often lie to us. It was one of the many ways he kept us in line. The encounter that Miriam described was just another one of his lies. Despite her disagreements, my father would never disinherit Beatrice without a good reason. He always held on to the possibility that she would become desperate enough to return home. The truth is that none of us knew what my father was planning for House Frege's future. See, Cuthbert, the truth is much more complicated. No one could have really known that William Frege was planning for his estate.
Leif is definitely trying to cover for Miriam, and Miss Tamora is playing her like a fiddle. Luckily for you, she's not the only person that gave her statement to you.
She didn't understand what he was really doing. So you're saying that Miriam's testimony was based on a misunderstanding?
Yes, my father was never direct with his actions. He always knew just what to say to plant seeds of doubt into people's minds.
That's...
I'm aware of how it sounds, but he had much to consider outside of his family. The Freges are one of the pillars of Wivengard, after all. Keeping the family aligned with our house's goals was one of his responsibilities.
Yeah, she's not happy. It's clear that she doesn't agree with what she's saying. Is she in denial, or she's trying to keep the family name clean?
So you really think that your father would lie about something so important?
It was of great importance. That's why he had to lie. He wanted to make Miriam understand the consequences of disobeying him. What kind of father does that?
But if he truly wanted to scare Miriam, why wouldn't he disinherit Beatrice? Even after she renounced her name and denounced him?
My father was always more pragmatic than vengeful. I imagine that he expected her to fail on her own, and if she ever came back, she would be forced to rely on him. If he could make someone like Beatrice feel powerless, he could get the rest of us to fall in line. Looking back, I suppose that's all we were ever to him. Assets to be appraised and traded.
You hear a bit of resentment in her voice.
None of us knew what my father was planning on Faustrega's future. Leif knew of how this marriage would affect the whole. Do I use this as evidence? Hold on. Let me double check. Murder, made of her friends and family. I never seen her. On the night of the murder, she finally returned home. If that were true, why would he tell you that he was disinheriting Beatrice? Perhaps it was a warning. I had my own share of disagreements with him after all. Even now, I have no way of knowing if he was telling me the truth or not.
That would depend on what Miss Tamora and Beatrice discussed with Lord Frege. And right now, you still have no idea what they even talked about.
Did William Frege really lie to them?
From what we've heard, I honestly wouldn't put it past him. He clearly had little respect for his daughters.
But there were other people that he did disrespect.
Right. Was there anyone that he would have told the truth to?
The Miriam was just one of his lies.
Would never disinherit Beatrice without a good reason. Yes.
Okay. What about this? Aha, yeah, I figured. Just needed a double check. Miss Frege, did you really have no idea about House Frege's future?
No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to manipulate us.
But with Beatrice gone, you would have been the one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your father's plans for House Frege? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have it on good authority that you knew exactly how William's inheritance would be divided before that night.
What?
Leif, according to Lloyd Von Sanctus, you were arranged into a diplomatic marriage with his son. You expressed resistance to this arrangement, am I correct?
I have no reason to comment on that matter. Cuthbert, the witness's personal matters are hardly any of your business.
Yes, I must ask that you keep this discussion relevant to the case.
Your Honor, Leif's resistance to this marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She was extremely adverse to this marriage, and because of that she made sure to know every detail about how it would affect her and her house. And that includes how House Frege would be inherited by her future husband. So that raises the question, Leif. If you already knew the intricate details of this marriage, why would your father tell you that he was disinheriting your sister? That statement would only make sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false, and it constituted a motive for the defendant.
Objection!
You present a decent argument, Cuthbert, but your claims rely on only one assumption.
What assumption would that be, Miss Tamora? Even if he was lying, the victim declared that he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. She must have already been named in the will previously, otherwise there would have been no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise.
And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming that William Frege was acting logically.
What are you talking about?
It's clear that William Frege was extremely controlling of his daughters. By your own admission, Lady Frege was resistant to the marriage arranged by her father. In addition to that, Miriam Frege found herself wrapped in controversy regarding the Nightgrave trial a few months ago. And finally, to make matters worse, Beatrice Frege, the prodigal child, finally returned and made her a public appearance during the Lord's Ball.
What are you trying to insinuate?
In his eyes, William Frege's ability to keep his daughters in line was clearly weakening. He must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration in a feeble attempt to scare you, Lave. Yet if that declaration was clearly inconsistent.
But he wouldn't.
Your ability to remember must have been muddled by the shock of your father's death. His statement couldn't have possibly been true. If by some chance if it were true, that would make you guilty of perjury. Well, perhaps it was Miriam that was lying in her testimony. If your father's statement were true, the court might have been inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand. Oh boy, she's getting manipulated.
Mr. Moore, are you threatening her?
As I said before, I am merely stating the facts. The witness is free to act as she sees fit. I'm just asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next.
What should I do?
What do I do?
Damn it, she's pressuring Leif to side with her. She's clearly conflicted though.
Isn't there anything you can do? You'll feel a sense of clarity when you look at her. Is the Eye of Horus reacting to our stress? You wonder.
I'm sorry, I need time to think. Please don't stare at me like that, Mr. Cuthbert.
Wait a minute. Yeah, she knows. Wait a fucking minute. No, wait.
It's too late.
Naught can remain.
I shall use my Sharingan.
You did it. You activated the empowered eye.
Too late, motherfucker, I'm using it.
There has to be something in your mind that you can use. The state of a father's inheritance is the backbone of your case. Is there anything in your mind that can definitely prove what was on his will?
Well, first, but the engagement.
As much as I hate to admit it, this trial is a perfect opportunity to back out of the arranged marriage. Von Sanctus's holdings are weakening by the day. I doubt I'd be able to put up much resistance. And once Beatrice inherits the state, we might be able to rebuild our family.
She's assuming that Beatrice will inherit House Frege. That confidence must mean that she's certain what was in William's will. But how do you prove that?
Oh no, it's the same shit. Okay.
I need to make sure that I tell the truth without harming Miriam or Beatrice. Beatrice couldn't have possibly done this, and I'm sure Miriam has also had her reasons. They couldn't rely on me back then, but they can now.
You didn't get any leads from that, but you should try something else. Well, shit.
What? Why am I thinking about this?
Oh. Okay, that didn't work. Sword?
How did both of the swords find their way into Beatrice's room? Could Tracker have... No. Miss McCoy's sword is one thing, but he couldn't have possibly broken into the Harrelson gallery. Although, he was extremely fixated on it.
What? Does she know how Celeste's sword was taken? As much as you want to follow that lead, it will be all for nothing if you can't turn the trial in your favor. You should try something else.
Okay, so, this tracker guy, alright.
Blindness.
Beatrice, after all these years you finally returned. I can't believe this is how things ended up. If only I was as strong as you, I'd be able to endure this.
Shit.
Okay.
Anti-magic field? No. Okay, profile.
Father, I know we had our differences, but I did love you and I never wanted you to die.
She seems genuinely surprised and regretful about his death. From your encounter earlier, you know that Beatrice had an accomplice, but you doubt that it was Leif. This is actually pretty hard.
Why would Miriam say those things? Am I misremembering what happened? No, I would have remembered something like that. She must have been trying to protect Beatrice.
So Miriam's testimony was a conscious lie. Beatrice's inheritance wasn't revoked until the night of the murder. No, okay.
The monkey.
Bond Sanctus?
I'm just shoving random things in her mind. Beatrice, after all these years, you finally returned. I can't believe that this is how things have ended up. If only I was as strong as you, I'd be able to endure this. Ah, phooey.
What else do I present?
I just need to prove the stuff about the will. I need one more.
Fuck, what else do I use? Haraldson? No.
Oh, I know, the monkey! And I'm just kidding now.
Alaric?
The murder weapon? No. Fuck, I don't know. I'm just presenting random shit until something pops.
Oh, there we go.
Ruby Tamora. I've heard stories about her. I never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. I wonder if she'd be at the will reading tomorrow.
A will reading? She must have been talking about William Frager's will. There we go.
I believe you had enough time for deliberation, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defendant's motive or not?
I'm not, Your Honor. At least not yet. It's clear we won't get there anywhere until we confirm the state of William Frager's will. And we can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frager's will is read to his family. How did you... She's like, you motherfucker.
I see. Once his will is read, it will become public record. I suppose I have no choice but to suspend this trial until such time that William Frager's will is read.
Objection!
This is ludicrous. The cases against my client is completely outrageous. We spent the entire court proceedings arguing if her motive even exists. The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client. Mr. Moore, you clearly don't believe that the defendant had anything to do with the murder. Of course I don't. She's completely innocent. Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, who did? You sneaky little... Your Honor, with no other suspect, are you in position to pass a verdict?
No, I am not. Mr. Cuthbert is correct. The court does not have enough information to pass a verdict. Until the Inquisition has time to investigate these new developments, I'll be suspending today's trial. We will resume the trial tomorrow afternoon. Court is adjourned.
Well, that happened. Sorry, I kind of acted without thinking. But out of everything that happened today, I can't believe that Steelman somehow knew you would do that.
Right, that is strange. Did she seriously predict what I do off that one conversation?
Considering how things turned out, you suppose she was right on the mark. But that was still a big leap of faith.
Anyway, we still have some time to ourselves. I'd very much like to catch up on some sleep.
Yeah, today's been exhausting. For a lot of reasons.
And your work has only started. You have no idea who Beatrice's accomplices was. The will reading was just an opportunity to stall for time. So the question remains, who really murdered William Frege?
What the hell was that? Why is your son filling in for Arya? Listen, I have the situation under control. If that's true, I'd hate to see the situation you consider out of control. Eris, my father's not pleased with today's developments. You promised that the verdict would be passed before William Frege's will became public record. Oh shit. This has thrown quite the wrench in our plans. I understand. Cuthbert is just confused, but he's not a threat to us. For now. We better hope you're right, Tamora. Or else, your poor word might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steelwind.
Oh. So she got a hit on her.
What? House Frege is too important of a price for us to let go. Bring us results, Tamora, or else we'll continue to take more drastic measures.
Oh shit, the plot thickens.
For the first time since the Lord's Ball, you're finally able to get some sleep. You woke up this morning refreshed, but also a little anxious about the results of the will reading. You arrive back at the Frege Manor, and see Beatrice, Leif, Miriam, and Von Sanctus have all gathered, along with Mr. Moore, who has accompanied Beatrice as her attorney. You're not really sure what to say to her after everything you've done. The air still feels too awkward to approach her and talk to her about it.
Thank you all for coming here today. As William Frege's close associate, I must express my deepest condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Rivengard when I say...
Enough, just get on with it.
Very well then. To get straight to the point, Lord Frege's will was magically sealed when it was given to me. He asked me, his executioner, not to submit it to the court or prebate until after his death. Although I imagine none of us had expected such a time to come so suddenly. Anyways, Lord Frege's assets included sole ownership of several banking houses throughout Rivengard, 10 million gold in various investments.
10 million?
10 million gold. You can't even imagine what anyone could do with even a fraction of that wealth.
And lastly, sole control and ownership of the Frege noble house.
The executioner takes out a large envelope and uses a runestone to dispel the magical seal on it.
I, William Frege, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I hereby give, devise, and bequeath all of my assets and property, both real and personal, to Jaden von Sanctus, provided that he enters into a legal and binding engagement with my daughter, Leif Frege, within 6 months of the days of my death.
What? That's...
Oh boy.
William must have abandoned that attention to prevent Von Sanctus from trying to steal his empire. But a legal and binding engagement is predicted on Leif's accepting it. She clearly doesn't want to go through it, so she simply waited 6 months. Von Sanctus wouldn't have any claim to the estate.
In the event that Jaden von Sanctus does not enter in such an engagement with the specified time frame, my assets and property shall be distributed as such. All of House Frege will be divided equally among my children as per the laws of our kingdom.
You were right. William Frege never disinherited Beatrice. This would make Miriam's testimony false. And since Beatrice would receive a portion of William's inheritance, she had a motive to commit the murder. You glance at Miriam. It's hard for her to read her expression, but something appears to be on her mind. Without a word, she walks out of the room, ignoring both Beatrice and Leif. Leif, on the other hand, she seems to be in good spirits.
Isn't this great, Beatrice? You can lead House Frege now, just like as it should have been.
Actually, about that, in light of recent events, I believe I should clarify one thing. As per the Slayer rule, if Beatrice Frege is found guilty in the current court case, her inheritance will be revoked and divided between you and your sister.
I see. I shouldn't feel so happy for myself.
So can't we all, can it? Surely William added a null of Leif's obligation to marry my son.
I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Leif Frege is an adult without legal autonomy. She is free to make whatever decision she wishes about who she legally marries. Now if you'll excuse me...
Wait, we're not finished yet. Come back here.
I'd love to catch up with you, Leif, but I was only allowed in my cell to attend the reading.
You notice the Inquisition Knight outside of the door. He seems to be watching Beatrice intently.
But don't worry, I'm sure once this misunderstanding is resolved, we can talk all we want about our family's future. Of course!
A group of knights lead Beatrice out of the manor, and Leif follows after them, leaving you and Celeste alone with Miss Tamora.
About what I did... Look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert.
Oh.
It was an extremely unforeseen situation, and Steelwind clearly put you on the spot. You felt pressure to do something and you made a rash decision. But I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw.
Wait, what?
Cuthbert, you are not a prosecutor, you know that, right? Didn't you become an attorney to defend persecuted mages?
Beatrice is guilty, I saw it.
I'm not going to argue about this again. You are going to withdraw. This is not up for discussion.
You've always regarded and respected Miss Tamora, and you suppose that's always made you deeply scared or disappointing her. Perhaps she's right. She knows more about what's going on than you do, and she's still your mentor. You want to believe that, you really do, but deep down you know that this is wrong. Miss Tamora may believe in Beatrice's innocence, but you can't just abandon this case and let her escape justice. Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You know what you have to say, but the words won't leave your mouth. From behind you, you feel Celeste hold your trembling hand. It's warm and comforting. It's the same sensation you felt back then. Somehow you can feel it through her hand. It's as she's silently telling you that you know what you have to do. Your anxiety fades and you take a deep breath.
I'm not going to do that, Miss Tamora.
What? You said it yourself. Our court system needs that. This music does not fit this atmosphere. It's just went for duh duh, and it's like it's not exactly music that fits the current situation right now, but okay. You said it yourself. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor of equal power to keep things fair.
That's not why.
I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, and if you truly believe you're on the right side, then prove it by beating me.
Fine, do what you want, but you're only gonna make things harder for everyone. Tyrion?
As soon as Miss Tamora steps out of the room, your body drops to the floor. Whatever bravery you felt before got replaced with an extreme amount of fatigue.
Scared Lord. That's the first time I've ever spoken to her like that. But you still did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively, I mean. Right now, you're just kind of sitting on the floor.
Yeah, I need to take a moment. Can we go back to the ballroom? You return to the ballroom and take a moment to recover. You spot Commander White at the edge of the room, but you don't pay him much notice. It takes you a while before you feel ready to stand.
You okay?
Yeah, I just needed a moment. Anyways, the well reading brought us a few more hours to investigate the murder. We should take advantage of the new information we just learned.
So, where should we start first?
Oh right, I'm the prosecutor.
Right, you're the prosecutor now, so that would technically make you his boss for the time being. This is weird, right?
Yep.
Awkwardness aside, I never really led a task force before. What would Steelwind normally do in this situation?
Well, she normally have us investigate the areas of interest.
Right, the context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceedings. Well, we're lacking a lot of physical evidence. Could you and the Inquisition search the gallery and Beatrice's room? Perhaps you can find evidence of how the sword of spell eating was stolen.
Whatever you say, boss.
That covers the Inquisition, but what are we going to do?
It's clear that Lord Frega's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should take a look at the modified will that he was drafting. It might give us some insight about what he was really planning to do with his inheritance.
Come on, where is it?
As you enter William Frega's study, you spot a figure rummaging through the drawers of his desk.
Why isn't it here? Where else would he put it? Miriam? What?
As soon as she notices you, Miriam quickly closes the drawers and walks towards you. But you already saw what she was doing. She was definitely looking for something.
This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam?
As if that's any of your business.
Considering that I'm the prosecutor, it's very much my business.
You give the side glance to the night station outside the room. They should have stopped her from entering, but perhaps she used her status to intimidate her into letting her through. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She was clearly looking for something in this room, and you have a feeling you know what it is.
You appear to be looking for something, Miriam. What could be so important that you disturb an active crime scene?
It's none of your concern. I'm merely trying to find something that belongs to me.
Really? Because I have a feeling that we might be looking for the same thing. You're looking for the will that your father was drafting, aren't you?
But that's... Were you trying to destroy it before we can get to it? No, of course not. I just needed to see it for myself. Did you really do this?
Oh, is she also suspicious of Beatrice?
Why are you so determined to see the drafted will, Miss Frega?
I just wanted to see what my father's final wishes were. But your father already had a will filed previously. Wouldn't that be enough?
You also suspect something, don't you?
Of course not. Beatrice would never do something like this.
Miss Frega, I never even mentioned Beatrice. I know how things may look, but please understand I'm just trying to get to the truth. I don't think your sister did this, but she may have been involved. She may have worked with someone else to orchestrate her father's death.
Unlike Leif, she didn't immediately deny it. That means she already had her own suspicions.
Where's the will, Miriam? I need to see it.
I don't know. I haven't been able to find it.
You recall that she was frantically searching William's desk earlier. She's probably telling the truth.
It should have been here, but I can't find it.
He locked the door when he began drafting it. In addition to that, the Inquisition closed off the area after the body was discovered. That means someone took it during the lockdown.
It was probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right?
Yeah, that would make the most sense. Which means that whoever did this wanted to nullify whatever was written on it.
It's looking more and more like the motive behind this was William's inheritance.
Anyways, it looks like we won't be able to find the will. But the fact that it was taken must imply something. But now we should follow our other leads. There's also the question of who committed the murder and how.
Don't you already know the how? The murderer stole the sword of spell eating and used it to break into the study.
That's true, but think about how they would have needed to move around the manor. The murder took place on the first floor within William Frega's study. The gallery was on the second floor. They would need to go upstairs, steal the sword from the gallery, and then use it to nullify the lock on the study. Not only that, they would have the need to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room.
About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do this, why would they plant the sword in her room?
That's a good point. Perhaps they had a falling out. Her partner might have tried to betray her by pinning the blame on her.
If that were true, why didn't she just sell them out and make a deal with Steelwind? It would be because of the Slayer rule. Slayer rule? I remember that guy at the will reading also mentioned that. What was it?
It was a law passed by the Crown centuries ago.
According to the law, if someone is involved with another person's death, even accidentally, they will not be allowed to inherit the deceased's property. So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she'd lose her cut of the inheritance if she took a plea deal.
More importantly, it doesn't sound like Miriam completely believes in Beatrice's innocence either. If that's true, what else could she tell you?
Miriam, it almost sounds like you suspect Beatrice as well.
That's...
Am I incorrect?
I don't know what to think anymore. Why else would she threaten me?
Wait, she was threatened?
Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way?
What? Of course not.
Your testimony yesterday was quite convenient for the defense. It almost got the whole case thrown out. And Leif didn't seem to understand what was going on either. With the way she gave her testimony yesterday, it was almost like she was covering for you.
Does he seriously not know? Please, promise to me that you won't tell anyone about this.
I won't tell anyone. What happened?
About an hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby Tamora. She gave me a list of statements to give in my testimony. The statements were true, but she assured me that my status would protect me from any scrutiny.
What?
She had information that I had to try to keep secret, and she threatened to make it public unless I cooperated with her.
No. No, she would never do that.
I'm telling the truth. But please, you can't tell Tamora that I told you. She'll ruin me.
The eye shows that her fear is genuine. She's not lying. I've seen that woman do all kinds of shady shit in the cases I've worked. Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you name it. I bet you're just the same. A successor for the devil of defense attorneys. The rumors, they can't be true. You refuse to believe it.
Hey, Tyrion, are you okay?
Now is not the time to doubt yourself. There's too much at stake right now, and you have a job to do.
We should check on Commander White. He might have found something.
Okay. Just don't push yourself, okay?
Yeah.
You'll have plenty of time to think about this later.
Is he in the bedroom?
You enter the Beatrice's bedroom and see the Inquisition combing through it. It looks like their search is focused under her bed. Oh, hey kid.
Commander?
We're still doing a deep search of the room, but we're not done yet. You should probably come back later.
Repario Arcanum.
As you move around the manor, you peek into the sitting room to see if Von Sanctus is still there.
Holy shit, what the fuck? Who is this guy?
You don't see him there, but you spot another individual. He's calmly reading some sort of book, but you can feel a menacing aura emanating from him.
Oh, is that Lucio Steelwind?
This aura. You must be the daft that you think I wouldn't notice your presence.
What?
What? Did he notice you? You barely entered the room. Before you have a chance to respond, the man pulls out his great axe and rushes towards you.
Oi!
You bring up your arms to block his blow, but in hindsight, that probably wouldn't do much against an axe that large.
Protagus!
You open your eyes. Celeste is now standing between you and the axe-wielding maniac. You're not sure what happened, but it looks like she knocked him several feet backward. Oh, it's you two.
What the hell was that? You could have killed him!
You should have snuck up on me like that. I almost cleaved him in two.
Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. Who the hell do you think you are?
I am Lord Lucio Steelwind, Grand General of the Vanguard Military Forces.
Yep, that is him.
So this is Prosecutor Steelwind's father. They do share the same intimidating stare. Although, he's not the most menacing person in the room right now.
Celeste, it's fine. I'm not hurt.
She looks more irate right now, but she begrudgingly sheaths her sword. Anyways, Lord Steelwind was one of the people with a motive to murder William Frege. And as a fellow head of a pillar house, you might have some information about William and his affairs. If looks could kill. Miss McCoy, one might misinterpret that look of yours as murderous intent.
Aw, I guess you do have some battle instincts after all.
I honestly wasn't sure since you obviously have a silver spoon stuck up your...
Celeste?
Such lack of respect and discipline. If you were one of my soldiers, I'd have you hanged.
If I was one of his soldiers, I'd hang myself.
Okay, let's try to stay civil here. Lord Steelwind, you were here at the Lord's ball when the murder occurred, am I correct?
I was.
Do you mind if I ask you some questions about what you saw that night? If that's okay with you.
I suppose I must oblige, considering that my daughter has so unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto you.
I'm sorry about what happened to your daughter. I'm sure that you're very worried.
It's her own fault for exerting herself despite her injuries.
Yeah, but he's clearly not happy about that. He cares about her.
Even the bravest warrior knows when to stay off the battlefield.
How can you say that? Your daughter was trying to do the right thing.
By prosecuting the heiress of House Freyja, she had very little evidence to substantiate a conviction. If she wanted to strike a blow on a rival house, she should have been certain that her enemy would fall. But now, if Beatrice is found innocent, any hopes of an alliance between House Freyja and House Steelwind will be completely annihilated.
It's clear that he and the prosecutor have vastly different priorities. Oops. Where were you throughout the night, Lord Steelwind?
I so loathe gatherings like that. They are a complete waste of time. I was in this room, but then I received word that Lord Freyja's lost heiress had made an unexpected appearance. She was supposedly speaking with the Crown Prince, so I made my way to the ballroom.
Did you speak with them at any point?
No, I kept my distance and stayed near the King's Guard. I needed to make sure she wouldn't try anything.
Was this because you were wary of Beatrice Freyja?
Yes, I was. The Crown Prince has always been a bleeding heart, and the Freyjas are trained to sharpen their tongue from birth. I needed to make sure that she wouldn't try to interfere with this engagement.
You were worried that she would try to take Aster back. She was trying to take Aster back.
I was, but it was clear that wasn't her intention.
But you did overhear their conversation. What were they talking about?
Their conversation was completely inane. It was all just small talk. Lady Freyja spent most of her time playing with Prince Alaric.
Right. Aster's younger brother was there too.
You know that Beatrice had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible. Did she have some unknown goal by speaking with Aster and his brother?
You went to the ballroom when you heard that Beatrice had returned. Was this before or after the lockdown?
It was before the lockdown. That sounds about right. That means she was accounted for before the theft was reported.
And did you leave her at any point?
No, she spoke with two princes for quite a while. She didn't leave their side until she was arrested for Lord Freyja's murder.
What? That means that she was accounted for the entire night.
Yeah, she has an alibi.
But her thoughts said that she was an accomplice in William's death. Was she there to distract the King's Guard? Thank you for answering our questions, Lord Steelwind.
I'm merely repaying my daughter's debt to you.
He was surprisingly pretty cooperative, but that doesn't lift any suspicion off him just yet. You'll need to find more evidence if you want to know for sure. Anyways, we should probably move somewhere else. Let's go, Celeste.
McCoy,
What?
your spellcasting is undisciplined, but your battle stance and reflexes are commendable. You have my respect as a warrior.
As if that means anything coming from you.
What an undisciplined and defiant brat.
Wait, are you saying that could they be related? Could she be from Steelwind, funnily enough?
Keep it in that quarter, don't let it get away.
Get away from him!
As you enter Beatrice's room, you see the Inquisition cornering something near the back of the room. It's some sort of animal, a wolf to be exact. Wait, is that? You recall spotting that same wolf on the night of the Lord's Ball. Has it been in the house since the murder?
Intruders must protect Queen.
What? Did you just read his thoughts?
Protect territory from enemies.
You must see the Inquisition as intruders in his territory. But that does mean he sees this room as his home? You slowly start to walk towards him.
But wait, Tyrion?
Stay back, kid. It's a wild animal, there's no telling what it'll do. You ignore them and continue to approach them.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. Huh? This human, he can't speak the language of dog? Wait, you can understand me?
Why are you talking to it?
You're speaking like dog, of course. Tracker understand.
Oh, that's Tracker.
What's going on here?
Is the Iron Horse allowing me to speak with him?
You've never really tried it before, but perhaps your powers aren't limited to humans. Anyways, this could be a good opportunity. You wonder what else he knows.
Time to interrogate the dog. Tracker, is that your name?
How did you?
Yes, Tracker is Tracker. That's the name Queen gave to me. Occupation, dog.
I suppose it isn't an Ace Attorney-like game without interrogating animals.
Draco gestures to Leif when he mentions his queen.
He called you his queen. Do you know him, Leif?
Yes, but how? How are you talking to it?
That's...
You were so caught up in speaking to Draco, you didn't realize how strange this scene must look to everyone else.
I'm a dog whisperer.
You've never mentioned that before.
Do you honestly expect us to believe something like that?
But Tracker says he can understand him. He told me himself.
Wait, how do you know that? Oh, they're familiar. Oh, they have a familiar bond. So, Leif, how are you able to communicate with Tracker?
I suppose there's no sense in hiding it anymore. Tracker is my familiar.
Familiar? So it's the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey.
You recall that the familiar bond spell allows the caster to telepathically speak with their familiar. That must have been how she was speaking to him. You never mentioned him during questioning.
It wasn't relevant to the investigation, and I've been keeping him a secret from my family.
I suppose that makes sense. I doubt William Frege would have allowed you to keep an animal in his home.
Well, I don't appreciate you keeping this info from us. Well, but it doesn't look like anyone got hurt. And aside from this dog, we haven't really found anything new.
Damn it! You didn't find any more physical evidence of the theft?
Looks like you've run into another dead end.
Unless...
Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder.
What? Tracker!
Ruh-roh.
Oh my god, that face! It looks so funny.
3 years old, are you?
Arcane. It knows conjuration magic?
Oh wait, no, it's because it's attuned to her, right? And she can cast her spells through him. That's why it's conjuration.
Yeah, okay. He's supposed to stay in his room.
Wait, is that why you won't allow the servants to enter it?
I didn't want to keep him in Beatrice's room, but he was very insistent that he'd stay here.
Draco likes the ambience. Right. Wait, if you live in this room, did you see who brought the sword of spelling in here?
I already asked him about that, but he didn't see anyone. He must have been taking a nap. Either that or he was roaming outside even though I told him to stay here.
Oh shit.
Damn it. Try to see a lot of the other things though. Try to see many new people that night.
Right, he was roaming around the manor. He was roaming the manor during the Lord's Ball. He must have seen a lot of new people. Wait, if he was walking around, he might have seen something that the Inquisition doesn't know about. Can you tell us what you saw on the night of the murder, Tracker?
Tracker see rats. This may be more difficult than you thought.
I need you to be more specific. Can you go in order? Can you tell me about everyone that you saw that night?
Okay. Tracker was taking a nap in the room, but Tracker woke up from loud sounds outside. Tracker hears small things running in the walls.
Running in the walls?
Tracker called Green, but she didn't answer, so Tracker decided to check sound alone. Tracker followed sound outside. That's when Tracker smelled the bad smell.
Bad smell?
That's when Tracker smelled a flying rat.
You smelled a flying rat? You mean like a pigeon?
Tracker just smelled where a rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Tracker must have scared the rat, because he fell on the floor and dropped his stick.
The rat had a stick?
Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final bolt to scare them off. The rats were scared and went back into the walls.
It went into the walls?
That's where Tracker picked up the stick rat dropped. Quinn finally answered Tracker. She told him to go back to his room and hide. After a message, Tracker bring Stick back to her room for inspection.
Do you remember what time this encounter happened?
What is time?
Right. I wouldn't really have a concept of that.
What did he say, Tyrion? Did he see anything?
Well, he definitely saw something.
Okay, let's try to take a moment to work through this. Tracker is an animal, and despite being able to speak with him, his use of words is very primitive. So you should carefully examine each of his statements. First thing you heard was small things running in the walls. What did Tracker hear? You recall that someone else observed something similar that night. Tracker heard rats running in the vents, in the gallery, in the vents?
Yeah. The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running in the vent upstairs, and I followed it here. I figured I had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and bowed the trap down.
You must have heard of the rats that Jan mentioned. They weren't actually running in the walls, they were running in the vents. The next thing he did was call the queen, but she didn't answer. Why didn't Leif answer? The queen that he's referring to is probably Leif, but Leif wasn't with him at the time. He must have called out to her telepathically. Beatrice was distracted by... Oh, no. Leif was distracted by... This was before the field was up, so... By Beatrice. No? Anti-magic? No? Something must have happened. Leif didn't respond to him because she never got Tracker's message. The telepathic capabilities granted by familiar bond were disabled by the anti-magic field, which means that this encounter happened during the lockdown. So that covers his first two statements, but you're not really sure what to make of the flying rat you saw. Tracker, why did you refer to the rat as flying?
Because rats don't usually jump and fly.
Yes, I got that. Is it possible that what you saw really wasn't a rat?
Rats are rats. They're small things that run and hide.
So rat is a general term for him. He uses it to refer to small animals that are acting suspiciously. And with everything you know now, his last statement doesn't make sense. Why did Tracker finally hear Leif? He said that the queen finally answered him, and this happened after he picked up this stick. Oh, the sword! But that shouldn't have been possible due to the anti-magic field. The weapon that was stolen was actually the stick that Tracker obtained was actually not the murder weapon. Tracker, about that stick you found, where did you put it after you came back in this room?
Tracker hides stick in a safe place, under the bed.
And the stick, does it look like the sword that my friend is carrying? What?
Hey, your friend stole my other stick!
Wait, your other stick?
Yeah, Tracker found it when he was hiding from the Metal Man.
Metal Man? Is he referring to the King's Guard? He must have left the bedroom when they were searching for the sword of spell eating. Wait, are you the one who stole Celeste's sword?
Tracker?
Did Tracker do it bad?
It's as I suspected. Tracker was the one that brought the sword of spell eating here.
What?
I have no idea how or why, but the sword of spell eating was lying in a hallway somewhere. Tracker found it and brought it back to Beatrice's room. His room.
That can't be. So the person who framed Beatrice for theft, the theft was...
If it weren't for Tracker, the Inquisition would have never honed in on Beatrice at all. But why would the sword of spell eating be lying in a random hallway?
Leif, do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a bit?
It's okay, Queen. He smells good. Tracker trust him.
Thanks, I guess.
Okay, but only if you allow me to accompany you.
You know about Miriam's position, but how does Leif feel about you prosecuting Beatrice? It's possible she might try to sabotage the investigation if you let her accompany you. But as Tracker's owner, you don't really have a choice. You nod to Leif, but you also send a subtle gesture to Celeste to keep an eye on her. She silently nods and follows behind her.
Alright, Tracker. Can you take us to the hallway where you found these rats?
Sure thing, King.
It looks like you received a promotion. You allow Tracker to lead you to the location where he found the sword of spell eating. Surprisingly, it's fairly close to Beatrice's room. He apparently didn't travel very far before he met those rats he mentioned.
Oh?
As you continue towards your destination, Tracker suddenly becomes extremely tense.
Tracker? What's wrong?
Enemy.
Oh.
Oh?
Before you even have a chance to react, Tracker steps between you and Ares and begins angrily barking at her.
Oh dear. Tracker, stop that!
Leif tries to calm Tracker down, but he is undeterred. He continues to bark at Ares. It looks like she is taking all of Leif's strength to hold him back.
I'm terribly sorry. He's usually not like this. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always disliked me.
I'm gonna have to look back at my VOD. I'm gonna have to look back at my VOD to see what she actually said. Unless... Yeah, no, she altered it. What is Ares doing here?
You recall seeing her at the barracks too. She said that her father is friends with Beatrice. But is she involved in the case somehow? Anyways, you came here for a purpose. You should examine the hallway and see if you can find any clues.
There's an air vent over here. It appears to go from the ceiling and... Hey, hello, Diggs BTW1. What's up? I'm playing the 4th case of Tyrion Cuthbert. Arcane, the Attorney of the Arcane. The Attorney of the Arcane. I think that, yeah. Attorney of the Arcane, yes. How are you doing? There's an air vent over here. It appears to go from the ceiling to the ground floor. Is this where that rat escaped to, Tracker?
That's where the jumpy rat went.
I thought you said it was a flying rat.
Tracker see that too.
Okay, we probably just better to just move on. Anyways, where did this rat come from?
Rat come out of the other wall.
Do you mean the vent on the opposite side?
Yes, Tracker saw a flying rat escape that way.
What was this rat doing here in the first place?
These crystals supposedly generate an anti-magic field during the lockdown. However, the soul of spell eating would make its wielder immune to these fields.
Repario Arcanum.
Oh?
What?
What do you see?
The vents have traces of illusion magic inside of them.
What?
The traces also go deep inside these vents. It's the same for the vents on the other side too.
Why would there be traces of illusion magic inside the vents? What spell could have possibly left those traces?
As I told you many months ago, illusion spells tend to do one of two things. They either create freestanding illusions, or they can disguise an existing creature.
I doubt someone created a small freestanding illusion in the vents, so its disguised creature must have been inside these vents at some point.
But these vents are tiny, no one would have been able to fit inside them.
Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final blow to scare them off. The rats were scared and went back into the walls.
But a rat would be able to fit in these vents.
Well, yeah, I guess that'd be true. But that would mean that a rat had an illusion spell active on it at the time.
It's not only that. He said that the queen finally answered him. And this happened after he picked up a stick. But that shouldn't have been possible because of the anti-magic field. Tracker saw this rat during the lockdown.
They would have been inside that anti-magic field created by the lockdown.
There can only be one way that rat could have an illusion spell active on it.
Wait, you can't mean...
That rat was holding the sword of spell eating.
What? But how is that possible? A rat wouldn't have the strength or hands to carry the sword.
Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously.
But even if that wasn't an actual rat, it still couldn't have been a human, right?
You're right. It would have been a small animal. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. Sorry, but I really have to ask, is that a monkey riding on your back?
Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene.
No, are you serious?
We know that Harold had a motive to kill William Frege. He was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. They had an argument that night, and that's when William Frege decided that he was going to defund Harold's museum. He must have struck a deal with Beatrice, and with Beatrice's portion of the House Frege, she could have easily kept his museums funded. He could have faked the robbery and sent his familiar to murder William.
I can't believe this.
And there's something else that Tracker said.
Tracker could smell where Rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Tracker must have scared Rat, because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick.
The rat had a stick. Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was. And when he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down?
Yeah, Tracker could see Rat with his eyes, so Tracker used his nose to see it.
The monkey was invisible.
No one would have noticed a small invisible animal. In addition to that, he moved through the air vents. Eugene would have been nearly undetectable that night. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic. Is she? I thought she was a conjurer. Oh wait, no, I'm getting that mixed up with Miriam. So it's possible that she cast invisibility on Eugene. Completely invisible. It's 1 hour, okay. And then there's the position of this air vent. We're currently in the hallway just north of Beatrice's room. This air vent connects to the ground floor. If we align the two floor maps together, this vent must have led to the storage room.
Right, the air vent there curved upwards. This must be where it leads.
According to Jan, that air vent led directly to William's study. It would have been the perfect route to enter William's study and leave undetected.
But he would have needed to nullify the lock to enter that room. Why would we need to use a sword spell eating at all?
Because of familiar bond, they can telepathically communicate with each other. I'll probably need a Eugene to hold the sword so you can tell him exactly where to go. The sword's magic affects anyone magically connected to the wielder, and familiar bond connects them magically. It makes sense now. Harold could have easily faked the robbery to take suspicion off of him. It's even possible that he was lying about how the display glass was shattered.
But I've known Lord Haraldson for many years. I just can't believe that he'd be involved in this.
She may have known Harold for a long time, but she never read his thoughts. His thoughts were very hostile and rude despite his kind of expression. He's very good at hiding what he's truly feeling.
And Beatrice, there's no way she'd participate in a plan like this.
Look, Leif, I know you don't want to suspect your sister, but
it's not that. Beatrice would never trust anyone to work together like this.
But she's completely blind. She won't have much of a choice.
Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else's help if she had full control of them.
Leif probably knows her better than you do, but you doubt that working alone would be possible with her condition. And you can't think of any other way she'd be involved in this.
Anyways, we're finished here, aren't we?
Yes. Thank you for lending Tracker to us, Leif.
I only want to help you find out what really happened. Don't make me regret trusting you, Mr. Cuthbert.
If you're truly on the side of justice, then you won't.
Good. Now if you'll excuse me. So that's it, right? We finally know who really committed the murder then.
And if you can get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement as well. If he does that, you might be able to convince her and Mr. Moore to take a plea deal. Although, knowing Mr. Moore, that would be easier said than done.
Anyways, this is definitely the lead we've been looking for.
But is it really though? We still don't really have any physical evidence.
I don't have to do it for now. We're running out of time. We just have to call Harold to the stand to testify about what he did last night. If we can push him far enough, I might be able to catch him lying.
But you doubt it will be that easy. He has a good poker face. Just how much will he be able to hide his true thoughts? I already gave my statement to the Inquisition. Is my testimony really necessary? Sorry, old-timer. My orders came straight from the prosecutor. We're going to need you on the stand today. I understand. I shall do what I can to help.
Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Let us review yesterday's proceedings.
there was much debate over William Freya's inheritance. More specifically, it was unknown whether the defendant had any claim to her father's inheritance. The detail was crucial in determining whether the defendant had even had a motive to commit the murder. Luckily, the victim's will was supposedly read earlier today, and it is now part of the public record. What were the results of the will reading, Mr. Cuthbert?
William Freya was planning to leave all of his assets to Jaden von Sanctus, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this was predicated on the condition that Jaden married the victim's daughter, Leif. And it's clear that Miss Leif will never follow through on this engagement. If the engagement is not made in 6 months, William Freya's assets will be divided among his 3 daughters.
I see, so there was no mention of the defendant's disinheritance.
Correct, Your Honor. This means that the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death.
Your Honor, despite the confusion around the victim's inheritance, there is very little physical evidence that implicates my client.
May I remind you that Miriam Freya was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings. That itself is extremely suspect.
And William Freya was clearly not above manipulation and lying. You can't prove that she knowingly gave false testimony.
I'll admit that I can't prove that. I also admit there's a lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case, which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Haraldson to the stand.
Lord Haraldson?
The sword of spell eating clearly plays a large role in the murder, and its theft is one of the few pieces of physical evidence in this case. As the gallery's curator, I believe you can further elaborate on how the sword was stolen that night.
What specifically you can find out about what he did on the night of the murder.
I see, but the court would definitely benefit from his insight. Bailiff, please escort Lord Harrison to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Of course. My name is Harold Haraldson. I am the owner and curator of the Haraldson Hall of History, located in Homherith.
That's quite the alliterative occupation.
Harold, could you please testify to the court about how you discovered that the sword of spell eating was stolen?
If it will help. I was keeping an eye on my gallery's exhibits when I realized that my familiar hadn't returned. I called to him telepathically, but he didn't respond. I became worried, so I went around the matter to search for him. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered that the exhibit that held the sword of spell eating was completely destroyed. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime to the knights at the ball and they activated this discreet lockdown. Luckily, we found the sword and my familiar later that night.
So you went to search for your monkey, and that's why you didn't witness the theft.
Yes, the thief was probably waiting for me to leave. They must have wanted to commit the crime without anyone seeing them.
Or his testimony is completely full of it. His search for Eugene must have been a cover that he's using to hide his actions that night. So how do you prove that? I'm referring to Eugene.
Eugene?
Eugene Haraldson, Your Honor. It's the name of the witness's familiar.
Yes.
Yes. Eugene is a sprying orangutan monkey. He helps me with my day-to-day.
I see.
Anyways, you said that he hadn't returned. Does this mean he left you earlier in the night?
Yes, he always likes to explore large buildings like the Frege Manor. But he usually doesn't leave for that long.
Does he typically ignore you like that?
Sometimes. He's a young boy, so he likes to have his privacy. I try not to pry, but I was wary of what would happen if a noble or a knight came across him. He usually knows not to bother people, but you never know what might happen.
You left the gallery room?
Yes, as I said, I was worried that something had happened to Eugene.
Where did you go during your search?
Eugene usually knows to stay out of people's bedrooms, so I went downstairs and searched from there. I checked the bathroom, sitting room, and the coat room. And then I finally checked the kitchen and pantry. He might have gone there to steal some snacks.
But you didn't find him in any of those places.
No, I didn't.
If I recall correctly, the glass was completely shattered. This is despite the presence of several abjuration spells that protected it.
Yes, it would have taken an extremely powerful spell to break it like that. As you saw, the glass display was shattered into shards.
Unless Harold had a way to dispel that magic. A powerful mage must have destroyed it. Perhaps Harold had Beatrice shatter the glass before she went into the ballroom. The Sword of Spell Eating makes its wielder immune to magical effects. What use would the lockdown have been?
Honestly, not much. The wielder would have been immune to the anti-magic fields and the spells that prevented people from leaving. But at that point, the King's Guard just wanted to activate it for good measure.
His statement just now is missing some details. What details should you ask him to elaborate on? How did you find the sword? How did you find Eugene? He'll probably say it's the bedroom. How did you eventually find Eugene that night?
After an hour's silence, he finally responded to my telepathic messages. He met up with me in the gallery before we went to search for the sword.
In the gallery, okay. So this would have been after the theft was reported.
Yes.
You would have to pick up Eugene after he murdered Lord Freyja. That must have been the alibi they used to account for the time that no one could see Eugene. Anyways, this detail could be extremely important. Please add to your testimony, witness.
Harold.
Yes, of course, Harold. He says he went around a manor to look for Eugene. Do you think he's telling the truth? Maybe, but his so-called search for Eugene gave him a good excuse not to be seen by anyone. It's a decent alibi, if not without its flaws. In the gallery room before they finally found the artifact. Hold on a minute. How did you eventually find the Sword of Spell Eating?
The King's Guard and I slowly checked in each room in the manor. After about an hour, he finally found the artifact under the bed in the defendant's room.
That must have where Tracker hides his sticks that he finds. Now you think about it, he's probably the one who stole Celeste's sword in the first place. Anyways, this detail... Yes, okay. Okay, let me double check. As you probably know, the same as I found the soul spell in the defense room. Okay, there's no... Okay, I don't think there's any contradiction there. Actually, no, they... Wait, hold on, man. We live by a creature, Let's just say it was supposed to be a blood contract between the mage and the demon. It was found, okay, it was confirmed, okay. In that case, I'll probably switch back to the other statement. Yeah, how the fuck were you able to talk to him? Harold, you found Eugene before you went to search for the Sword of Spell Eating. This would mean that
That happened while the lockdown was still active, am I correct?
Yes, as much as I was worried about the artifact, Eugene's safety was far more important.
That's the thing, Harold. You said that after hours of silence, you finally received a telepathic message back from Eugene. What? So that leaves one question. How did you communicate with Eugene telepathically if you were both within an anti-magic field?
What?
Harold, in response to the theft, the Kingsguard activated the lockdown system to prevent anyone from leaving. That same lockdown system would have placed an anti-magic field over every inch of that manor. That field should have suppressed that telepathic abilities given to you by familiar bond. You wouldn't have been able to speak with Eugene at all.
Mr. Cuthbert, are you accusing the witness of lying in his testimony?
Please, Cuthbert. It's blowing this entire thing out of proportion. Anti-magic field is a resource-intensive spell. We can't assume that they managed to cover every inch of the manor, especially the areas that it would only be accessible to a small animal.
Mr. Morrow, let's assume that Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot in the lockdown system. The magical telepathy granted by the familiar bond connects two people. Even if Eugene wasn't affected by the anti-magic field, Harold would be.
That's very true. So how did I hear him that night?
There's only one answer that makes sense, Harold. You did hear Eugene telepathically, because Eugene was wielding the sword of spell eating.
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you saying that the sword of spell eating was stolen by the witness's pet monkey?
I am, Your Honor. It's the only way that witness's testimony makes sense.
She doesn't have a rebuttal. You should push this while you still have a chance.
Harold Haraldson, you're the one who stole the sword of spell eating. Weren't you?
And what reason would I have to steal something that already belongs to me?
It was to take suspicion off of you, because you were the one who had killed William Frege killed. You staged a robbery and used the sword of spell eating to make Eugene invisible. Then you send her through the manor's ventilation system, also you can have him murder William Frege in his study.
Well done, Cuthbert. I suppose you can just stop yourself from pursuing a lying witness.
It's what I do best, Mr. Morrow.
Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense?
It's quite obvious, but I completely refute the prosecution's allegations. He's misguided, but he's just doing his job. You're expecting his thoughts to be hostile like before.
Then do you also refute the statement about Eugene telepathically speaking with you?
I know better than to lie on the stand to trying to save myself. I can't explain how it happened, but I stand behind my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during the lockdown, but how did he do it?
Wait, so he doesn't know how that telepathic communication happened? Perhaps he overlooked it when he was planning the murder with Beatrice.
And that's your position, Cuthbert? That the witness sent a monkey to murder William Frege?
It may sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Or do you have any evidence to refute that, Mr. Mora?
No. I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you, Mr. Cuthbert.
Wait.
Tyrion?
Mr. Cuthbert, did you forget that you were prosecuting Beatrice Frege?
Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, it's clear that Cuthbert can't stop himself from finding the true culprit.
Wait, I also meant to say that the defendant conspired with the witness to commit the crime.
Oh, really? And do you have proof of this conspiracy to commit?
Oh, yeah. We ended up proving her innocent. Shit. Ah, damn it. But even so.
But let's assume that you did have evidence to prove your statement. If this was really a plot formed by my client and the witness, what would my client even contribute to this plan? From what you said, this plot was completely carried out by Lord Haraldson and his familiar.
Well, the glass. You would have needed a powerful mage like the defendant to break the sword's display case and stage the robbery.
So her contribution to the murder was breaking some glass. Can you prove that my client shattered the display case? And can you prove that she did so knowing that it would somehow lead to her father's death?
Shit. You might have gotten a little too eager to prove Harold's guilt.
The physical evidence against my client was almost non-existent in the first place. Meanwhile, it seems the prosecution has just brought forward physical evidence that implicates Lord Haraldson. Physical evidence that is supported by his own testimony.
This has to be some explanation for this. There has to be some sort of explanation for this.
Cuthbert, didn't you ask me something yesterday? If my client didn't kill the victim, then who did? I suppose I should thank you for finding that answer.
Damn it. All you did was make it more difficult to prove your case. But Harold has to be involved in this, you weren't wrong about that. Only Eugene will be small enough to traverse the air vents. So there isn't anything else. Isn't there anything else you can use? With the threat of indictment, Harold must be stressed. It's gotten you out of tight spots before. Maybe you can find the evidence in his mind.
You can use every trick you have, Cuthbert. It won't help you.
Ignore her. Calm your mind and focus the Eye of Horus on him. You have to find something. Anything that might tie the murder to Beatrice.
Naught can remain concealed.
Shotgun gun. I can't believe that one of my artifacts was used to commit a murder. It's completely disrespectful of the culture and history behind it.
What? You speak as if he had truly had no hand in this. But that can't be true, can it?
What? Why am I thinking about this? My mind can't be going. No. Beatrice. It's truly a shame that Beatrice was driven to flee from her own family. If only I introduced myself to her, perhaps we could have found a solution together.
He doesn't know Beatrice? But how? She planned the murder with him. Unless...
William, it's a shame that things ended up this way. I truly hope I could show you the value of Wivengard's history. Young Tyrion's argument makes sense. I couldn't have heard Eugene when the lockdown was active. What is going on here? At least the earrings of vitality were left untouched. It's one of the few artifacts that's left imbued with the Scale Lord's power. The armbands of intellect are still missing, but I inspected it closely before the Lord's Ball. They were still there when I moved them to Freya's Manor. Someone must have stolen it during the ball.
Right, you never did find out what happened to the armbands. Could there seriously have been a second thief there?
No, he doesn't know anything about that. Eugene, just what were you doing that night? Did you really wield a sword, if only for a brief moment?
Wait, you should have known exactly where Eugene was that night. Why? Why would his thoughts say that? What? What's going on? He's speaking as if he really has no hand in this. You can guard yourself in the Eye of Horus, but you can't lie to it. And if that's true, we'd be wrong about Harold's involvement. Is he really innocent?
See anything, Cuthbert?
Ah, shit.
Your Honor, it's clear that the prosecution has nothing left to argue. There's very little evidence implicating my client, and there's a far more likely suspect in front of us right now.
Yes, I must agree, Mr. Mora. At the very least, I see no reason to prolong the trial any longer. Wait. Beatrice couldn't have personally done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind, she was with two princes for the most of the night. So who actually killed William Frege in his study? Think about it. The reason why you suspected Harold in the first place was because of what Tracker said.
Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously.
But even if it was an actual rat, it still could have been a human, right?
You're right. It would have been a small animal. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. Tracker definitely saw some kind of animal. Was it someone else's familiar? Another familiar? No, it had to be Oh wait, no, I skipped it. Shit. Why was Eugene in the air vents? Fuck. Okay, hold on. No, it had to have been Eugene. Tracker found the sword in that hallway, and Eugene couldn't have communicated with Harold unless the sword protected both of them from the anti-magic field. But why? Did Eugene just happen to be in that hallway? That also doesn't explain why the sword of spell eating was even there. No, Tracker said that Eugene came out of the air vent on the side of the hallway. Then he fled into the air vent on the other side. Even for a small monkey, those vents would have been extremely cramped. We wouldn't have entered those vents out of mere curiosity. You know that Harold didn't participate in the murder, but he did know about what did he know about what Eugene was doing that night? Harold's not active. No? Oh, Eugene was not acting of their own free will. No? Why was Eugene in the air vents? Tracker was... Eugene was acting of his own free will. That's the explanation that makes the most sense. But how and why? Harold's the only person that is magically connected to Eugene, and even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow orders, she wouldn't have been able to direct his actions telepathically. Beatrice couldn't use any other conjuration spell to contact him either. She was also in the anti-magic field when she was with Aster. So if Eugene was the one who murdered William Frege, was he acting independently? No, that can't be possible. The plan requires knowledge of Frege Manor's interventilation system. It also involves murdering William during the lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but a normal monkey wouldn't have known how to identify and destroy William's will, even if Beatrice has somehow trained him to do all of this beforehand. Oh! No? No. No. It couldn't be.
I discovered that the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well, and unlike the sword of spell eating, we still haven't found the armbands. You look at the glass case where the armbands used to be.
The thief didn't shatter the glass.
Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. The magical locks on them can be disabled.
How are they normally disabled?
They can be turned on and off by using a spoken password.
How many people know this password?
Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they are removed.
Only Harold knows the password, but someone could have overheard him saying it. Someone that's constantly looking over his shoulder.
You've made some ridiculous statements in the past, but there's no way the judge will even entertain this theory. You have to be smart about this.
Your Honor, I think there's one more witness that can clear up this discrepancy once and for all. And I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court.
Really? I frankly find that hard to believe.
Please trust me, Your Honor. There's an element to this that we all aren't seeing. And it's one that no one will believe. What do you have planned now?
Very well, I'll give you one last chance, Mr. Cuthbert, but know that if your next witness fails to unveil any new information, I won't hesitate to end this trial.
I understand, Your Honor. So I'm gonna need you to bear with me for a moment.
Why?
Your Honor, the defense calls Eugene Harrelson to the stand.
Never mind, I retract my earlier statement. I'll be passing my judgment.
Well, wait, just bear with me for a moment.
Mr. Cuthbert, I should find you in contempt for even suggesting this. Do you honestly allow... I think I'll allow a monkey to give testimony in my courtroom?
Yeah, it sounds pretty out there, even for us. Hey, it's not an Ace Attorney-like game if it doesn't involve interrogating animals. I like to remind the court of the nature Harold's bond of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene is a familiar. That means that Harold Harrelson can speak with him telepathically. But this is absolutely... Show me the law that says an animal can't give testimony, Your Honor. It may be unprecedented, but it's not against the law.
Very well.
Your Honor, you can't be serious right now. Are you actually going along with this?
Oh, Mr. Mora, I am looking for any possible reason not to entertain this. But Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There are no laws against his proposal, so I have no choice but to oblige his frankly insane actions for now.
Very well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not as if this will reveal anything.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but... Bailiff, please escort Lord Harrison's monkey to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court.
I could do without the sarcasm, Miss Tamora.
Eugene is Eugene! Eugene Monkey! Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Haroldson's translations.
You can't see the armbands on him right now. He must be at his normal intelligence now. Although, how would he even wear them? Perhaps he held them in his hands. They only require physical contact after all.
Eugene, did you steal from the gallery on the night of the murder?
Eugene never steal from Harold! Eugene, don't respect Harold!
Then you have no problem testifying about where you went during the Lord's Ball.
I can't believe I let you convince me to permit this.
Oh! Eugene explore house! Eugene look for a new place to play! Eugene also look for spiders! Spiders yum yum! You think Eugene steal armbands of intellect? Oh god! Eugene never steal from Harold! Harold's friend! Eugene always Harold's friend! Eat strong together!
Wow, you did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open.
Is this really gonna help us?
Look, you'll just have to trust me on this one.
I trust you?
That sentence sounded like it turned into a question at the end.
It's not an Ace Attorney game if you're not interrogating an animal. Interpret, okay. But Harold's an associate of House Frege. Surely you visited Frege Manor before that night.
Manor constantly changes. William always doing renovations. There's always new discovery to be made.
You suppose that makes sense. William certainly had to go for it.
Anyways, what else did you do that night, Eugene?
Eugene also looked for spiders. Spiders yum yum.
Do you enjoy eating spiders?
Spiders good, rich in nutrients.
But he's angry. Wait, really?
Some cultures in Eastern Kingdoms eat roasted crickets. I've tried them. They're actually not bad if they're prepared correctly.
I don't think I could ever be that adventurous.
Can we please stay on topic?
I wasn't accusing you of anything, Eugene. Perhaps you accidentally unlocked the case and took them, thinking they were some sort of toy? This could all be an honest mistake.
Eugene not dumb. Eugene know how important artifacts are to Harold. Eugene never take from him. Eugene never steal from Harold. Harold's only friend.
You might not have knowingly done it, but perhaps you took one of the artifacts by accident.
Eugene would never do that.
Then how do you explain your brief contact with the sort of spell eating? Harold couldn't have telepathically contacted you unless one of you was wielding it.
Eugene don't understand question.
Right, he won't understand how the sword works without his heightened intelligence. Unless... Do you consider yourself close to Harold?
I would guess so. They literally have a magical connection with each other.
Right, I suppose a bond between a mage and his familiar would require a lot of trust.
Harold saved Eugene from Batman years ago. Eugene would never betray.
So you're a rescue?
Batman locked Eugene in a cage. He tell people to throw peanuts at Eugene. Harold take Eugene away from that prison. Lock up Batman.
He seems to genuinely care for Harold. Could that be why he did this? He clearly feels indebted to him. That might have been his motive.
Tyrion?
I know it looks bad, but I swear there's more to this than meets the eye.
If you say so.
There has to be something in his statements. There has to be something... He had to be wearing the armbands on the night of the murder. Which thought reveals that? Think about how the tracker spoke.
Is there anything different about the way Eugene's speaking right now?
Objection!
Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold's gallery.
Eugene, no. Eugene, no one has everything for Harold.
Cuthbert, don't waste our time by having him repeat that statement. That's the thing, Mr. Mora. That's not the same statement he made in his testimony. I asked the witness if he stole an artifact from the gallery. I never mentioned the armbands of intellect. What are you talking about now? The witness likes the understanding to differentiate between the artifacts. It was clearly just a simple mistake. It's not just the fact that he named the wrong artifact, Mr. Mora. It's the fact that he used its actual name.
I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Cuthbert.
Your Honor, animals can speak the same way that humans do. Even when a telepathic link is established, their vocabulary is extremely limited. Right. Tracker called the sort of spell eating a stick before. It was hard to understand what he really meant. Exactly, so that raises the question. How did Eugene know they were called the armbands of intellect? Wait, how did he know? The armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and replaced with a well-made replica. Where are the armbands right now? If he had worn the armbands when he was sneaking through the fence, he would have never have the opportunity to put them back. And the armbands are still missing. Does he still have them? At this moment. It can't be. Is he really? The armbands were designed to be worn by humans, so Eugene couldn't wear them on his arms. So where would he wear them? Under his hat?
You initially thought that he carried them in his hands, but there's a far simpler explanation.
Eugene, do you still maintain that you didn't steal the armbands of intellect?
Eugene told you already. Eugene never steals from Harold.
Then I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat? He does the anime pushing up glasses. Yeah, anime pushing up glasses gesture.
Are you serious right now? You don't think he's wearing them right now, do you?
It's the only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken out on the night of the murder, and they are still missing. If Eugene did indeed steal the armbands that night, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to return them. He had no choice but to continue wearing them until the investigation was over.
This is absolutely ridiculous. You're spinning a fairy tale. Do you honestly expect to believe that a monkey increased its intelligence far beyond human limits?
If I'm wrong, the witness can easily refute my theory by removing his hat. Well, what's it going to be, Eugene?
You see him fully break character, and he slowly but silently lifts his hat.
No, you can't be serious.
Everyone can see it plainly. He's wearing the armbands like a crown around his tiny head. From out of his hat, you see him pull out something else.
Holy shit.
Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I should have underestimated you. Are you serious? This is probably a blessing in disguise. I don't think I could bear debasing myself any longer.
He's actually talking.
Objection, Your Honor.
On what grounds, Mr. Mora?
On what grounds? Everything about the situation is objectionable. It's downright absurd. Is he seriously Beatrice's accomplice?
Oh, I'm starting to read her thoughts now.
But Mr. Mora, we can't deny what's clearly in front of us.
I was not ready for today. How is he even talking right now? Scholars believe that humans and apes evolved from a common ancestor. Perhaps all apes can speak the common language under the right circumstances.
Evolve, please. I observed your society. I think calling humanity evolve is being quite generous.
This can't be happening.
Well, are you all done talking at me like a bunch of simpletons?
Simpletons? Wait a minute.
It's quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts.
Right, I remember encountering a similar problem at the Imperial Academy.
Ah, you must be dedicated to your studies.
That was the monkey?
They let this simpleton into the Imperial Academy?
Rude, but he's
but you suppose that can't be helped. Every insulting thought that you've seen from Harold, they weren't from Harold's thoughts at all. They were Eugene's thoughts. He's been wearing the armband since you first met. But I still don't understand. Why would you even take the armbands in the first place?
I'll admit that the Lord's Ball was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance.
You put them on by accident?
My unawakened self was enamored by its glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them, but when I first held them in my hands, I had experienced a sense of clarity that I'd never felt before. I was afraid of what I experienced, so I left them alone. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, I couldn't stop thinking about what I felt that day.
You were hooked.
I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but I suppose you're not wrong. I already knew the password to Harold's vault, so I come from time to time and indulge in the armband's power. But the more time I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved its power when I had to put them away.
And that's when you made the replica.
While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would have eventually discovered that they were stolen, but he would have concluded that a noble from the Lord's Ball took them.
Because of the pressure that he was receiving from the crown.
I'm not proud of what I done, but I never expected things to reach this point. I didn't expect someone to steal the sword of spell eating as well. And I certainly didn't expect a murder to happen that night.
So you still maintain that you're innocent?
Of course I do. I stole the armbands, but I did not murder William Frager, nor did I take the sword of spell eating. Allow me to elaborate.
He's smoking a pipe.
I'll admit that I took the armbands and replaced them with a replica, but I was not the crook who stole the sword of spell eating. The deaths were completely different from one another. The display case for the sword was completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the manor. It was lying in the middle of the hallway. I wondered why such an important artifact would be lying there, so I took a closer look to inspect it. That's when I heard Harold call out to me telepathically. The sword must have protected me and Harold from the anti-magic field. I wanted to take the sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me away from the scene.
He has a point. You didn't need to shatter this display case of the sword. Yeah, he already knew the passwords. But Tracker said Eugene was the one who dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped into the air vent that led into William's study. His actions that night were definitely not innocent as his testimony implies. He must have lied somewhere. How do we know that you didn't shatter the glass to cover your tracks?
Harold's password nullifies the locks, but they don't nullify the magic that protects the glass. Harold told you himself, didn't he? Only a powerful mage could have shattered the reinforced glass.
But as a familiar, magic can be cast through you.
Only Harold can cast magic through me. I can't cast any spells by myself. And even if I could, Harold's spell compendium doesn't have the spell that's powerful enough for that.
His logic is sound. But what if you're saying is true? Who shattered the glass?
Anyways.
But that location was near Frega's bedrooms. Don't tell me that you...
What do you take me for? I know what a bedroom looks like, and I never enter one uninvited.
Then why were you there in the first place?
I was coming back for the rooftop garden, but then I suddenly felt something interfering with the armband's magic.
The anti-magic fields?
Yes, I was worried that something had happened, so I made my way back to the gallery to meet up with Harold.
I see. Could you add this to your testimony?
Very well.
I spotted the sword when I was heading back from the rooftop garden. From the rooftop gardens? What the fuck? Let's look at the... garden was on top, wasn't it? Yeah, the rooftop garden was on top.
Objection!
No, that shit. So you're heading directly from the rooftop garden to the gallery.
But do you honestly expect us to believe that someone just left the sword of spell eating in that hallway?
Think what you will, but it's the truth. Perhaps the murderer left it there after they were done using it. If the King's Guard found it there, they would have no idea who stole it.
That does sound possible. You shouldn't be so quick to believe him. And that's when you made contact with it.
Yes, I was quite surprised too. At the time, the magic of the armbands were being nullified. But then when I picked up the sword, my intellect finally returned. That's how I knew that I was holding the sword of spell eating.
Was this the first time he tried to contact you that night?
No, he had telepathically messaged me earlier that night. But I was so absorbed in my exploration that I ignored him.
He was absorbed into his exploration? Would that really cause him to ignore it? A call from Harold? Didn't you have the time to grab the sword? You were holding it after all.
I'm not proud to admit it, but my survival instincts took over. At that point, I was more concerned about escaping that wild animal.
I suppose that makes sense. The tracker is several times larger than him, and he had every reason to be afraid.
His story makes sense. There's no way he could have shattered the glass.
I suppose so. But Tracker saw him that night. He was definitely traversing the vents in the hallway, which means he lied somewhere in his testimony. I spotted the sword when I was heading back from the rooftop garden to the gallery. Oh wait, no, didn't Miriam say that she was at the rooftop gardens? It was somewhere. Anyone from leaving or teleporting outside the building? But I saw when I was heading back from the rooftop garden to the gallery. It was lying in the middle of the hallway. Okay. I already used this evidence. Fuck.
Objection!
No. Shit. what the sword was. Keep a sign in the middle of the hallway. Was that to bait me? Ah, yeah, there it is. I was supposed to present the map. Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to lie is to hide a false detail within many truths.
And what are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert?
You said you were heading to the terrace from the gallery. Did you take any detours?
Of course not, but the unbands nullified my intelligence was slowly fading. I want to return to Harold as soon as possible.
Witness, I'd like for you to take a look at this floor map of Frege Manor. This is the location that the wild dog found the sword of spell eating. So tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sword of spell eating when it was hidden in the hallway north of Beatrice's room?
That's...
What are you nitpicking? It's such an insignificant statement. Maybe I just got distracted and went down the wrong hallway. Mr. Moore, Eugene came from the rooftop garden, and he was adamant that he went to the gallery to reunite with Harold. Even when his intellect was muddled, his intent was on reuniting with his worried companion. He definitely took the direct route, but if he did, he would have never been able to see into that hallway. What am I getting pinged for? Oh no, something else. Okay, good.
I see your point, Mr. Cuthbert. What does this mean?
That means that the witness had lied about where he was before he discovered the sword of spell eating. He wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. He came from the air vents in that specific hallway. So why were you in that hallway, Eugene? You lied in your testimony. Was it because you wanted to hide because what were you really doing that night?
I...
Admit it, Eugene. You snuck through the air vents to avoid detection. Then you used the air vent in the hallway to break into William's study. After that, you murdered him using the letter opener, didn't you?
That's not what I went there to do. No, I didn't mean...
So you did go in there.
Order in the court. Witness, is this true? Did you break into William Frager's study during the lockdown?
Yes, I did enter his study, but not for the reason you think. William Frager was already dead when I got there.
What? What did you just say?
It's true.
Do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? How could someone else have killed the victim before you got there? Tracker took the sort of spell eating, and you were the only intelligent creature that could walk in through the air vents.
I understand how believable and suspicious it sounds. Why do you think I lied in the first place? But it's the truth, Mr. Cuthbert. You have to believe me.
You don't see any contradicting thoughts to the eye, but that hardly absolves him of guilt. But could he really be telling the truth? If that's true, that only brings you back to one question you've been asking since this all began. Who really did this?
Okay, Eugene, let's assume you're telling the truth.
Do you actually believe me?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still my only suspect for this, but I know better than anyone about jumping to conclusions, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now.
I see.
However, if you want to absolve yourself, I need you to tell me about what you really saw that night. There might be anything that might point to who really did this.
Very well. I'll tell you what I saw. Although, I doubt you believe me. I discreetly made my way into the hallway through another air vent. I exited the air vent in that hallway and tried to leap to the other side. I'm not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I collided with something I didn't see. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued my way to the study. And that's when I found William Frager. He was dead on the floor and lying in a pool of blood. And as if I was blessed by the scale lord myself, I found that I found the will he was drafting, so I destroyed it.
What? What? Frankly, Mr. Harrelson, I find that story very difficult to believe.
I assumed as much, but you know what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Isn't it more likely that you murdered the victim? You're clearly lying to cover up what you did by saying that he was already dead.
Honestly, I really don't know what to think.
Is he really telling the truth? I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you just clumsy?
I have impeccable dexterity.
It sounds like you struck a nerve there.
I must have been muddled from losing the armband's magic. I found
That's me. That's So you were the one who took the will I've been trying to find. What did it say?
I was pressed for time, so I didn't really read the entire document. But I found an order to he was executed to fund the Harrelson Hall of History. Since he went out of his way to specify on that current copy, I concluded that this former didn't have this addendum.
So you could have saved Harold's museum by making sure it never got submitted for probate. Anyways, do you have the will with you?
My apologies. I crumpled it into the will into a ball and ate it, and I then left the room before my intelligence was completely gone.
Ugh. You're really hoping to see if William followed through on his threat to disinherit Beatrice.
He seems to be telling the truth this time.
I agree, but we still need to be sure.
You should carefully inspect and press. Yeah, I know. I figured as much.
But why were you in there in the first place?
It all began when William Freya got into an argument with Harold. The Kerr wanted to defund the prestigious Harrelson Hall of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets, so I devised a plan to break into his study and find something that I could use to blackmail him. As you know, there's a small entrance in the hallway, and it's connected to the William study on the ground floor. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay in his study all night, so I thought I could look through his documents without anyone seeing me.
I suppose that does make sense, but is he really telling the truth?
What happened when you tried to leap into the other event, Eugene?
How did you know it was a sort of spell eating?
When I held it in my hands, I felt my intelligence return. I also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. He was clearly growing worried, so I needed to move quickly.
Did this wild dog have a white coat of fur?
He did. Are you acquainted with him?
Something like that.
Well, next time you meet him, tell him that I don't appreciate being called a rat. I am a proud orangutan.
You can understand him?
I picked up a little of the canine language throughout my life. I'm also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. I can also speak owl, but I admit it's barely conversational.
As much as you want to test the validity of those claims, they're not relevant to the case.
What happened when you entered the study? It seems oddly convenient that he was murdered before you arrived.
I know how it may seem, but I'm telling you the truth.
And do you have any explanation for how the assailant broke into the study without the sword?
I unfortunately do not.
Please, it's obvious your testimony doesn't match up with the evidence. Whoever did this either entered through the vents or they used the sword to nullify the lock. And your own testimony says the sword was abandoned in that hallway.
It doesn't match up what you thought happened, but it doesn't really contradict the evidence you have.
Anyways, what did you do when you discovered the body?
I knew it was only a matter of time before someone discovered the body, so I quickly searched the room for something I could use.
Oh, that's everything. It's hard to believe, but you can't see any direct contradictions. Should you press him more? But what if he's telling the truth? If Eugene did do this, then your next course of action is clear. Although that still wouldn't explain how Beatrice fits into this. You recall something that Tracker said to you. Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was. And when he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down?
Yeah, Tracker could see rat with his eyes, so I got to use his nose to see it.
Eugene was invisible.
Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan,
Did you turn yourself invisible somehow?
No, I hardly had the means to. And even if I had somehow convinced Harold to cast a spell on me, he doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Few mages do. Very few mages do.
Right. You recall every saying the same thing during the Night's Grave trials. Only a master of illusion magic could do that. That's how you thought Beatrice was involved. But if Eugene is truly innocent, did she turn someone else invisible? But if that's true, you're back where you started again. No, think through this. Eugene's testimony fills in a blank that has been missing.
I fell into the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me.
How did you know it's a sort of spell eating?
When I held it in my hands, I felt my intelligence return. I also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. It was clearly growing away, so I needed to move quickly. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild thought forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study.
And what happens when you cross-reference that with Tracker's testimony?
The way Tracker smelled fine rat. Tracker could smell where Rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Tracker must have scared Rat, because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick.
How did it end up in the hole? So where does that lead us? How did this end up in the hallway? No, she was in the hallway the whole time though. Or did she know them? No? No. He fell on the ground, realized Barons, even though there's a sword standing next to her. That the rat dropped the sword and he fell into the ground. The thief dropped the sword in that hallway, but how does that make sense? Did they hide the sword like you originally thought? No, that hallway was close to the gallery. There are plenty of better places to hide the sword. If it weren't for Tracker taking it, it would have been found even sooner. The thief must have accidentally dropped the sword there. This can only mean one thing. Why was the thief in that hallway? Was Tunley sneaking, walking? Under, on top. Was breaking, walking, sneaking, tunneling, breaking, no. The thief? Tunneling? No. The thief was also sneaking through the air vents. That's the only reason why they would be there.
That would imply that the thief was as small as Eugene. Could it have been another familiar? And if so, why didn't Eugene notice them? Wait.
I'm not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I collided with something that I didn't see.
He collided with something that he didn't see. In other words, it was something that was invisible to him. As the master of illusion, Beatrice is one of the few people at the ball that can cast invisibility. Beatrice would never trust anyone to work together like this. But she's completely blind. She wouldn't have much of a choice. Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself, and she could only employ someone else's help if she had full control of them.
Have you been approaching the situation incorrectly the entire time? Through the eye, you knew that Beatrice was involved somehow, but you just assumed that she was a part of one part of a larger plot. But breaking the glass and the casting of invisibility, these were the elements that you knew she was involved with, but it never really fit together. Unless she was the one pulling the strings the entire time. And there's only one way she could be in full control in this the entire time.
A fucking familiar.
A couple of memories flood into your mind. A familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical contract with. With that contract, our souls are bonded. I can speak with him telepathically. I could even see through his eyes and cast my spells through him if I wanted to.
Really? I never knew a spell like that existed.
It's quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it.
Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Miss Tamora's ward.
You extend out your hand to shake hers. She has an aristocratic air to her, so you hope you're not being too informal. Instead of taking your hand, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath.
What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine.
Oh.
Nevertheless, she finally shakes her hand.
I've heard much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice.
You didn't know that she was blind back then. You barely even noticed it. But how did she know that you were holding out your hand?
Well, do you have any other questions for me?
If you're wrong about this,
Beatrice will surely be acquitted. And after that, the Inquisition will turn their attention to Harold and Eugene. There's only one way to know for sure. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions for the current witness. He is dismissed.
What? I see. You have something else planned, don't you?
Yeah, and I actually need your help.
Really?
You tell her about your plan.
Really? I feel like you're making some big assumptions there. Wouldn't the Inquisition check for something like that?
I know, it's the best play we have. Do you remember what Steelwind said yesterday?
But the moment the gods saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves a trace of magic on the person it's cast on. So, mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility.
If everything goes the way I think it will, you'll be able to confirm its location. Once you do that, you just need to reveal it to everyone.
Alright, I'll follow your lead then.
So, Mr. Cuthbert, how do we proceed? Your previous witness brought about more revelations than I could ever have guessed. However, you still haven't given a substantial explanation about how the murder occurred or who actually did it.
I understand that, Your Honor, but it'll all make sense after I call my next witness.
Another witness?
I understand your hesitance, Your Honor, but everything that we've learned throughout these trials is finally coming together, and this final witness will tie it all together in a perfect knot. Your Honor, the prosecution calls Beatrice Freya to the stand.
Seriously, Cuthbert, you went through all of that trouble just to end up calling my client to the stand.
You and your client have the right to refuse, Miss Tamora, but I wonder how would that reflect on your client's character.
It doesn't really matter. She's already standing here with Miss Tamora. You can carry out your plan regardless whether she decides to do or not. But it will have much more impact if you can bait her into lying on the stand.
My client says she's willing to testify. However, we would like to propose a short recess. With these new developments, I'm sure we can understand that we have much to discuss.
I see no reason to grant the defense's request.
Is this really okay? If we give them time to prep, they might realize what we're doing.
I know, but I don't think we have anything to worry about.
You've been building a psychological profile of Beatrice since this case began. It's hard to read her expression and emotions, even with the Eye of Horus. She keeps herself guarded and keeps her true intentions unknown. She is powerful, more powerful than her father cared to admit. Despite this, he tried to control her and put her inside a cage. But Beatrice Frege would never live in a cage. She wanted freedom and control, and she would do whatever it took to get it. You're sure that the accident that blinded her didn't help things. When everything was said and done, she abandoned everything, her wealth, her status, her family. She could have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was her turn to lead House Frege. If she was willing, she could have even secretly pushed her father's past the gates of death itself, but she couldn't bear to live like that, even temporarily. You have no idea why this is how she chose to do that. Perhaps that had something to do with their meeting. But you do know one thing. Beatrice Frege would never put herself in a position of vulnerability. If you were to endanger her freedom, she will make sure that she can see who she's up against.
And that, in the interest of giving the defense time to deliberate, we will be taking an extended recess. Court is adjourned.
Oh boy, this is quite the draw to go through.
As you were exiting the courtroom, you sent Celeste to do some reconnaissance. It should be similar to when she scanned Valentina during the Nightgrave trial.
Tyrion?
Celeste, were you able to see it?
Yeah, it's definitely there, and it sits on her shoulder most of the time.
So she keeps it close to her. That's good to know.
It looks kinda weird though, but I never used detect magic like this before.
Well, you doubt that someone like her would choose a conventional animal, especially for something like this.
Cuthbert?
Mr. Moore?
There's something I need to show you.
Preferably alone. You're not gonna get me assassinated, right?
Celeste gives you a concerned look, but you nod to her to show it's okay. I realized it was a mistake and I ended up dead in an alleyway. She moves to sit on the bench where she can keep an eye on Beatrice.
Okay, lead the way. Oh boy, the plot thickens.
Mr. Moore leads you out of the courthouse and into the city. Every time you ask her where she's taking you, she avoids answering your question.
Oh my god, she's taking me out back to get shot. She's taking me out back to get shot.
Alright, we're here.
It's an alleyway, oh god. Oh no, by the scaled lord.
You arrived at the empty alley in the frankly seedier part of the city. As Mr. Moore approaches one of the derelict buildings, she is met with a large, burly man who is guarding the back door. The man silently acknowledges her and steps aside to let her in.
Mr. Moore, where are we going?
I'm sorry about this. I'm sure you're confused, but please trust me. I'll explain everything.
Before you have a chance to ask for more information, she moves into the building. The man guarding the door looks at you expectantly. The entire situation doesn't sit right with you, but you still continue to follow her. Despite your recent disagreements, you know that you can trust her. As you head further into the building, you'll find yourself in a surprisingly well-furnished room. From how it looks from the outside, you would have never guessed it would look like this. It almost looks like a room that you'd encounter in the Frege Manor. As you enter the room, you spot several mercenaries standing at various points in the room. And most surprisingly, you see Ares standing in the end of the room. You give her a confused look, but she simply smiles and waves at you. Sitting at a desk next to her, you see a man with an eye patch. It looks like he's been expecting you.
Ah, Tamora.
Upon seeing you two, he cordially welcomes Miss Tamora before tuning his attention to you.
And you must be Tyrion. Tamora has told me a lot about you.
I see, but who are you?
I've been called many names over the years, but my favorite has always been the Eye Taker.
The Eye Taker.
From the sounds of it, you have already heard of me.
Mr. Mora, what is this?
My daughter Ares has told me all about your work prosecuting this case.
She's his daughter?
But I have to say, I'm quite impressed. Getting a monkey to testify? I don't think I could even put off a quit like that. You pretty much blown past my expectations. Why I
get to the point.
As soon as you interrupt him, you feel every person in the room tense up. You don't even need the eye to know that your interruption put them on edge.
Relax, everyone. Kids will be kids. I'm a father myself, you know? Anyways, I get straight to the point. I have a certain interest in the outcome of this trial.
What are you talking about?
Little Lady Frege has been a client of ours for a long time. I've done quite a lot of favors for her, and the time has finally come for me to collect.
Those debts that Steelwind mentioned.
They all belong to me. But there's no need to worry. I know she's good for it. That is, if she can inherit House Frege.
What?
Tamora's a good attorney, even without my help. If she's convicted, we could easily reduce her sentence by rubbing the right hands. But you see, there's that pesky Slayer rule. The thing is, Cuthbert, I need Beatrice Frege to be acquitted in the current trial.
So that's what this is about? House Frege's gold. That's why you helped her murder William Frege?
Please, my goals aren't nearly so short-sighted. I have big plans. Not just for Beatrice, but for this entire kingdom. And I need House Frege for that.
Just like you needed Justin Way?
Tyrion? Ah, Justin. It's really a shame what happened to him.
Don't act so innocent. He would never try to rob Dragogen if you didn't threaten him.
Is that so? Do you think I just randomly showed up on his doorstep one day demanding gold? He was the one who came for me for help. I just told him to pay him back what he owed. If he hadn't come to me, it wouldn't have been some other criminal. But that's beside the point. Enough about what I wanted from Justin. Let's talk about what I want from you.
You want me to throw the case?
I love this kid. I don't have to beat around the bush with this one. No one will doubt you, especially considering the amount of work you put into this already. You don't need to do anything. Just take a dive.
And let someone else take the fall. No matter what happens, the court will blame someone for this.
If it makes you feel better, I can assign Tamora to defend the old man and this monkey. That way, everyone can come out of this unharmed. Everyone wins.
Except for the fact that a murderer will be put in charge of House Frege.
Please, as if that's any worse than the people in charge of the other noble houses. If you recall, there's already a murderer in charge of House Von Sanctus. They're all dirty. You've seen it, haven't you? They rigged the system. They pay, threaten, or even kill people to get their way. All we're doing is leveling the playing field.
Tyrion, please just listen to him.
How can you just go along with this?
I told you a long time ago that there were certain parts of my job that I couldn't tell you about. Well, this is it. This is what we need to do to beat them.
Those rumors about you, they're all true, aren't they? Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you're guilty of each and every one of them. And you used him to do it. Also, you keep winning. You blackmailed Miriam, Miss Tamora.
Oh, as if we should show any pity for that spoiled princess.
A dreadful thought just entered your mind.
Steelwind. She was attacked the day that Beatrice was arrested. Was that?
I didn't know that's what they were planning.
Despite my confidence in Tamora's skill, I'm afraid there was too much riding on this to leave to chance. You gotta make your own luck if you want to beat the system.
How could you? She almost died.
We never expected her to strain her injuries like that, and we definitely didn't expect you to take her place. So believe me when I say I'm being uncharacteristically reasonable right now.
How could you even consider working with someone like him?
Don't you think it's a little arrogant to judge her, Cuthbert?
What?
You talk about defending people as if you two aren't even close to being equals. But she doesn't even have the luxury of looking into people's minds now, does she?
You told him about the Eye of Horus?
The future of magic is changing, kid. Like I said before, I have big plans for this kingdom. And I also have big plans for you.
Do you think I would ever?
Tyrion, stop. To be honest, I hate it as much as you do. But whether you like it or not, we need their help.
But this is...
Think about every client you defended. Think of Celeste. If you didn't have the Eye of Horus, what would have happened to her?
Even if one thing went differently, Pierce would have gotten away and Celeste would have been executed. You've taken chances and followed your instincts, and that's worked for you so far. But what if it's not enough? What if the system is too crooked for you to fight against next time? With the Eye Taker's help, you'll never have to worry about that again. If I had accepted his help sooner, I could have saved your mother!
So what's it going to be, kid? You already know about what happened to that Steelwind brat, so I don't need to tell you what will happen if you don't play ball.
Wait!
No. What?
Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't always win against the nobility unless I play dirty like they do. But this is wrong.
Tyrion!
I'm not going to compromise my principles, not even for you, Miss Tamura.
I'm sorry to hear you say that, kid. I really am.
With a motion of his hand, every mercenary in the room draws their weapons.
Please, you don't have to do this.
Whatever conviction you had before is slowly fading. You should have never entered this place. You knew something was off. There are about a dozen mercenaries here, and there's even more guarding the way out. You're nowhere near as physically strong as Celeste, but maybe you can make a break for it if you got lucky.
Now.
Celeste?
What the? How did you get in here?
My whole job is keeping this guy safe. Do you honestly think I'd just let you take him to an undisclosed location?
Doesn't matter, as if one girl will make a difference. Well, what are y'all waiting for?
Is that really her?
Upon seeing Celeste, the mercenaries cautiously step back. No one wants to make the first move.
This monstrous aura. It has to be her.
What the hell are you doing? You have us surrounded.
Despite his command, no one takes a step forward.
Look, let's just all sit down and talk about this rationally. Perhaps a different approach is warranted here, Father.
What?
Could I have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cuthbert? I believe I can make him see things our way.
I'm sorry, sweetie, but I can't just... Well, you've never been wrong before. Oh, she's
even using that shit on her dad.
I'll leave them to you, love.
Shall we go, you two?
Celeste silently watches Ares with her sword drawn, but unlike the mercenaries, Ares seems unmoved. She merely walks past her and out the exit. You and Celeste exchange glances and follow after her.
That was close. I don't think I could have ever fought that whole room while protecting you.
Does that mean she could have fought them if she was alone?
You two are really courageous to have fought, aren't you?
Ares, I appreciate you vouching for us, but I'm not changing my mind about this.
Oh, I'm very well aware of that. Why do you think I intervened?
Oh, well, thank you.
Is this really okay? Won't your dad be mad? I should be asking Tyrion that same question. You've seen your adopted mother's two true colors and rejected them. How are the two of you going to move forward?
She's not my...
Isn't she, though? She lost any right to deny it the moment she took it upon herself to raise you.
She only did that because I asked her to. It wasn't her choice.
Oh, but it was. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Ares, back then you barely knew Tamara. It would be a stretch to even call her a family friend. She was the adult in that situation, and what did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility, instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Tamara took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. She even homeschooled you, didn't she?
That's...
As a result, you never formed any other relationships. You made your first close friend at the age of 20, and she was your client. Don't you think that's a little bit sad? She isolated you because she wanted to use you.
That's not true. That's not why she...
From what I've seen today, you clearly have no idea who Tamara is. Even with the Eye of Horus, you clearly see a terrible judge of... You're clearly a terrible judge of character. Ares, you're going way too far. To save you from more heartache, let me just give you one last piece of advice.
Ares leans in really close and begins to whisper into your ear.
Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you?
What?
I'm sure you understand now.
Tamora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You already burned that bridge. So where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore?
No, she's not.
With Flintheart dead, she has to worry about her mother. Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or did you actually think she enjoys spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer.
You seem to know a lot about these things.
I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me?
Why are you doing this?
Because I wanted to finally break you.
Oh shit.
I'm just trying to keep you from getting hurt.
Nah, I picked that shit up before you genjutsu'd my ass.
It may seem cruel, but you seem to be realistic about these things. You trusted Tamora and she betrayed you. Try not to make the same mistake twice.
Celeste didn't hear anything she said, but she seems to notice how it's affecting you.
Ares, that's enough. My apologies. I've been told that I've been too blunt sometimes, but I do hope you think about what I said. Anyways, the trial should be starting soon. We should make our way back to the courthouse. I'm genuinely curious to see how this trial ends. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? What did she say to you?
She reaches for your hand, but you instinctively yank it away from hers.
Tyrion?
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm okay, really.
Okay? Is he mad at me?
You can think about everything else later, but for now, you know what you need to do. You need to convict Beatrice Freyja.
I'm doubling down on this shit. Fuck you. Fuck the Eye Taker, fuck Tamora, and fuck Ares. Specifically.
The court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Freyja.
Is the defendant prepared to take the stand? Tamora, I asked you a question. Is the defendant prepped or not?
She is, if the prosecution still wants to move forward with...
The prosecution will be moving forward with this. Please bring in the witness. Do you still see it, Celeste?
Yeah, it's still there. Should I reveal it now?
No. Let's really make a point for it. Wait for my signal. Let her cook. Thank you for agreeing to take the stand, Miss Freyja.
Mr. Cuthbert?
It's my understanding that you were with the two princes for most of the night.
Yes, I was. Which is why I'm still quite confused as to why I'm being charged with this crime. Out of everyone there that night, I'd have thought my alibi was the most solid.
That remains to be seen.
Clearly.
Anyway, since you still maintain your innocence, you have no problem going into detail about your supposed alibi.
As you know, I was with the Crown Prince Aster and Prince Alarg for most of the ball. I went there after meeting with my father, and I remained with them until I was arrested for his murder. Lord Steelwind and the King's Guard kept watch over me the entire night as well. I neither had the means nor the opportunity to steal the sword of spell eating and break into my father's study to murder him.
Objection!
Oh damn, I didn't even do anything. He immediately objected. And that, Miss Freyja, is where you're mistaken. You definitely had the means to commit both crimes while under the eye of everyone there that night.
The most effective tool as an attorney is revealing a contradiction in a witness's testimony. If it not only completely shatters your opponent's argument, it also makes the court doubt whether the witness is acting in good faith. Usually, you've used evidence to reveal contradictions like this.
Now, Celeste.
Apurio! Wait, what are you doing?
Oh, she is an imp. Your Honor, the witness's testimony is clearly...
Oh my god! What the hell is that thing? Tyrion, get behind me!
A monster! It's a monster!
Someone call the Inquisition! The King's Guard! Anyone!
Your Honor, can you please restore order? Your Honor, is he hiding under the table?
What voice do I give this the imp?
Yeah, he fled out the back door the moment he saw me.
It can't talk? It's a demon! It must be! It's just like the legends say! Can we all just calm down?
It takes a while before you can get everyone into the room to settle down. Eventually, it was clear that the demon wasn't intent on harming anyone. At least not yet. The court ordered extra guards just in case, and you're eventually able to bring everyone back into the courtroom.
Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this?
Sorry, I didn't know it was a... Actually, what are you? Actually, what are you?
Are you a demon?
Why, yes. I am a demon.
Demons actually exist? I thought they were already a legend. Your Honor, not only do demons exist, the defendant has made one into her familiar. She's only blind in the literal sense. She's constantly looking through the eyes of her familiar to see. And? What do you mean, and? It's pretty obvious that making a pact with a demon is incriminating by itself. Tell me, Your Honor, do the laws of Wivengard prohibit entering an accord with a demon?
They don't, but...
Then my client has committed no crime. Even so, I really would have preferred not revealing Morunath like that. Morunath? Is that your name?
It's what most people call me.
I suppose you have a point, Tamora. Having a demon as your familiar isn't technically illegal. However, this does prove that the defendant had a way to commit the murder, all the while under the eye of everyone in the ballroom. She could have sent Morunath upstairs to the gallery and then had him steal the sword of spell eating. After that, they would have just needed to traverse the vents into William's study, just like Eugene did that night. The fact that her familiar is a demon proves that she couldn't have done that. What do you mean? You saw how everyone reacted when they saw Morunath's form. A monkey may have raised some eyebrows, but someone surely would have reported Morunath if they saw him. Tamora, your client is a master of illusion magic. Can I assume that we'll find invisibility in her spell compendium? You might. And with the connection granted by the familial bond, she could have cast the spell on them regardless of where each of them was. I'll admit that my client does know how to cast invisibility, but your theory raises another question. Could my client continue casting it unnoticed? Continue casting it? You'll understand once I go over the order of events that night. At an unknown time, someone stole the sword of spell eating from the Haraldson Gallery. Due to the timing of this, I'll admit that it would be logically consistent if my client was the thief. However, sometime later my client met with the Crown Prince and was watched closely by the King's Guard. From the witness account, including yours, we know that this happened at 12:45 AM, and since this time my client didn't even leave the King's Guard's sight. It was around this time that William Frager retreated to his study and locked the door. He made a point of telling everyone that he didn't want to be disturbed. Then at 1:03 AM, Lord Haraldson finally discovered that the sword was stolen. He reported the theft to the King's Guard and they activated the lockdown system. Shortly after the report, Leif Frager tried to speak with her about the theft. William Frager reiterated that he did not want to be disturbed. Leif saw his face, and there wasn't any traces of illusion on his body. This means that William Frager was still alive at this time. Unbeknownst to everyone at the time, William Frager was attacked by the murderer at 3:12 AM. This is confirmed by not only Jan Hughes' testimony, but also the autopsy report. That is, then at 3:26 AM, the King's Guard found the sword of spell eating at my client's old room. The King's Guard tried to arrest my client for this, but the Crown Prince told them to stand down. Finally, at 3:36 AM, the lockdown was lifted. Oops, I skipped something. Jan Hughes reported what he heard, and that's when the Inquisition and the King's Guard discovered the body. And then the theft must have happened before 1:23 AM, when it was actually reported. In order to keep Morunath concealed at every step, my client would have needed to keep him invisible from 1:03 AM to 3:12 AM. Not only that, she needed Morunath to wield the sword of spell eating to ignore the effects of the anti-magic fields. This means he would need to be invisible for more than an hour. What's your point?
My point is that the invisibility spell has a duration of 1 hour. I'll admit that my client could have cast invisibility before she met with the Crown Prince, but if she wanted to keep Morath invisible, she would have needed to recast the spell at some point at that night. As you know, my client couldn't have done so during that night without the King's Guard noticing it.
Your logic makes sense, but that can only mean that the defender refreshed the invisibility right in front of everyone watching.
In front of the entire Kingsguard, 2 princes, and Lucio Steelwind.
As unlikely as it is, that's the only conclusion I can come to.
I had a feeling you'd say that, which is why we have a witness who can confirm that Beatrice didn't perform any magic that night.
A witness?
Your Honor, the defense would like to call Prince Alaric to the stand.
I see. You would have certainly have been close enough to notice the defender casting magic. But wouldn't the Crown Prince's testimony be more suitable?
Are you trying to say that Prince Alaric is unqualified to give proper testimony, Your Honor?
Of course he's saying that. The kid's 7 years old.
No, of course not. Is the prince ready to testify?
Grow a spine, for Lord's sake. Thank you for coming in, Prince Alaric. Could you please...
Hold your tongue, knave. You speak when you're spoken to. Oh god, he sounds exactly like Miriam when we first met her.
Honestly, he behaves exactly how you expect a prince of this rotten kingdom to act. Asher's the odd one out in this situation. It makes you wonder what made him so down to earth.
Your Highness? Mr. Cuthbert believes that the defendant used her magic while she was with you and the Crown Prince.
I already gave my statement to the instigators. This man dares to question my testimony?
Yes, he said it, not me.
Wow, the judge didn't even think twice about throwing you under.
But very well, if my testimony is required to strike down these redundant accusations, I will bestow it upon you.
Redundant? Don't you mean ridiculous?
Mr. Cuthbert, don't you dare suppose what His Highness really means.
His boots must be shining from all that licking you're doing.
What was that?
Nothing.
You think Lady Freya cast magic in front of me? Don't be a serf. She was under the careful watch of the Kingsguard, my brother, and Lord Steelwind. We conversed for a whole night and didn't see her cast any magic. She's been through so much over the last few years, all because of her horrid father. She would never do something like this. You and Lady Steelwind are just jealous.
He seems really convinced that you didn't see anything. You doubt that he's intentionally lying. Celeste, usually when you cast detect magic, I could see energy is overlaying your eyes.
Yeah, there are always visible magical effects on the target when I cast a spell.
But Morath was probably in another room. The Kingsguard wouldn't see the initial magical effect of invisibility.
Even if there wasn't a visible effect in that room, she would still need to say the incantation and perform the gesture with her hands.
Right. Like how you shout Repario Arcanum every time you scan a crime scene.
I don't shout it!
Anyway, she must have done the incantation and gesture at some point during the night. Did she ever get the opportunity to conceal herself to do so? Celeste, what do you usually need to do to cast a spell?
There are a lot of factors involved, honestly. Stamina and focus are a big part of it.
Assuming she's in perfect condition, what's the bare minimum she would need to do?
Well, she would have to focus her magic, say the incantation, and perform a gesture with her hands. All at the same time.
That does sound pretty conspicuous, but she must have hidden it somehow. Well, we did see her clap before shaking our hand, but... If I recall correctly, you and your brother were with her until she was arrested for the murder. What did you speak about?
She told us the stories about what she did while she was away. She was researching something. I forgot what she said. Something about the old cult.
Do you mean the occult?
Yes, that's it. She was researching ghosts and demons.
Considering who her familiar is, her research must have paid off. Anyways, Your Highness, could you please add this to your testimony?
If I must.
Oh. She told me I'm rather harsh. When saying the occult is a fascinating phenomenon, be more grammatically correct.
Come on, Tyrion, don't be one of those guys that corrects other people's grammar. Yeah, we all say things incongruently sometimes.
You feel like you might be projecting a little.
The occult are... She told me and my brother how the occult are fascinating phenomena. I didn't see just any magic. Okay. The occult. Oh wait, hold on. Ah! yeah. It's like, control a fascinating phenomenon. Oh wait, she could be subtly saying the incantation. To cast a spell, a mage needs to speak an incantation, but there's nothing that says you can't say anything before or after it. Your Highness, according to your testimony, the defendant told you that the occult are a fascinating phenomena. Is that exactly what she said, word for word? Yes, the stories she told us were quite interesting. They really stuck a chord with me. I see. Well, even if they were interesting, your testimony proves that she did cast an invisibility spell that night. Are you deaf? I already told you. No one could have heard her say any incantations, nor did they see her perform any gestures. Unfortunately, your testimony proves to be the contrary. Breacher Frege said an incantation and performed a gesture right in front of all of you without anyone even knowing it. What? Your Highness, there are two components required to cast invisibility. First, the caster must speak the incantation Occult RA and clap both of her hands together. As I'm sure you noticed, the defendant has a habit of clapping both of her hands to calm herself. Now that I think about it, that habit must have come from constantly casting the spell. The defendant requires Muranath to see, so she must have been constantly casting invisibility to keep himself invisible. Cuthbert, you may have an explanation for how she hit the gesture, but she would have still need to speak the incantation. However, she did speak the incantation. The witness's testimony proves it. What are you talking about? I never said she spoke any incantation. Your Highness, the incantation for the invisibility is Occult RA. Now recall what you said in your testimony. She said the occult are a fascinating phenomena. The pronunciation of that one phrase is identical to the incantation.
I see. So she had the incantation in her conversation.
And because her target was a creature that was outside of the ballroom, no one saw the magical effects. That means that Muranath had the means to murder William Frege just as Eugene did. Having the means to complete is completely different from actually having done it, Cuthbert. Very few people have the ability to shatter the display case to steal the sword of spell eating. And even few people have the familiar spell enough to traverse the vents. Which also makes Harrelson's familiar an equally likely suspect. And unlike my client's familiar, he admitted to breaking into William's study that night. If your client's familiar is truly innocent, then why have you not had him testify him before the court?
I see. Well, it's not as if he's the first unprecedented witness we've had today. Is Muranath willing to testify, Miss Tamora?
You see Tamora deliberating with Beatrice and Muranath. You can't hear what they're saying, but they're clearly in disagreement with each other. Muranath in particular seems to be the most vocal about his displeasure.
Your Honor, unfortunately Muranath is unwilling to testify. Why the change of heart? My client's familiar may be a demon, but he is afforded the same rights as any other person. He is not obligated to testify.
You look at Muranath, and he's grinding his very sharp teeth together. For some reason, he appears to be looking at you with intense hatred. Why are they being so secretive all of a sudden anyway? A witness can refuse to testify to avoid incriminating themselves, but a refusal to testify is a suspicious in and of itself. Tamora has had no issues with Beatrice taking the stand earlier, so why would she change her tune when it comes to Mordenath? And despite of what she said, Mordenath seems like he disagrees with their decision the most. Is it possible that he is the weakest link of the three of them? If so, he might be the key to implicating them. And according to the legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. You wonder.
I see. Mordenath is well within his rights to refuse, if that's what he truly wants.
It is.
Well, I suppose it's for the best. I doubt he'd be able to corroborate your story at all.
Mordenath grinds his teeth together. It sounds like metal grinding on metal.
Considering his diminutive figure, I don't blame him for being a coward.
Mr. Cuthbert, could you please refrain from provoking the literal demon?
Oh, it's fine, Your Honor. He can't do anything without his master's word. And between him and the defendant, it's clear that Beatrice is the brains of the operation.
You shut your filthy celestial mouth.
Celestial?
Wait, why do you call me a celestial?
Mordenath, what are you doing?
I will not stand here and be insulted by a bloody Heavensborn.
Heavensborn?
I am still within my contract, and I will not flee from the likes of him. You want my testimony? I'll give you my goddamn testimony.
Objection!
Your Honor, my client does not consent to having a familiar testify.
Tamara, didn't you say earlier that Mordenath is afforded the same rights as any other person? He has a right to refuse to testify, but only he can decide if he wants to exercise it. And he's clearly intent on giving it. So, Mordenath, why don't you testify on what you were doing on the night of the murder?
Gladly. I provided the insight to my keeper while she spoke with the princess. I'll admit that she did cast invisibility on me during the conversation. She needed to keep me hidden after all. But I never left the room where my master was. Nor did I steal the sword of spell eating. You have nothing on me, Heavensborn. You don't even have proof that I entered William Frega's study.
Do you honestly expect us to take your word for it? Or do you have any evidence to support your alibi?
I only speak the truth, Heavensborn. There were mages out other than my keeper that could have stolen the sword. And by your own admission, none of the witnesses who saw me on the night of the murder. The one lacking evidence is you.
He has a point. You still need a definitive proof that ties him to the murder. Presenting contradicting evidence might not be possible. However, he's clearly lying in his testimony. And there's something strange about the way he's speaking. Why is he pausing so much? You're not seeing any thoughts of the eye, but maybe you can try to interpret the meaning of his words. Wait, does that mean she normally casts invisibility every hour?
My keeper is a powerful mage, and my pact with her has only made her stronger.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Really?
Casting spells may look effortless, but continuously casting spells takes a lot of stamina out of the caster. She must have a lot of stamina if she can cast high-level illusion every hour.
And did your master leave the room while she was with the princess?
No, I'm sure you remember my keeper was under careful watch of the King's Guard and Lucio Steelwind.
And you're maintaining that you never left the ballroom?
As I said, I never left the room where my master was.
There's a habit of pausing before he responds to you, but it only happens sometimes. Is it some strange demon accent, or is it something else? Beatrice was one of the few mages present who could shatter the glass.
Yes, but being able to do something and actually doing it are two different things.
He's right. You won't be able to convict Beatrice unless you can connect Mordenath to the murder. But you have a feeling he's the one that's going to give it to you. Why do you keep calling me that?
Oh, does the Heavensborn not know the nature of his blood?
Your blood?
Could he be referring to your mother?
Wait, do you know where my abilities come from?
Oh, how marvelous. You don't know, do you?
If you make a pact with me, child, I can tell you the nature of your blood and much, much more.
Mr. Cuthbert, please don't be making deals. Please don't make deals with the devil in my courtroom.
I wasn't planning to, Your Honor. He clearly knows something, but making a deal with a demon is just asking for trouble. He could also be just trying to distract you. Just stay on task.
He's definitely more direct than most witnesses.
Yeah, but he's still clearly lying, and there's something off about the way he's speaking. He's pausing before he's saying certain statements.
Objection!
No shit.
Objection!
Oh, there we go. He keeps taking pauses before certain statements, but not all of them. And more importantly, his word choice was different. Did he slip up? Maranath, it looks like you misspoke and used the wrong word.
What?
Through most of your testimony, you referred to Beatrice as your keeper, but you referred to her as your master during one statement. Why is that?
For the first time, he doesn't have a response.
So I'll ask you again. Did you leave the ballroom that night?
I didn't leave the ballroom where my master was.
He's using the word master again, even though you pointed it out. Why isn't he correcting it? Does that mean he's intentionally using that term? If so, why?
There has to be a reason why. No? Okay. Oh, Maranath is not Beatrice's familiar. No? The fuck? Why is he using the term? Beatrice is his keeper. Let me take a look at this. I didn't leave. Did you leave the ballroom that night? I didn't leave the room where my master was. Beatrice is not... No. Maranath is not Beatrice's familiar. No? The fuck? Master? No. Oh wait, I got that shit. Oops. What the fuck? Oh, oh wait. Sorry. There we go. I was confused for a moment. Okay, if you take the words at face value, the master he is referring to isn't Beatrice. And if Beatrice isn't his master, then the statement "I never left the room where my master was" would technically be true. But why even bother making that distinction? He clearly has no moral hang-ups about committing murder. He could have just lied. Why wouldn't Maranath simply lie? Demons apparently pride themselves on tricking and corrupting humans, so why would he just lie to it in his testimony? Demons are not able to lie. No, it can't be. Demons are clearly different from humans, but would they seriously have a limitation like that? It would explain why Tamora and Beatrice were so opposed to having him testify. There's only one way to know for sure. Witness, can you repeat that following statement for me? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green.
What kind of ridiculous request is that?
Another pause.
I'm afraid I must agree, Mr. Cuthbert. Please don't waste our time.
I'm just conducting a little experiment, Your Honor. So I'll ask you again, Moranath. Say the following phrase. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. Your Honor, Cuthbert is clearly making trivial requests to stall for time. His request is not worth a response from the witness. That's not what I'm doing, Tamora, and I think you know that. Moranath, we truly don't know much about demons aside from the stories told in myths. So is it possible that demons are physically unable to lie?
Oh shit.
Damn it!
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, that seems quite ridiculous. Why would the witness be capable of lying?
I generally don't know, Your Honor, but his testimony speaks for itself. You can easily refute it by granting my request. Say Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green, witness.
You said it yourself. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green.
That's not what I asked for, witness. Repeat the statement I told you, word for word, nothing after or before it.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is absurd. The witness is not obligated to fulfill such an outrageous request.
I might be compelled to agree with you, Miss Tamora. If the witness wasn't clearly avoiding fulfilling that request.
Well, we're all waiting, Moranath. You can easily prove me wrong by repeating my statement plainly.
Ah, you filthy heavens-born.
Say it, Moranath.
Tyrion Cuthbert is blonde.
Got him.
Technically, it's dirty blonde.
Oh, shut up. Is Mr. Cuthbert correct, Moranath? Are you actually unable to lie?
I think his silence speaks for itself, Your Honor.
Remarkable. I would have never imagined.
And with that, proving my case becomes a much simpler matter. Moranath, did you murder William Frege? I'm sure you understand, witness. Under these circumstances, staying silent is basically an admission of guilt. You have no reason to stay quiet, Moranath. Tell him the truth.
Lady Beatrice, what are you?
I believe it's time to come clean, don't you, Moranath?
I see. So that's your play.
Don't think you should just stall for time, Miss Frege. Moranath has no choice but to answer the question. Do it, Moranath. Tell the court the truth.
To answer your question, yes. I did murder William Frege.
What are you doing?
Miss Frege, does that mean you are confessing to the murder?
Oh, Your Honor, I'm not admitting to anything. The confession comes from Moranath himself. But your own familiar just... Let me ask you a question, Moranath. Did I order you to murder my father? Oops.
No, you did not, Lady Beatrice.
What are you talking about? You're lying, aren't you? Demons are physically unable to lie, Mr. Cuthbert. Damn it, she's right. She must have done something. Did she plan for this? She must have arranged things so that statement would be technically true. She could have asked someone else to give that order, or she could have just simply implied it. Otherwise, she can just plead ignorance and blame everything on Moranath. Still, this isn't over. Oh, is that so? Let me tell you, this trial was over the moment Arya turned her blade against me. I don't care who you are, man, king, or demon. You're not gonna get away with this. Oh, I do love the gravitas behind that, but I wonder how long it would last. Hit me with your best shot, heavens born. Bring it. Beatrice Frege, you may not have technically ordered your father's murder, but you were clearly acting with malice. You brought something dangerous into the matter, something that you knew would harm your father. Oh really? And what would that be? What was so dangerous that implies lethal intent? I don't know, the fucking demon in your possession? Hold up, I didn't bring anything dangerous into the Frege matter. didn't bring anything dangerous into the Frigga Manor. Do I just use this? Yeah.
You brought Moranath into Frigga Manor that night. You were clearly planning to murder your father from the start.
Ha! I require more than that to see. That does not imply lethal intent.
But you brought a demon into that house, and as a result your father was killed. That's hardly an innocent mistake.
My client specifically asked her father if familiars were allowed. He even received a written legal confirmation beforehand.
But he couldn't have possibly expected her to bring in a demon.
He didn't specify not to do this, because the presence of Mornath did not break any of his rules nor any laws made by the kingdom. Right you are, Tamora. I can hardly blame myself if my familiar acts without my knowledge.
How can you be blameless in Mornath's actions? He's your familiar.
By that same logic, shouldn't we also blame Lord Harrelson for the actions of his pet monkey? If I recall, he broke into his study, tampered with the crime scene, and then left my father's body without reporting it.
That's...
Mornath and Eugene are intelligent and sentient creatures. They have their own autonomy. Their keepers aren't legally responsible for their actions.
Damn it, she's playing devil's advocate. But I suppose that's fitting for her. But you still cast invisibility to keep Moranath hidden in that night.
Mr. Cuthbert, I always cast invisibility on Moranath. I can't very well let people see him. Face it, Mr. Cuthbert, you have nothing on me.
I did not commit any crimes during the Lord's Ball.
Every crime related to the murder was committed by Moranath.
It was committed.
No.
Shit.
She did. There's nothing more in there.
Wasn't something else that required her magic? Oh no, she broke the case. Duh.
Oh no, she broke the fucking case. That's why.
Beatrice, Moranath required your magic to break the wards on guarding the Sword of Spell Eating. You may have been able to explain why you cast invisibility that night, but you can't explain why you cast an evocation spell power enough to shatter that display case.
Oh, that. I'd almost forgotten. I plead guilty.
What?
To the charge of grand theft, I mean. I ordered Moranath to help me steal the artifact so I could sell it on the black market. I would have never imagined that he used it to murder my father.
Right, it doesn't matter if she's found guilty of stealing a sword. The Slayer rule only takes effect if she's found to be responsible for her father's death. Damn it, is there seriously nothing you can do? Moranath will take the fall on Beatrice's behalf. You can still do the right thing and tell the truth? No, that's not doing that. Threaten. Do I threaten a demon? Oh shit, man, this is actually pretty hard. This doesn't absolve anything. Agreement with the Lord's Ball. Well, I mean, there's no law against that. The deflecting is not gonna work. Threaten the demon. Moranath, the sentence for first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for your keeper's crimes? Oh, you stupid heavens-born. Demons never truly die. When our bodies are destroyed, we will return to the abyssal hells. How? If I were to die in accordance with your laws, I would only return to my plane unharmed. What? Even if I could die, a fate much worse than death awaits me if I fail. Ugh, those three are a pain to argue against when they're together. You can't break Beatrice's confidence at all.
So, do you have anything else, Mr. Cuthbert?
I
didn't think so. Your Honor, it appears we found the true culprit. I can't believe you killed my father, Moranath. I'm so cross with you.
Ah, I should give my apologies. I won't do it again.
Don't worry, I forgive you. Now then, is there any reason why this trial hasn't ended already, Your Honor?
Come on, don't you have anything else? There is one thing. Time to use my eye. Damn it! He's using that bullshit ability again. Not again.
Oh, Is that all you can do now? Glare at me?
Oh wait, actually no, she's a powerful mage. She can probably just block it. What? Oh, he blocked- No, he blocked me! Oh.
Mordenath, what did you just do? I've been watching him. He's been using an old celestial trick. But it's weak. Your divine gaze won't work here, Heavensborn.
You!
It looks like that was your last piece, Cuthbert.
No, this can't be how it ends. Not after you come this far.
What is it you like to say in these situations?
Checkmate.
Checkmate, Cuthbert?
Fuck.
Well, I have to say this was one of the more eventful trials I've overseen. It was many things, if not enlightening, but I suppose it all ended the same.
Come on, think of something, anything.
While I find the defendant's actions quite suspect, I must agree with their argument. Aside from the theft of Lord Haroldson's exhibit, none of Miss Frega's actions that night are illegal under Wivengard law, and there's no proof that the defendant is responsible for her familiar's actions. With these revelations, I see no room for debate. We will be taking a brief recess. I will announce my verdict once we resume.
Damn it. Is this seriously how it's going to end? After everything you've got to get here?
The world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving, but I've seen you. I know how bright the light within you is. Use my eyes. Peer beyond the divine gate as I once did.
Mordenath called you a Heavensborn. Your mother told you that there's a light within you. You have no idea what it means. What is this divine gate? Why do you have the Eye of Horus? Why are you able to read people's minds? You've been so lost lately, but you thought you finally figured out who you're supposed to be. But all of this, everything, you've been working towards it. It was all a lie. You spent your whole life trying to be like Miss Tamora. But is she even like her? No. She just wanted to raise you into the tool for the Eye Taker. She was never your guardian. She was never your mother. Your real mother died years ago. Was Ares right? Is everyone in your life just trying to use you? Looking back on it, you have no idea what you do with yourselves since your mother died. You've been just making mistake after mistake, leaving Oranax, trusting Tamora, becoming an attorney. You've always just done as you're told. Never once made a path for yourself.
But you saved Celeste, and Wallace, and Dracogen, all when no one else would stand up for them. Was helping them a mistake? You fought for a dream that doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean you can't make it real. It's true that you followed Tamora's lead, but you've always done what you thought was right above anything else. You wouldn't have stood up to that criminal if you didn't know the right from wrong. And you wouldn't be standing here if you just done as you were told.
What do I do?
I'm not going to tell you that. You already know the answer. You've always known the answer.
You take in a deep breath and relax your thoughts.
How do you prove that Beatrice ordered Mordenath?
Situations can be hopeless sometimes, but there is always a way to win in the end.
What the fuck does it say? That's weird. Use physical evidence. There's no fucking evidence. Use a testimony. Use deduction. Tell a lie. Tell a lie that kills Beatrice? No. That separates Harold, Beatrice and Morna. No? Oops, sorry. Oops. Use a testimony.
Use physical evidence that acquits Harold. And Eugene? No, wait, sorry, where's Morna? Oh, tell a lie that connects you? Oh, that's it? Oh, I guess I was just overthinking it. In order to convict Beatrice, I need to prove that she was responsible for Marina's actions. People leave trails. Even when they think they've committed the perfect crime, something always gets left behind. There has to be something that proves the illusion magic traces. There has to be something that proves Beatrice gave Marinath the order. Beatrice's relationship with Marinath is clearly different than a relationship between two humans. What is unique? There's a specific way their relationship works. A pact. There's a specific way their relationship works, or their pact as Marinath calls it. Wasn't there something that someone said? But what was it? Who told you something about demonic pacts? Oh, who told you? Him? Harold? Yeah. Alright, the sword of spelling is said to have been forged by a pact using a pact between a demon and a mage. Isn't making a pact with the demon just asking for trouble? They definitely betrayed the first chance they got.
Well, let's just say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason.
Wait, do you mean like a legally binding contract?
The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms.
That's right, Beatrice must have made a blood contract with them. A legally binding contract that must describe how their relationship works. Leif did tell you that Beatrice would never trust someone that she couldn't control. So she would only put herself in a situation where she had full control over Marinath's actions. But it's not as if they ever show it to me. It would be a tall order to even prove that a blood contract even exists. I guess you have a point. But if you ask me, I think you've done a wonderful job so far. So just as once, let me guide you the rest of the way. What? Tyrion, your eyes don't actually read minds. They gave you the means to reveal truths that are being concealed. You can pull the truth out of anyone, and anything. The truth? So, say it together with me.
Marinath, dweller of Avernus. Wait, what are you doing? By the Eye of Horus, I issue you upon a divine edict. Release thy gods and manifest your blood contract with Beatrice Freyga.
Oh shit. It's illegal to it's also 50 pages long. Luckily you somehow know the excerpt of the exact section you need. Marinath is prohibited from killing or injuring any and all humans. Beatrice Freyga can designate individuals that are exempt from this rule, and exempted individuals will only remain so for 24 hours. After that, Marinath cannot harm unless told otherwise. You did it, but how? Was that really your... No, it's not important right now. She gave you what you needed. The rest is up to you.
What in the nine hells is that? You! When did you learn to... Mr. Cuthbert, what just happened?
Your Honor, I just made the witness manifest their blood contract.
You did what? Blood contract?
You can think of it as a legally binding contract. It lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice Freyga and her familiar.
Incredible! When did you learn to do such a thing?
The library?
Wow, to think Arcane has access to such knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. How did you really find out how to do that?
It's a long story.
You're not sure she believes you even if you told her.
Anyways, the defense's argument is such. Marinath was acting alone and the defendant is not to blame for his actions that night.
However, take a look at page 7 of this blood contract. It specifies that Morinat is prohibited from killing any and all humans. There's only one scenario where he can do so, and that's when Beatrice Frega designates someone to be exempt from this rule. You! Beatrice Frega, you didn't directly order Morinat to kill your father, but you implied it by telling Morinat that he could kill him. Not only that, you did so within the 24 hours of the Lord's Ball. Your intent was clear. You brought Morinat into Frega Manor with full knowledge that he could and would kill William Frega. And that is checkmate. And just when I thought the surprises were over.
But in the end, we arrived at the truth.
I suppose I can't disagree with that. What do you have to say for yourself, Lady Frega?
Do not call me that.
It's almost funny that you hate your name that much. Your entire plan depended on your claim to the Frega estate.
Do you have any idea what you've just cost me? Everything has been ruined because of you.
Why should I care? You're just another noble, trying to steal power for yourself.
Don't you dare let me together with those tyrants. We wouldn't have just liberated House Frega. We would have liberated everyone. Miriam, Leif, Arya, even Asta. Our system is broken. The only way we can fix it is by burning it down from the inside. As long as King Olivier sits on the throne, the suffering will only continue.
Lady Frega!
As the prosecutor, I should warn you. You don't want to add treason to your list of crimes.
Even though you like to see the king ousted as much as she does.
It doesn't matter. I'm done either way.
Heavensborn, look at page 46 of the blood contract.
Oh, look at the
hold on, let me redo it.
Heavensborn, look at page 46 of the blood contract.
By accepting this pact, Beatrice Frega forever binds her soul to the abyssal hells. If Beatrice Frega fails to pay her debt by claiming House Frega and all of its assets, her soul, her mind, and her life will be claimed by the Empress of Discord.
The contract goes on to name several parts of the House Frega's holdings. There's very little room for ambiguity.
Arya was almost right. You just jumped to the wrong conclusion. My debts were never to the Eye Taker. They were to the abyssal hells.
Why would you agree to something like this?
Because I miscalculated. In this folder are records of your many plots against House Steelwind and the Crown. It would be a shame if this information fell into their hands.
What voice do I give him? I'll just give him the same voice as the judge. You think this feeble attempt at blackmail will frighten me? I've dealt with far more formidable adversaries than you. There's nothing I can't solve with House Frega's resources.
What are you talking about? Lucio Steelwind isn't the type of person you can just buy.
It's clear your time away has taught you nothing. Everyone can be bought.
Before I left, he controlled every aspect of my life. I saw him as this unstoppable tyrannical force, but I never even considered one possibility. That William Frega was a sheltered moron.
He honestly thought he could pay off Lucio Steelwind. Anyone who's met him would know that would never work.
I could have sent this information to House Steelwind and the King, but I was running out of time. I needed to inherit House Frega as soon as I could. I felt trapped. I felt angry. I just wanted something to change.
Something about this feels wrong. Something deep inside you is crying out in anger.
The blood contract is still a legal contract, isn't it?
What?
If it's a contract, we can dispute it. We can find some kind of loophole to get you out of it.
What? What? Trying to redeem the enemy you just defeated? You really are Heavensborn. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I won't accept your help.
What? Why? We can at least try, right? Didn't you seriously come this far just so you could die?
To dispute our blood contract is to bet your own soul. If you fail to render it null, your soul will be dragged to hell alongside hers. Even your divine blood won't save you from that fate.
But still, I can just... You've beaten me, Mr. Cuthbert. I don't want to drag anyone else down with me anymore. Not you, not Leif, not Miriam. Despite everything, I still have my dignity.
I don't believe there's no further need to prolong this trial. Bailiff, please escort Lady Freya and her familiar to a holding cell. I'll be passing my verdict shortly.
Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, as okay as it can be.
You still feel uneasy about how things turned out. It doesn't feel quite like the victory you were hoping for. You fought against the demons, and you can't help but feel like you've lost.
Cuthbert, we need to talk. What is done, but the boss isn't going to take kindly to what you've done today. I know it's a long shot, but maybe if you talk to him, he'll...
No.
Cuthbert, this is serious. He's going to send people after you, dangerous people. You can't just ignore this. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old. Tamara was the adult in the situation, and what did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Tamara took away your only friends and isolated you from society. As a result, you never formed any other relationships. She isolated you because she wanted to use you. Please, just listen to me and...
Shut up.
Tyrion?
How could you do this? How could you work with criminals?
Cuthbert,
Everything you've told me, all those ideas about protecting the weak, it was all a lie. Everything Commander White said about you is true, isn't it?
I'm just trying to...
I don't want your help.
As you yell at her, your voice echoes throughout the lobby. Several of the people nearby turn silent.
I gave up everything for you. My childhood, my home, my happiness. I left it all behind to chase the ideal that you told me you were fighting for. But it was never real, was it? You made me throw away everything, all for a goddamn lie. But I'll make it real. And I'll do that without you.
Tyrion,
As she reaches her hand out to you, you step away from her.
Never cared about me, did you? All you cared about was using the Eye of Horus.
That's not...
Shut up. I don't want to hear any more of your damn lies. Go away. Get the hell away from me. I never wanted to see you again.
Without a word, she walks away from you.
Tyrion.
She reaches out her hand to hold yours again, but she hesitates this time.
Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you? I'm sure you understand now. Tamara can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned that bridge. So where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore? Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or did you actually think that she enjoys spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer.
No.
What? I can't believe it. We actually won. Tyrion,
Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. Just surrender.
There, what about that?
Checkmate.
Damn it! You've been acting weird ever since we arrived in Ornax. Does it have something to do with your mother? Please, just talk to me. I'm your friend, aren't I?
Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You feel Celeste holding your trembling hand from behind you. It's the same sensation you felt back then. Your anxiety fades and you take a deep breath.
I'm not going to do that, Miss Tamara.
As she hesitates to hold your hand, you reach out and grasp it. She smiles as you take hold of it. She seems glad you didn't pull away this time. Without thinking, you pull her into a hug.
Sorry. I just really need this right now. Should I stop?
No, it's just... people are staring at us.
Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do. Which is exactly what she told them during the dance.
You're still unsure of what you're going to do next, but perhaps you don't need to, even if tomorrow's ideal was a lie.
Hey, Celeste. There's been something I've been wanting to tell you about.
What is it?
It's hard to explain, really. I don't even know where to begin. Yeah, he's gonna tell her about the eye. But it's about an ability I have. I call it the Eye of Horus.
Even if that ideal was alive, you have the power to make it real. And even if you can't trust tomorrow anymore, you have people in your life that you can trust.
And that's the end of the case, baby. Holy shit, that was a roller coaster. Both of difficulty and of actual plot, drama, and climax. Oh, yeah, after credit scene. What a fine mess this is. That kid has completely and utterly ruined everything. As much as Tomorrow hates it, I'm gonna need to put him in the ground.
I don't think that would be necessary.
Sorry, love. I know you're fond of him, but I can't let an insult like this go unanswered. He's gonna have to pay the price.
I think you misunderstood me, Father. I meant that this facade is no longer necessary.
Oh, she's been controlling him.
What? What the hell?
Is something wrong, Father?
Who the hell are you? You look nothing like my daughter, so why?
It happened centuries ago, I believe. Your great ancestor hated the monarchy and needed a weapon to fight the mages of the noble house. So he made a pact with me.
What are you talking about? Oh, she's a demon! Oh, that makes sense. Lord of the Sixth Circle. Oh, shit.
What are you talking about?
But things didn't turn out like he wanted, I'm afraid. Poor Lord Lyran's plot was discovered and his noble house was stripped of its rank and status. His very name was stricken from the annals of history. He was supposed to give me Rivengard, but I had to settle for claiming his bloodline.
Lyran, how do you know about my name?
John Lyran.
No one knew about that name, not even my real daughter.
I know it's been centuries, but I haven't forgotten, John. Everyone in your bloodline belongs to me, including your daughter.
You bastard! What did you do to her?
What I do to all my prey, I made her suffer.
No.
Did you know that she was crying out for you for months? I made her watch, you know. I made her watch as I took her place. All while the father that she so desperately called out for forgot who she was. All while my minions slowly and painfully tore her soul apart.
You monster. You goddamn monster.
I enjoyed her torment while it lasted, but even that couldn't satisfy me. What I really crave for is the blood of a Celestial.
That's what this is all about, that stupid kid.
But I can't have you kill my dear Tyrion just yet. At least not until I'm done with him.
You're a goddamn demon. I'll kill you.
This man is your enemy. Your life's goal is and always has been to exact revenge on him.
What the hell are you talking about?
I lost everything because of you. They kicked me out of the Inquisition because of your false testimony.
What? Let go of me.
You killed my entire family. I won't let you get away with this.
What are you talking about? I didn't do anything.
Hey, isn't that the noble who killed all those children? I heard he got released by paying off the judge.
What are you talking about? Get away from me.
Don't lie to us. We know what you did.
No, stay away.
And he's dead.
We finally entered the final act, my dearest Tyrion. And from what I've seen, I think I know exactly how I'm going to break you. I hope you're just as excited as I am.
Oh shit. Well, the final case is definitely going to be interesting this time around. Well, I'm ending the stream here, because also my voice is almost giving out after doing that fucking demon voice and also voicing the goddamn eye taker. Oh my god, that was a mistake to do that raspy voice. Oh my god.
Alright, farewell for now.